565. Qin Pingon and Cui Dongshan went to their own shop on Laohui Street. Qin Pingon sat on a small bamboo chair at the door, basking in the warm autumn sun. Cui Dongshan chased away the acting shopkeeper Wang Tingfang and told him to rest for a day. Wang Tingfang saw the young boss nodding with a smile, so she left the shop in confusion. Business was still okay that day because there were many young female cultivators on Laohui Street who heard that a rare handsome young man had come. Cui Dongshan's ability to make women drink soup was great, so he earned a lot of unscrupulous immortal money. Qin Pingon didn't care. The next day at Fu Shui Ferry, Tan Ling and Tang Shi showed up together. Of course, Song Lanqiao, who was in charge of the Spring Dew Garden Ferry, was also there. After the greetings, Qin Pingon and Cui Dongshan boarded the ferry. Song Lanqiao followed them all the way. This experienced and knowledgeable old Jindan cultivator found something strange. When he saw the young sword immortal and the young man in white alone, he couldn't connect the two of them together, especially when he couldn't imagine that they were teachers and students. However, when the two of them walked together, there was a kind of inexplicable harmony. Could it be because they both held the green bamboo mountain staff? Song Lanqiao didn't dare to say much. He just mentioned something and thanked them sincerely. It turned out that Song Lanqiao had just gotten a chair in the Spring Dew Garden's ancestral hall. Although it was just to replace Tang Shi's position at the bottom, with Tang Shi on his left and right, they seemed to be the two door gods of the Spring Dew Garden's ancestral hall. However, this step was a great boost to the reputation of the immortals on the mountain and the secular dynasty. It was an extra large sum of immortal money every year, and it was also the rise of some families in the mortal world. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration to say that Song Lanqiao had received a great favor from the young sword immortal. However, Song Lanqiao was smart. He was used to doing business and was pragmatic, so he didn't try to please the young man surnamed Qin. On the ferry, Song Lanqiao arranged a heavenly room for them. After thinking for a while, he decided not to let the female cultivators of the Spring Dew Garden show their faces. Inside the house, Cui Dongshan poured a cup of tea for Qin Pingon and leaned on the table. His two snow-white sleeves took up nearly half of the table. Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "Mister, in terms of fighting, 10 Spring Dew Gardens can't compare to one linen sect. But in terms of business, Spring Dew Gardens doesn't lose to linen sect at all. In the future, our Luopa Mountain and Spring Dew Gardens will have a lot to talk about. We will definitely have frequent dealings." Qin Pingon drank his tea and didn't say anything. Cui Dongshan said, "Tan Ling is someone who seeks stability because the business of Spring Dew Gardens has reached its peak. On the mountain they are wholeheartedly relying on linen sect. Down the mountain they are mainly trying to win over Daguan dynasty. There is nothing wrong with that. In the past, even if she wanted to support Tang Shi, she was too afraid. She was worried that this god of fortune would be in cahoots with Gao Song, who only knows how to make money desperately. At that time, Spring Dew Gardens will be finished. When it is time for Tan Ling, Spring Dew Gardens will have a change of dynasty. Tan Ling's lineage has a lot of disciples, but none of them are capable. They are in a critical situation. They can't withstand Tang Shi and Gao Song's alliance. When the time comes, the disciples won't be able to help. They can't beat Tang Shi and Gao Song. In terms of money, the difference is like heaven and earth. So Tang Shi and Lin Suo's alliance is the most reliable. Although Lin Suo has a bad temper, he has no ambition and is loyal to Spring Dew Gardens. With Song Lanqiao, who is moved to tears by Tan Ling, the three of them together, Spring Dew Gardens will have a new atmosphere. If our Luopa Mountain hands over a pillow to help Spring Dew Gardens open a gap in the north of Aquarius continent, even if it is a small gap, it will make the many cultivators of Spring Dew Gardens who are familiar with trade and commerce feel invigorated. And Aquarius continent is currently undergoing construction everywhere. Spring Dew Gardens has people, materials and money. Both sides take what they need from Luopa Mountain. They are the most suitable business partners. But we also need to pay attention to Spring Dew Gardens' acclimatization in Aquarius continent. Fortunately, the Dali Imperial Court, from the civil officials to the generals on the battlefield, and the cultivators of Spring Dew Gardens can piss in the same pot. Mister's plan is far-reaching, the pieces are accurate and meticulous, you can be said to have the style of a national master. Hearing this, Qin Pingon finally couldn't help but laugh. Luopa Mountain's feng shui, is it you who led it astray? Cui Dongshan felt wronged. How is that possible? Old Chef Zhu, big senior sister, brother Defeng, they are all experts in this field. Furthermore, Luopa Mountain's feng shui is not bad. Qin Pingon said, I did not purposely plan to work with Spring Dew Gardens. To put it bluntly, I did not even dare to think about it. Doing a little business is already good enough. If it really succeeds, it will be mostly due to your contributions. Cui Dongshan raised an arm, extended his finger and tapped 3 times on the table, drawing a triangle. Tang Shi Lin Su Song Lon Qiao, it's a 3. Tan Ling's faction, Gao Song's faction, Tang Shi's small mountain, it's another 3. Luopa Mountain Zhuangma sect, Spring Dew Gardens, it's still a 3. Mr. has gathered all the various powerhouses, the southern end of North Continent, the northern part of Aquarius Continent, it's an even bigger 3. Out of all the relationships in the world, this is the most stable. Mr., are you still not willing to admit that you are a national master in chess? Qin Pingon shook his head and laughed. It's just a coincidence. Cui Dongshan sighed. Mr. is very modest, this student has learned from you. Qin Pingon laughed and scolded, get lost. Cui Dongshan was about to speak, but unexpectedly, Qin Pingon immediately said, again. Cui Dongshan felt that all his skills and weapons had no place to show their prowess. Mr. is indeed powerful. Cui Dongshan suddenly asked, when we reach the Skeleton Beach, do you want to meet Gao Qing? I can guarantee that Mr. will have no worries. Qin Pingon shook his head. I won't go to Jingguan City for the time being. Cui Dongshan asked, because this person sacrificed his sword for Pu Yao and took the initiative to break the sky curtain? Does he still have some heroic spirit left? Qin Pingon said, it's not that simple, it's more complicated, we'll talk about it later. Cui Dongshan naturally had no objection. After passing by Suiji City and Songyun Lake, Qin Pingon left the house. Cui Dongshan stood beside the railing at the bow of the boat with him, overlooking the earth. Songyun Lake, which occupied a vast area, looked like a dark green stone lying quietly in a jade cliff stream from the ferry's side. He still owed a certain fire god temple over there a drink. He could only owe it to them first. Cui Dongshan whispered, Mister, don't take such risks in the future. Qin Pingon said, of course I should nod and agree. I will indeed be careful now, telling myself that I must stay away from the storm. After becoming a cultivator on the mountain, the matters below the mountain are external matters. However, you and I both know that once things come to a head it will be difficult. Cui Dongshan leaned on the railing with his legs bent. His 2 sleeves that were exposed outside the railing were like 2 small snow-white waterfalls. Qin Pingon asked, is Zhou Mili used to staying in Luopa Mountain? Cui Dongshan nodded. She's very used to it. She always feels that Pei Qian, who copies books every day, is a scholar. She is eagerly waiting for Pei Qian to write the story of the Mute Lake monster for her in the future. The little girl is a mess of a lackey. She is Pei Qian's little tail every day carrying the mountain staff. Now she has been promoted from the right guardian of Dragon Riding Alley to the right guardian of Luopa Mountain. Now before speaking to others she has to cough twice to moisten her throat and then speak like an old man. It's all a bad habit she learned from my eldest senior sister. Qin Pingon smiled and said, it's pretty good. Cui Dongshan asked curiously, are you really going to record the little girl into the ancestral hall of Luopa Mountain and become the right guardian of a mountain? Qin Pingon said, of course. This is not child's play. In the past I was a little hesitant, but after seeing the mountains and undercurrents of the Spring Dew Garden, I became determined. I want outsiders to feel that Luopa Mountain is very strange and incomprehensible. It's not that I don't know the price of doing this, but I can strive to make up for it elsewhere. Can be me, Qin Pingon, the mountain master, earning more money and cultivating diligently. Can also be you, the student, or Julien Lu Baixiang. Our existence is the reason for Zhou Mili and Qin Rush's existence. It will also be the reason for some new faces of Luopa Mountain to feel that it's not strange like this. I don't reject the idea of Luopa Mountain becoming a sect in the future, but I will never deliberately give up the flowers and plants on the roadside in order to gather forces. Those flowers and plants on Luopa Mountain were not dispensable existences in the past, and they will not be in the future. Moreover, they have never been beautiful scenery on the roadside. They are part of my life. To be able to take care of those who are worth taking care of, I feel especially at ease. Qin Pingon turned his head and said, can you understand what I'm saying? Cui Dongshan nodded vigorously. I understand and accept. Qin Pingon sighed with emotion. But it will certainly not be easy. Cui Dongshan said, every heroic word, every ambitious aspiration, as long as it is carried out, it will not be easy. There were some words that Cui Dongshan was even unwilling to say. All the joy of meeting again after a long separation would be the sadness of parting in the future. But this did not prevent those meetings that could be seen again from making people happy, making people drink, making people happy. But one must not forget that sometimes parting was just parting. Qin Pingon also leaned against the railing, looking at the golden sea of clouds illuminated by the sun in the distance. He asked, will you be uncomfortable as my disciple? Cui Dongshan said, no. Qin Pingon smiled. There is a great disparity in the realm, a great disparity in knowledge. Of course your student is fine. Cui Dongshan said, teacher, if you say so, I will not be convinced. If Pei Qian's martial arts practice advances by leaps and bounds, breaking through the realm quickly, like a small rice grain eating bowl after bowl, dazzling the people eating at the same table, will you also be uncomfortable? Qin Pingon nodded. Of course I will be uncomfortable. Where will I put my master's face? When you reason with me, if your voice is a little louder, you will have to worry that I will backhand you. Won't you panic? Cui Dongshan laughed loudly. Teacher has traveled to the north and cultivated his heart very well. After a moment of silence, Qin Pingon said, I am a stubborn person who likes to go to a dead end. There will be a day when there will be some small things that will become a big problem for me at Luapa Mountain. At that time you can give me some suggestions. Cui Dongshan nodded. The saint has said that if there is something, the disciple will do his work. Cui Dongshan turned his head, his cheek pressed against the railing, smiling. There is wine and food, teacher's dishes. Do you think it is filial? Qin Pingon smiled and said, don't change the original meaning of a moral essay and trample on the saint's good intentions. Teacher, Cui Dongshan said, don't forget in those days, your student was high-spirited and full of mettle, showing off my ability to the fullest. My knowledge was so great that once it was out of my bag I could not even hide it, others could not even block it. I am not boasting without thinking, but the title of Grand Chancellor of the Academia is within reach. If I really want to boast, the vice-hierarch of the Confucian Temple of the Central Plains is not impossible. Qin Pingon shook his head. I believe what the imperial tutor said. As for you, forget it. The wind is strong at the bow, be careful not to sprain your tongue. Cui Dongshan laughed. Speaking of which, I really don't need to think before I boast. Qin Pingon asked, is the Central Plains very big? Cui Dongshan nodded. Very big. Only when the territories of the 8 continents are added together can it be comparable to the Central Plains. If 1 or 2 people from the other 8 continents can squeeze into the top 10 of the Central Plains, they are very capable. For example, the scholar Qin Chunan from the South Sa continent, the great celestial master from the Dragon Tiger Mountain in the North continent, the immortal fire dragon, and the god of fortune Lu from the White Jade continent. Qin Pingon said, then we must go and take a look in the future. Cui Dongshan said bitterly, that is a sad place for me. Qin Pingon laughed. You asked for it. Even if your face is swollen you still have to smile. Cui Dongshan said helplessly, teacher, you are not loyal. When the ferry entered the boundary of the Skeleton Beach, Song Lanqiao took the initiative to visit with a valuable gift. There were 2 gifts. He had one for himself and one for Tan Ling in the Spring Dew Garden. His gift of thanks was actually a magic weapon that his master Lindsay had picked out from the Hall of Ancestral Masters. It was a bamboo yellow dragon scripture book box made from Spring Dew Garden's specialty Immortal wood. There were also 4 jade books inside. Tan Ling's gift was priceless. It was one of the few treasures in the Spring Dew Garden. It was a set of 8 pieces of brocade ink. When he handed it over, Song Lanqiao felt sorry for Tan Ling. Qin Pingon did not refuse. Tan Ling did not personally give the gift at the Talisman Water Ferry. He asked Song Lanqiao to give it when they were about to dock at the Skeleton Beach. This in itself showed his sincerity. This was Song Lanqiao's first official matter after becoming a member of the Spring Dew Garden's Hall of Ancestral Masters. It went smoothly, which made Song Lanqiao feel relieved. However, Song Lanqiao was a little restless as he sat and drank tea with the teacher and the student. Especially when Cui Dongshan was sitting next to him. Cui Dongshan twirled the cup with 2 fingers and gently stroked it on the table. He smiled and said, Lan Xiao, you are a pitiful person who can't find a temple with a pig's head. There are many people in the world. Lan Xiao, you are lucky. Song Lan Xiao had just heard Qin Pingon call him Senior Song. Now his student was calling him Lan Xiao. Of course he felt uncomfortable. Spring Dew Garden treated people with sincerity. Qin Pingon certainly would not allow Cui Dongshan to fool around here. He waved his hand, indicating that he had something to discuss with Song Lan Xiao. Song Lan Xiao's forehead was drenched in cold sweat as he watched the scene unfold. The white-robed youth seemed to have been sent flying by Qin Pingon's slap. He and his chair spun countless times in the air. Finally, the man and chair stuck to the wall and slowly slid down. Cui Dongshan had a long face. He leaned his chair against the wall and leaned against it. He said timidly, I'll just sit here. Qin Pingon's face darkened. Song Lan Xiao was shocked. Could it be that this amiable sword immortal Qin was no different from Lu Jinglong of the Taihui sword sect? Was he not an earthly immortal, but a hidden unpolished Jade Realm sword immortal? Qin Pingon was too lazy to pay attention to this Cui Dongshan. He began a serious discussion with Song Lan Xiao, trying to negotiate the future cooperation between Luopa Mountain and Spring Dew Garden. However, Song Lan Xiao certainly could not make the decision now. He still needed to return to the ancestral hall and quarrel a few times. Once the two sides finally decided to cooperate, Luopa Mountain still needed Zhou Lian and Wei Ba to set the rules for all the specific matters. Qin Pingon was quite familiar with the Spring Dew Garden's business, so he was not stiff when he chatted with Song Lan Xiao. His trip to the North Continent had not been a waste of time. Luopa Mountain's biggest reliance was, of course, the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry that was an important hub. With Lord Wei Shan at Mount Biyun, the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry could accept most of the cross-continent ferries from the North Continent. This was equivalent to having a shop for Luopa Mountain. All the money in the world would stop at a certain place and circulate again. Qin Pingon would occasionally think, how many cultivators have you seen to spend money on a piece of worn snow? 1,000? 10,000? Could it be that you have traveled all over the 9 continents? Song Lan Xiao was originally focused on discussing important matters with Qin Pingon. Somehow, the old Golden Core cultivator even felt that today's discussion would very likely determine the future of Spring Dew Garden for the next 100 years. Then Song Lan Xiao saw Sword Immortal Qin glance at the wall. Song Lan Xiao followed his gaze. The white-robed youth was holding the chair's armrests with both hands. His whole body was swaying and even the chair was swaying left and right. It was as if he was using the chair's legs as his legs to walk. After being discovered, Cui Dongshan immediately stopped what he was doing. He looked up and whistled. Song Lan Xiao smiled politely and looked away. Is this guy sick in the head? He must be. Qin Pingon and Song Lan Xiao chatted for a full 2 hours. Both of them raised many possibilities and the conversation was very pleasant. Towards the end, Song Lan Xiao was much more relaxed. Many of the thoughts that he had been keeping to himself for many years could be said in one go. The young sword immortal sitting opposite him, who often poured tea for both parties, was a rare businessman. His words were never firm. Most of the time he would say things like, "This is a little unclear. Please explain in detail, Senior Song," or, "I have some different ideas about this matter. Senior Song, please listen to me first. If you have any objections, please speak your mind." However, the other party was not ambiguous. Song Lan Xiao was trying to dig a hole for Gao Song, but the young sword immortal didn't expose him directly. He only said, "This matter may require Senior Song's attention at the ancestral hall of the Spring Dew Garden." The white-clothed youth had nothing to do. He swung the chair and circled around the table. Fortunately, when the chair moved, it was silent and did not make the slightest bit of noise. Song Lan Xiao could already ignore it. After the conversation, Song Lan Xiao felt refreshed. There was no more tea to drink on the table. Although he still wanted to continue, he got up and bid farewell. Song Lan Xiao told Mr. Qin not to send him off. The young man smiled and nodded. He walked him to the door and asked Cui Dongshan to accompany him. When Song Lan Xiao walked into the corridor, he didn't see the green-robed sword immortal. There was only the white-robed youth. The old Golden Core immediately tensed up. The youth walked backward and closed the door softly. Then he turned and smiled at Song Lan Xiao. Song Lan Xiao's smile froze. Cui Dongshan came to the side of Song Lanqiao, who was bending down subconsciously. He jumped up and put his arm around Song Lanqiao's neck, dragging the old core formation stage cultivator forward. "Brother Lanqiao, you are eloquent." Song Lanqiao almost shouted for Mr. Chen to help him out of this situation. Song Lanqiao was shocked. He wanted to stop, but he couldn't. The youth didn't use much strength to drag him forward. After taking a step forward, Song Lanqiao knew something was wrong. In the next moment, the white-robed youth was gone. Song Lanqiao found himself in the middle of a vast white fog. There was no scenery around him. It was like a small withered world. His vision was filled with a chilling snow-white color. When he walked, the ground under his feet was slightly soft, but it was not the soil of the world. When he increased the strength of his footsteps, he could only create circles of ripples. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he began to ride the wind. 2 hours later, Song Lanqiao still brought out his magical treasure. He no longer cared about etiquette and began to pour out treasured light in torrents. He violently smashed everything around him, but he was unable to change this small world in the slightest. A year later, Song Lanqiao sat cross-legged. His face was haggard and he was resigned to his fate. Suddenly, Song Lanqiao looked up and saw a huge head. The youth's face was smiling, but his eyes were cold. He slowly raised his arm. Song Lanqiao's scalp went numb. So he had been circling around the youth's white sleeve? The next moment, the haggard Song Lanqiao found himself standing in the corridor of the ferry. Not far away, the youth covered his sleeves and looked at him with a smile. Song Lanqiao, who had survived the disaster, almost burst into tears. Cui Dongshan smiled. "Sir asked me to send you off, so I acted on my own and sent you off a little longer. Lanqiao, don't complain to my sir after this. Otherwise, the next time I send you off will be 10 or 100 years later. By then it'll be hard to say who's the crazy one." Song Lanqiao trembled. "Thank you for your advice, senior." Cui Dongshan asked, "You're used to the abundant spiritual qi in the spring dew garden and the thin spiritual qi on the ferry. Why are you not used to it in the land of no return?" Song Lanqiao was stunned. Cui Dongshan walked past him and patted Song Lanqiao's shoulder. He said earnestly, "Lanqiao, your cultivation heart is rotten. Your Jindan is just paper." Song Lanqiao slowly turned around and bowed. This time he was sincerely convinced. "Senior's teachings have cleared the fog and allowed me to see the moon. I haven't really seen the moon, but I've benefited greatly." Cui Dongshan turned a deaf ear to him and knocked on the door. "Sir, do you want me to bring you some fruits and tea?" Song Lanqiao looked at the side of the young man's face. The old man felt like he was in a different world. Qin Pingan opened the door and pressed Cui Dongshan's head down gently. He turned to Song Lanqiao and asked, "Senior Song, did my disciple disrespect you?" Song Lanqiao was either crazy or lucky. He said something that he would never have dared to say in the past. "To be honest, he's suffering." Qin Pingan smiled and nodded. "I know." The young man in white was grabbed by the ear. He screamed as he was dragged into the house by Qin Pingan. Curses could be heard. King Song Lanqiao, you heartless thing. Just you wait. Sir, I'm just helping brother Lanqiao cultivate. I'm not playing tricks on him. Sir, I'm wrong. Song Lanqiao shook his sleeves and strode away. Comfortable. The ferry stopped at the skeleton beach. Song Lanqiao didn't show up and asked someone to send him off. He found a perfect excuse and disappeared. Cui Dongshan rubbed his chin with his palm and looked around. The two got off the boat and went to Moi Mountain of the Hemp sect. Cui Dongshan began to complain. "Sir, when Zhu Quan first met me, he said you never mentioned me and pretended not to know me. I was so sad." Qin Pingan smiled. "I've mentioned you a few times in front of Sovereign Zhu, but he's the sovereign of a sect, so he has to pay attention to everything. He also has to guard against the entire Ghost Valley, so it's not strange that he accidentally forgot about you." Then Qin Pingan reminded him. "Master Zhu is a rare cultivator on the mountain. I respect him very much. When we get to Moi Mountain, don't make trouble for me. And that young man, Pang Lanxi, is a direct disciple of the Ancestral Hall. You're an outsider. Don't talk nonsense. I know you know what you're doing, but this is the Skeleton Beach, not your own Luopa Mountain." Cui Dongshan nodded and glanced at Moi Mountain with some regret. It was boring to have nothing to do. When they arrived at Moi Mountain, they were unimpeded. Most of the hemp sect cultivators knew Qin Pingon. He had just returned from his travels. Zhu Xian was not on the mountain. He had gone to Qinglu town in the Ghost Valley. But Du Wenxi had returned to the ancestral hall and began to cultivate in seclusion. He had great hope of reaching the nascent soul realm. Cui Dongshan mentioned Du Wenxi with a smile. "Mr. This guy is infatuated." It said that the female Taoist champion of Taiping Mountain Huang Ting went to the Ghost Valley for Du Wenxi. But she didn't want Du Wenxi to think too much, so she said, "I, Huang Ting, have no Taoist companion in this life," which broke Du Wenxi's heart. But in fact he still has some thoughts. He can't have the girl he has been thinking about. Fortunately, he doesn't have to worry about other men having her. So Du Wenxi began to think that his realm is not high enough. If his realm is high enough, he will have a chance. For example, he can go to Taiping Mountain to have a look, or go further and travel the mountains and rivers with Huang Ting. Qin Pingon smiled. "You've only been in Moi Mountain for a few days. How can you be so clear about it?" Cui Dongshan nodded. "I'm just wandering around. There's no difference between the mountain and the mountain. When people are free, they like to talk about love, infatuated men and resentful women. Especially those young female cultivators who adored Du Wenxi. They were even more vexed than Du Wenxi. All of them were fighting for justice, saying that Huang Ting was nothing special. Wasn't he just a bit better looking and had a bigger sect?" The main peak of Linen sect, Moi Mountain, was similar to the peaks of most ancestral halls in the world. Most of the mountain paths were straight steps. But the direct disciples could often ride the wind and ride the sword. Some mountains even had no taboos for ordinary disciples. But the Immortal's cave was often particular about flying birds. Each had its own path, different heights and different routes. Over at Longquan County it was not the same. After all, it was still in the early stages. Plus, Longquan Sword Sect and Luopa Mountain did not have many disciples to begin with. They did not pay much attention to these complicated rules, so they were very different. If it was Linen Sect and Spring Dew Garden, these old Immortal sects had many rules and strict laws. In Qin Pingon's view, it was actually a good thing. But there was no such thing as a free and easy thing in the world. The reason why Spring Dew Garden was so popular was because the sect's rules and rules on paper were not deeply rooted in people's hearts. On this point, Linen sect was worthy of Qin Pingon's heartfelt admiration. From sect master Zhu Xian to Du Wenxi to Pang Lanxi, their temperament was different. But their temperament was the same. Life and death were small matters, but the sect's matters were more important. Cultivators obviously pursued immortality, but Linen sect's cultivators were all willing to die for the sect. Zhu Xian, the previous sect masters, and the ancestral masters were all willing to die first in every battle to the death. The ancestral master of Linen sect walked down the stairs and landed in front of the two. The old man smiled and said, "Child Qin, fellow Daoist Cui, sorry for not coming out to meet you." After greeting them, Qin Pingon noticed something strange. The ancestral master of Linen sect seemed to be very close to Cui Dongshan. It was as if they were close friends. Could it be that Cui Dongshan was not just fooling around on Mui Mountain? Otherwise, even if Cui Dongshan fought with Jing Guanqing, it would not have made a sovereign ancestor look at him in such a different light. The hemp school's cultivators were all cultivators who had carved out a bloody path from piles of bones. Even Du Wenxi, a seemingly gentle and refined gold core cultivator, had also been through many battles in the Ghost Valley. The ancestral master led the two of them to the house where Qin Pingon stayed. The hemp sect's cross-continent ferry that traveled between the Skeleton Beach and Old Dragon City would take about 10 days to return to the North Continent. Pang Lanxi and her great-grandfather Pang Shanling were already standing at the door. The young man smiled and waved at them. "Mr. Qin." Pang Lanxi whispered to Qin Xiaobei, "Mr. Qin, I've asked my great-grandfather for 2 more sets of goddess paintings for you." Qin Pingon asked softly, "What's the price?" Pang Lanxi smiled. "According to the market price." Pang Lanxi paused. "That's impossible. I'll give it to you for free." Qin Pingon smiled. "Immortal Master Pang really cares about you. But let's just go with the market price. Friendship is friendship, business is business." Pang Lanxi was a little disappointed. "It's only been a few days. Mr. Qin, why are you treating me like an outsider?" Qin Pingon lowered his voice and said, "It's not like I have to be courteous. If you're courteous, I'll be courteous too. After that, we don't have to be courteous anymore." Pang Lanxi was grinning from ear to ear. She had learned something new. Mr. Qin was really knowledgeable. The four of them sat down. Pang Lanqi was the youngest and had the lowest seniority. She stood behind her great-grandfather. Qin Pingon went straight to the point and talked about the Spring Dew Garden. The ancestral patriarch of hemp faction, Yan Su, immediately sent a message to a nascent soul cultivator on another mountain. His name was Wei Yusong. He was one generation younger than Yan Su, but he was not young. He was Pang Lanqi's martial brother. Wei Yusong was in charge of a faction's finances. Similar to Gao Song of the Spring Dew Garden, he was a skinny and short old man. When he saw Qin Pingon and Cui Dongshan, he was very polite. Ever since Zhu Quan completed the small transaction with Luopa Mountain's Oxhorn Mountain Ferry, the first thing he did was to find Wei Yusong to have a heart-to-heart talk. On the surface, it was because he was the sovereign and was concerned about Wei Yusong's cultivation matters, but in fact, it was to ask for credit. Wei Yusong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't say a single word of flattery, and as a result, Zhu Quan was extremely sullen. Wei Yusong had a good impression of the young man in green. Other than that, there was nothing else. However, when it came to Cui Daoyu, he admired the young man's looks. The reason was simple. After Cui Daoyu arrived at Muyi Mountain, he wandered around the mountain for 2 days. Then he went to the ancestral hall of Hemp Faction and gave them a stack of blueprints. He said that the protective formation of Muyi Mountain was too crude and that it would be a waste of the heroic spirit's combat power. After the meeting at Muyi Mountain's ancestral hall, they even invited a Mahist's machine master. He found out that the formation of Muyi Mountain was modified according to Cui Daoyu's blueprints. It only cost a little more than 1,000 grain rain coins, and it could increase the formation's power by 20%. That Mahis mechanical engineer was so ashamed that he wanted to crawl into a hole and hide his face. After carefully and conscientiously completing the inspection of the flaws in the formation, he almost resigned from his position. To be honest, not to mention the small cost of 1,000 grains of grain rain coins, even if he spent 10,000 grains of grain rain coins to increase the power of the defensive formation by only 10%, it would still be a good deal that was worthy of being told to his ancestors in front of everyone. Therefore, the old cultivators of the Hemp Faction's ancestral hall found Cui Dongshan pleasing to the eye. Especially when the young man in white left the blueprints and talked about some key matters in the ancestral hall, he swaggered away and continued to wander around Muyi Mountain, chatting with the fairy sisters. After that, Zhu Quan personally asked Cui Dongshan how the Hemp Faction should repay this favor. As long as Cui Dongshan asked, the Hemp Faction had to repay this favor even if they had to sell everything. Cui Dongshan did not stand on ceremony and asked for Du Wenxi and Pang Lanqi by name. After they reached the nascent soul stage, they would be the honorary machine masters of Luopa Mountain. They would only be honorary machine masters. Luopa Mountain would not ask them to do anything unless they were willing. Zhu Quan was a little puzzled at that time. That was it. Cui Dongshan asked in return. What else did he want? Zhu Quan's face was full of guilt at that time. He said something that poked at the heart and sighed, that Qin Pingon did not mention you as his student at all. It's really outrageous. His conscience was eaten by a dog. Next time he comes to the Skeleton Beach, I will help you scold him. Cui Dongshan was about to cry. He said pitifully, Sister Zhu, your conscience was eaten by a dog. Only then did Zhu Quan say something fair. Qin Pingon should be proud to have a student like you. Cui Dongshan returned the favor. Sister Zhu is such a good woman. It's intolerable that you don't have a Dao companion now. Therefore the two almost fought. When Zhu Quan went to Qinglu Town in the Ghost Valley, he was still angry. Wei Yusong was a smart man who was familiar with business. Otherwise, with Zhu Quan, this kind of unreliable sect leader, Yan Su, this kind of unreliable old grandmaster, no matter how few direct disciples the hemp sect had, their flesh would have long been cut off by the blunt knives of the capital, and the foundation of the sect would have been worn down to nothing. Every time Wei Yusong had a meeting in the ancestral hall, even if it was with Zhu Quan and his master Yan Su, he would never smile. He liked to bring the account books to the meeting. While flipping through the account books, he would say some harsh words. Over time, all the seniors in the ancestral hall would smile and pretend they did not hear him. It was fine after getting used to it. Wei Yusong felt that helping Spring Dew Garden to transport goods to Aquarius Continent was not a problem. But the matter of splitting the account books, he needed to grind it out. While Wei Yusong was calculating, Yan Su and Pang Shanling began to smile out of habit. Cui Dongshan felt that it was not his place to talk, so he winked at Pang Lanqi. Pang Lanqi was wary of this handsome peer. After all, she was still a teenager. She was worried that her childhood sweetheart would meet a peer who was better than her. It was inevitable that she would have some thoughts. Especially when Pang Lanqi went down the mountain to see her in the city of murals. She casually talked about the young man who came to the shop to buy the painting of the goddess. Although she said some strange words, Pang Lanqi's heart was in a mess. Pang Lanqi was worried to death recently. So she wanted to ask Mr. Chen for advice. Qin Pingon, the wild cultivator, and Wei Yusong, who was in charge of the hemp sect's finances, were bargaining. Even Qin Pingon was helpless. This Wei Yusong was too stingy. He did not even have the demeanor of an immortal master of the sect. Whenever there were some details that were difficult to talk about, Wei Yusong would bring out another old ancestor. Anyway, he would splash dirty water and speak with certainty. This old ancestor was old-fashioned and pedantic. How he haggled over every bit of money spent. Even if it was something that harmed the sect's interests, even if it was just a suspicion, this old ancestor would go to the ancestral hall to denounce him. He did not give anyone face. He, Wei Yusong, had the least status in the hemp sect. Whoever asked him for money would have a loud voice. If he did not give, they would fall out with him. All of them relied on their high cultivation or seniority. There were even some who were even more shameless. They relied on their low cultivation and seniority to cause trouble. Anyway, listening to Wei Yusong's complaints, it seemed that in the entire hemp sect, Wei Yusong was the worst. His words were the most useless. So Qin Pingon was at his wit's end. He gently placed his teacup down and coughed. Cui Dongshan, who was yawning, sat up straight and said, "Actually, there's still room for improvement regarding Muyi Mountain's defensive formation." Wei Yusong slammed the table. "We'll do as Child Qin says." "It's settled then?" Qin Pingon asked sincerely. "Will it make things difficult for the hemp sect?" Wei Yusong said righteously, "Are you kidding me? As long as it's about money, not even the heavens can control me, let alone faction leader Zhu." Qin Pingon pretended to be enlightened and nodded with a smile. Wei Yusong's smile did not falter. They were indeed kindred spirits. Wei Yusong left with Yan Su and Pang Shanling. Wei Yusong insisted on catching up with Cui Dongshan, so Cui Dongshan had no choice but to follow. Only Qin Pingon and Pang Lanqi were left. After Pang Lanqi sat down, she asked softly, "Mr. Qin, is this elder Cui really your student?" Qin Pingon nodded. "I don't think so. That's normal." Pang Lanqi wanted to say something but stopped herself. Qin Pingon smiled. "If it's hard for you to ask for help, then," Qin Pingon did not say anything else. He raised his hands and made a gesture. Pang Lanqi understood immediately. It was the portrait of the goddess. Pang Lanqi quickly left with the wind and returned to her house. She placed the 2 wooden boxes on the table. Other than that, there was also a letter from Cloud City. The recipient was Pang Lanqi, and it was addressed to Qin Shalang. Qin Pingon put the letter into his sleeve and said with a smile, "Now do you have the confidence to speak?" Pang Lanqi said softly, "Mr. Qin, I'm a little worried." Qin Pingon understood. Pang Lanqi was a young man who did not have to worry about cultivation. The young men on the mountain were worried about something other than cultivation. They were worried about the survival of their faction. The hemp sect, on the other hand, did not have to worry about it. Or rather, it was always full of hidden dangers. All the cultivators had gotten used to it. Qin Pingon smiled. "Tell me about it first. I'll analyze it for you." Pang Lanqi told him about it. It was not a big deal. It was just that a young man's emotions would sometimes run wild. It was not just young girls who would run wild. Qin Pingon thought about it and held back his laughter. "Don't worry. The girl you like won't change her mind and fall in love with Cui Dongshan. Besides, Cui Dongshan won't like the girl you like." Pang Lanqi's face turned red. "Mr. Qin, I'm going to get angry. What do you mean by Cui Dongshan won't like her? Why is Mr. Qin so bad with words? He wasn't like this before." Qin Pingon could not help but laugh. Pang Lanqi scratched her head and blushed. The knot in her heart was gone. Not only that, the young man was still angry. He felt that he had to work hard on his cultivation. He had to let the girl know that she liked him. She was right about him and she would never regret it. Qin Pingon said, The girl likes you not because you are a cultivation genius, but if you can prove that you are, then the girl will be happy for you. She will be happy for you and she will be happy for you too. Pang Lanqi asked softly, is that so? Qin Pingon nodded. Yes. I'm very sure about that. Pang Lanqi leaned on the table staring blankly. Qin Pingon opened the wooden box and took out the painting of the goddess. He placed it on the table and looked at it. It was indeed Pang Shanling's masterpiece. Pang Lanqi suddenly asked, Mr. Qin, there must be a lot of girls who like you, right? Qin Pingon put away the painting of the goddess and shook his head. No. Pang Lanqi shook her head. I don't believe you. Qin Pingon opened Su Xingjiu's letter. It was brief and concise. She told him about the recent situation in Yunzhuang City and that everything was ready. Once Mr. Lu succeeded in his sword-seeking art, he would pay a visit to Taihui Sword Faction. This time he would go to Taihui Sword Faction in the north and Skeletal Beach in the south. Qin Pingon read the letter and said, I have a friend who wrote this letter. Su Xingjiu from Yunzhuang City. He might come here to travel in the future. If you are free, please help me entertain him. If you are busy, you don't have to be distracted. I'm not being courteous. If he is not my friend, he will be your friend. So don't force it. Pang Lanqi nodded and said, all right. I will send a letter to Yunzhuang City and make an appointment first. We will decide if we can be friends or not when we meet. Mr. Chen's friend was definitely worth befriending. Just like when Mr. Chen and Xixiang Wei talked about Spring Dew Nursery, Pang Lanqi knew about their attitude towards Spring Dew Nursery. They did not look down on Spring Dew Nursery, but they were definitely not friends. They were just doing business. After all, Spring Dew Nursery's smell of money was a little heavy, and Hanzhuang cultivators did not like it. That was why Spring Dew Nursery had been trying to show their respect to Wei Yusong all these years, but they did not dare to overdo it. Moreover, Song Lanqiao, who was in charge of Spring Dew Nursery's ferry, did not know how to talk to Wei Yusong. After all, Wei Yusong's status in Hanzhuang faction was very high, and he was known for being difficult to talk to. However, when Mr. Qin asked the three factions to do business across continents, Pang Lanqi realized that Xixiang Wei had no intention of rejecting the idea. Pang Lanqi felt that she needed to learn from Mr. Qin. There was a lot to learn in dealing with people. In the end, Qin Pingon said, do you know that when you're worried about Cui Dongshan, the girl you like is the happiest? That's why she smiles more than usual. You have to think about this carefully. She can feel your anxiety. Pang Lanqi's smile brightened. Qin Pingon laughed and said, what are you still standing there for? You're abusing your position for personal gain. Go down the mountain and see her. Pang Lanqi stood up. I should have asked for another set of the goddess painting for Mr. Qin. The young man left. Qin Pingon sat alone. After a long time, Cui Dongshan walked into the yard, swinging his sleeves. He saw a green brick on the table in front of Mr. Qin. Cui Dongshan was a little flustered and immediately stopped in his tracks. Teacher, I didn't know that Pei Qian was practicing martial arts. It was Zhu Lian Jing Dafeng and Wei Ba who didn't report it and kept it from you. It has nothing to do with me. Qin Pingon said snappily, it has nothing to do with this. Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. I won't find trouble with you. Cui Dongshan smiled. Mr. Qin, if you want to teach them a lesson, I can help you. Qin Pingon did not pay attention to this. He pointed to the green brick of the Taoist temple that had not been completely refined in the mountain temple and said, I have collected a total of 36 of these green bricks. I plan to lay them on the ground at Luopa Mountain in the future for 6 people to practice boxing. Mi Pei Qian Zhu Lian Jing Dafeng Lu Baixiang and Xin Yuanji. Cui Dongshan looked as if he had lost his parents. He stretched out his right hand and one finger of his left hand. He wailed, Teacher, what about me? I'm your favorite disciple. Qin Pingon said helplessly, I'll give you my share. Cui Dongshan stretched out 2 fingers and rubbed the corners of his eyes. Tears of sadness turned into tears of joy. Mr. Qin is really a genius. Qin Pingon looked at him sideways. Cui Dongshan sat down obediently. Qin Pingon pushed the green brick over. Your handwriting is good. I just thought of this and wanted you to write some pleasing words and engrave them on the back of the green brick. When the time comes, we'll secretly lay the green brick and not let anyone see it. Maybe one day someone will accidentally see it and it will be a small accident. It's not a big deal. I just think it's fun. Cui Dongshan sat cross-legged on the stone bench like a chicken pecking rice. He leaned forward on the table and pressed his hands on the green bricks. He said softly, "Mister, let's think about it carefully. These 36 sentences must be written in a way that will shock the heavens and make the gods weep." Qin Pingon asked, "Do you think we can secretly write a sentence for everyone in Luopa Mountain and engrave it? As for the rest, you can use the words of the sages in the books as you wish." Cui Dongshan said excitedly, "I'm good." Qin Pingon said, "Annoyed?" Cui Dongshan said resentfully, "Mr. Chen's jokes are so brilliant." Qin Pingon rubbed his chin. "This Luopa Mountain's feng shui was led astray by you." Cui Dongshan raised his hands and imitated the eldest senior sister. "I swear to the heavens." The two of them took the cross-continent ferry of the Linen sect and began to return home. Qin Pingon took the initiative to find Cui Dongshan next door and asked him a question. "The Confucian sages are so knowledgeable. Why don't they talk about self-cultivation, learning, and doing good in detail? At least within the Confucian school, everyone has their own words. There are different opinions. It's not quarreling, it's better than quarreling." For the first time, Cui Dongshan did not flatter. Instead, he asked seriously, "Do you feel that many studies are complicated and empty, making people at a loss?" Qin Pingon thought for a moment and nodded. Cui Dongshan shook his head. "Some studies should be higher. The reason why people are different from plants, birds, and beasts, different from all other sentient beings, is because of these studies hanging above their heads. Knowledge that can be used as soon as it is presented must be present. It must be explained clearly, and in a well-behaved manner. But if there is no study at a high place, people will be fascinated and want to take a look even if they don't mind working hard, then it's wrong." Qin Pingon was silent for a long time before finally nodding. "That makes sense." Cui Dongshan said slowly, "Let's go back to Mr. Chen's first question." Qin Pingon said, "No hurry. Let me think about it. Shall we play chess?" Cui Dongshan smiled. "Mr. Chen's chess skills have returned to the origin and reached the clouds. Do you still need a rotten chess player like me to teach you? I'm ashamed, terrified." As he spoke, he took out a chess jar and a chessboard. Qin Pingon said with a straight face, "In the future, speak less in Luopa Mountain." Cui Dongshan raised his sleeve and picked up a chess piece. He hung it in the air and smiled. "If Mr. Qin doesn't speak, how would this disciple dare to speak?" Qin Pingon also picked up a chess piece. When Cui Dongshan sat in front of the chessboard, his entire aura changed. He said indifferently, "If this student is so bold, I'll give Mr. Qin 12 pieces." Qin Pingon looked at the serious Cui Dongshan and silently put the chess piece back into the jar. He got up and left. 566. The cross-continent ferries of the Linen sect were pulled by mighty heroic spirits. They ran through the sea of clouds as fast as lightning. The ferry slowly docked at the crossing of Oxhorn Mountain. The body of the boat shook slightly. Qin Pingon and Cui Dongshan walked down the ferry. Wei Pai had been waiting for a long time. Zhou Xian was now far away in Old Dragon City. Zheng Dafeng said he sprained his ankle and would be bedridden for at least half a year. He asked Sun Yuanji to help guard the mountain gate. Qin Pingon smiled. "Send us to the foot of Luopa Mountain." Wei Pai felt relieved. He nodded. The three of them disappeared into thin air and appeared at the mountain gate. Sun Yuanji saw the three of them and was about to stand up. She saw that the three of them had already started to climb the mountain. The young mountain master nodded at her and gestured for her to continue practicing. Sun Yuanji was not good at empty pleasantries. Her impression of the young mountain master was also very average. She sat back down on the bench and closed her eyes. She continued to control a breath of pure vital energy to move through her bones. Wei Pai asked, "You know everything?" Qin Pingon nodded. Senior Cui left a will in the bamboo house of Luopa Mountain. It was not on the second floor but on the desk on the first floor. On the envelope was written, "Unseal the warm tree." According to the old man's will, there was no need to bury him after death. His ashes could be scattered anywhere in lotus root blessed land. This matter could not be delayed. Other than that, there was no need to care about the wishes of the Cui ancestral hall. It was written in the letter that anyone who dared to climb Luopa Mountain would be beaten back with one punch. Wei Pai explained, "Pei Qian has been staying there. He said he would wait until Master returned to the mountain to say goodbye to her. Zhou also went to Lotus Root Blessed Land to accompany Pei Qian. Qin Lingjun left Luopa Mountain and went to Dragon Riding Alley to help Ro manage the shop business. So now only Qin Rushu is left on Luopa Mountain. But she should have gone to the county town to buy sundries. Then there are the two disciples that Lu Baixiang accepted, the Yuan Bao and Yuan Lai siblings. Qin Pingon said, "Congratulations on breaking through." Wei Pai said in a self-deprecating manner, "The Dali Imperial Court is starting to make some small moves. Their reasons are all so high-sounding that even I think they make sense." Qin Pingon laughed. Regarding the matter of Jin Qing, the traces of Mount Bai Yunshan's intentions are too obvious. The two great mountains are of the same breath and branch. Even if Emperor Dali knows that you don't have too many selfish motives, there will still be grudges in his heart. Wei Pai said, "It can't be helped. Jin Qing is more pleasing to the eye. If it were another mountain god in the middle peak, the days of the North Peak would only be more uncomfortable. The mountain lords of the 5 peaks of the past dynasties, whether they were dynasties or vassals, were all forced to be at loggerheads with each other. After weighing the pros and cons, the Pailuan mountain had no choice but to do so. He might as well be a little more straightforward. Since things had already come to this, the Song Emperor had no choice but to admit it. Jin Qing is even more of a scoundrel than I am. In front of His Majesty the Emperor, he kept saying that Mount Biyun is good and Lord Wei Shan is good." Qin Pingon said, "Sure enough, those who can become mountain lords are not easy to deal with." When they arrived at the bamboo house of Luopa Mountain, Qin Pingon said softly, "I didn't expect to return to the Nanyuan kingdom so soon." Cui Dongshan suddenly said, "I've already been there. I'll just stay here and look after the house." Wei Pai took out the tongue leaf umbrella that he had temporarily kept for safekeeping. After all, this item was of great importance. Wei Pai gently opened the small tongue leaf umbrella and said, "Now that the Blessed Land has just been promoted to a medium-level Blessed Land, it's not suitable for me to frequently go in and out of the Lotus Root Blessed Land. I'll send you to the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom." Qin Pingon smiled and nodded, "Thank you." Qin Pingon's figure flashed and disappeared. Wei Pai sighed softly. Cui Dongshan was already standing in the corridor of the 2nd floor, leaning against the railing. With his back to the door, he looked into the distance. Wei Pai closed the tongue leaf umbrella and sat at the stone table. Cui Dongshan suddenly said, "Wei Pai, you don't have to worry." Wei Pai shook his head, "I'm not worried." Then Wei Pai asked, "When will you leave the Luopa Mountain?" Cui Dongshan thought for a moment. "When Mr. and Pei Qian return to the Luopa Mountain, I'll leave soon. I've already accumulated a lot of debts. That old bastard is the most vengeful." The two sides were not on the same side. In fact, there was nothing to talk about. They both fell silent. Wei Pai asked, "Senior Cui, are you so worried about Qin Pingon? If you don't see him for the last time, you would scatter his ashes in the Lotus Root Blessed Land. You don't want to be buried in the Luopa Mountain." Cui Dongshan replied, "Because my grandfather has the highest expectations for Mr. My grandfather hopes that Mr. will worry about him as little as possible, so that when he fights in the future, it won't be pure enough." On a familiar street in the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom, Qin Pingon walked slowly with a bamboo box on his back and a walking stick in his hand. He turned into an alley and stopped at the door of a small house. He looked at the Spring Festival couplets and gently knocked on the door. It was Pei Qian who opened the door. Zhou was sitting on a small stool carrying a green bamboo stick. Pei Qian stood in place, raised her head and frowned hard. Qin Pingon rubbed her little head. "Master knows. Don't think too much. You didn't do anything wrong." Pei Qian clenched her fists, lowered her head and trembled. Qin Pingon gently pressed her little head and whispered, "You're so sad. Why don't you cry? After you practice boxing, Pei Qian is no longer Master's first disciple?" Qin Pingon squatted down. Pei Qian hugged him and sobbed. She didn't cry loudly, so it was more heart-wrenching. Zhou also cried with her. When Pei Qian cries until she is no longer angry, Qin Pingon pats her head. He stands up and takes down the bamboo box. Pei Qian wipes her face and quickly takes over the bamboo box. Zhou runs over and takes over the mountain staff. Qin Pingon looked around. It was still the same as before. It seemed that nothing had changed. Zhou Mili held 2 walking sticks of different lengths and then put her bamboo chair at Qin Pingan's feet. You seem to be a little taller. Qin Pingan also rubbed the black-clothed girl's head. He sat on the bamboo chair and was silent for a long time. Then he smiled and said, "After I meet Chao Qinglang, Mr. Zhong and some other people, we will go back to Luopa Mountain together." Pei Qian's eyes were red and swollen. She sat beside Qin Pingan and gently pulled Qin Pingan's sleeve. Qin Pingan whispered, "Tell Master about your trip with Senior Cui." Pei Qian nodded and began to talk about his travels in detail. He talked for a long time. Qin Pingan listened attentively. Someone gently pushed the door and saw the young man in a green robe. The young man in a white robe Chao Qinglang called softly, "Mr. Qin." Qin Pingan reached out and held Pei Qian's hand. They stood up together and said with a smile, "Qinglang, I can see that you are a scholar now." Chao Qinglang bowed with hands folded. Qin Pingan was a little speechless. He was really a scholar. Pei Qian stood on tiptoe. Qin Pingan leaned sideways and lowered his head. She reached out to cover her mouth and whispered, "Master, Chao Qinglang secretly became a cultivator. Does that count as not doing a proper job? My spring festival couplets are far worse than yours, right?" Qin Pingan hit her with a chestnut. Pei Qian showed signs of breaking the dam again. Zhou Mili, who was holding the 2 walking sticks in her arms, sucked in a cold breath. He was so fierce. He had never hit her like this before when they were traveling Jianghu together. Zhou Mili frowned and tilted her head, thinking hard. Was Pei Qian a disciple picked up by the roadside? Was she not a princess living among the common people? Qin Pingan reached out his thumb and gently rubbed the spot where the chestnut landed on Pei Qian's forehead. Then he asked Chao Qinglang to sit down. Chao Qinglang moved a small stool and sat beside Qin Pingan. Pei Qian carried a small bamboo chair and sat between the two of them. Zhou Mili stood behind Pei Qian. Qin Pingan asked, "Qinglang, how have you been these years?" Chao Qinglang smiled and nodded. "Very good. Mr. Zhong is my tutor. After Mr. Lu came to our Nanyuan kingdom, he often came to me and gave me a lot of books." Then Chao Qinglang asked, "Mr. Qin, have you heard of the poem, 'Iron flowers embroidered on the cliff, killing intense silence the frogs'?" Qin Pingan nodded and said the name of the poet and the title of the poem. Then he asked, "Why do you ask?" Pei Qian originally wanted to scold Chao Qinglang for being shameless, but now she crossed her arms and looked at Chao Qinglang from the corner of her eyes. Chao Qinglang pointed at Pei Qian. "Mr. Qin, I learned it from her." Pei Qian said angrily, "Chao Qinglang, do you believe that I can punch your brains out?" Chao Qinglang nodded. "Of course." Pei Qian was so angry that her teeth itched. Qin Pingan said, "Take me to Mr. Zhong later. I have something to discuss with him." Chao Qinglang nodded. Qin Pingan smiled. "Mr. Zhong is already on his way. He'll be here soon. Just wait." Then Qin Pingan said to Pei Qian, "Did you forget to copy books every day?" Pei Qian shook her head. Qin Pingan reached out his hand. "Let me see." Pei Qian immediately ran to the house and brought back a large stack of papers. Qin Pingan flipped through them one by one. After reading them carefully, he returned them to Pei Qian and nodded. "I didn't slack off." Pei Qian grinned. Qin Pingan helped her wipe away her tears. Then Qin Pingan stood up. "You stay here. I have something to discuss with Mr. Zhong." After Qin Pingan left, Pei Qian put the papers back into the house. She sat back on the bamboo chair and rested her cheeks on her hands. At the corner of the street, Qin Pingan happened to meet Zhong Qiu. They hadn't seen each other for many years. Mr. Zhong's hair was even whiter. The two walked together on the street where they used to fight side by side. Both of them were filled with emotions. Zhu Xian wrote about the current situation of Lotus Root Blessed Land. Li Lu mentioned it and Cui Dongshan described it in detail later. Qin Pingan already knew it by heart. Nanyuan Kingdom, Songlai Kingdom, Beijing Kingdom and the frontier grassland. The territory looked the same, but it belonged to the category of the mountains and rivers changed. Only Nanyuan Kingdom, which was given to Qin Pingan, had a complete soul. Besides, all sentient beings, grass, trees, mountains and rivers had not faded. They had not become the people of white paper blessed land. According to Li Lu, the sentient beings of the other 3 places had lost their meaning. Therefore, Zhu Xian said that they were 3 fine brushwork paintings. However, people like Lu Tai Yuzhini and the young man from a scholarly family in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom had all disappeared into thin air in this blessed land. If other blessed lands were cut off, the imperial tutor of Nanyuan Kingdom and Xianxia would also disappear into thin air. There were very few special cases that were favored by the old Daoist in the temple. This was truly a change of heaven and earth. Taoism reached the sky. Xianxia went straight to the point. His Majesty already has the heart of Taoism, but he hopes to see Nanyuan Kingdom unify the world before leaving Lotus Root Blessed Land. Qin Pingon asked, "What do you think, Mr. Zhong?" He had met the Emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom in a nearby restaurant. At that banquet in the restaurant, there were a total of 6 people excluding Qin Pingon. Huang Ting was among them at that time. She changed from Fan Wan'er and Tong Qingqing to Taiping Mountain's female Taoist nun Huang Ting after one look in the mirror. She was so blessed that even He Xiaoyang was her junior. She was a talented female cultivator from Tongye continent. Qin Pingon had previously traveled to the North Continent and did not have the opportunity to see this female Taoist nun who was slightly inferior to Qi Jinglong in a life-and-death battle on Zhuli Mountain. However, according to Qi Jinglong, the combat power of both sides was actually equal. It was just that Huang Ting was a woman after all. At the end of the battle, both sides no longer had the intention to fight to the death. In order to maintain the integrity of the Taoist robe on her, she lost by a little and stood up from Zhuli Mountain later than Qi Jinglong. At that time in the restaurant, other than the Emperor Wei Liang who was in his prime, there was also the Empress Zhou Xian, the Crown Prince Wei Yan, the ambitious second Prince Wei Yun, and the youngest Princess Wei Zhen. Qin Pingon's memory was extremely good. At that banquet everyone had their own thoughts. Not only did he remember everyone's appearance, demeanor and words, but he also remembered what everyone drank and ate. Qin Pingon remembered everything clearly. The old monk from the temple of Xianxiang not far from the alley, the food at the Baihe Temple night market, the official's library, and the story of the poor scholar and the woman playing the pipa in Zhuyan Alley were still vivid in his mind and he missed them. Xianxia was silent for a moment and his expression dimmed. "I'm a little disheartened." He tirelessly pursued self-cultivation, family governance and peace. It seemed that after the truth was revealed he realized that no matter what he did, it was just a matter of someone stretching out a hand. Xianxia was a little tired. He even wondered if he was really wrong and Yuzhini was right. Qin Pingon said slowly, "In the future in this world, cultivators, spirits of the mountains and lakes, gods of the mountains and rivers, demons and monsters will emerge like bamboo shoots after the rain. Mr. Zhong, you shouldn't be disheartened. Although I'm the nominal owner of this blessed land, I won't interfere with the development of the human world. This blessed land wasn't Qin Pingon's farmland in the past, and it won't be my vegetable garden in the future. If someone is lucky enough to go up the mountain to cultivate, then he can do so in peace. I won't stop him. However, the matters of the human world below the mountain should be settled by the people themselves. Whether it's war, peace, or the unification of the world, emperors, generals and ministers, everyone should rely on their own abilities. The civil and military officials in the imperial court should rely on their conscience. Besides, the matter of the incense gods has to be done according to the rules. Otherwise, the entire world will only accumulate more and more corruption and become a mess. Everywhere will be neither human nor ghost, neither immortal nor immortal." Xianxia smiled and asked, "You want to see the great Tao through the world?" Qin Pingon was stunned. "I didn't deliberately think about it, but since Mr. Zhong said so, it seems like it." Xianxia asked, "What's the situation like in the vast world outside?" Qin Pingon thought for a while and answered, "The human heart is still the human heart. However, compared to Nanyuan country, my hometown is a boundless world with all kinds of strange things. Moreover, there's always a sky beyond the sky. There's more than one world. Mr. Zhong, you should go out and take a look. It doesn't matter if you're a little late." Xianxia nodded and said, "Before I came to see you, His Majesty had officially abdicated. The first prince, Wei Yan, has taken over the throne. As for the second prince, Wei Yun, he has been detained by the late emperor. I've also just resigned from my position as imperial tutor. However, I won't leave immediately. I plan to explore this small world first. Qin Pingon, I hope you can keep your promise. Don't treat the people of this world as puppets and playthings. Don't treat them as goods that can be casually bought and sold. However, I, Xianxia, I'm not a pedantic scholar who doesn't know how to be flexible. I won't be benevolent. As long as I agree with the rules that you, Qin Pingon, set in the end, I'll do everything within the rules. Even if I can't bear it, I won't say anything. Qin Pingon smiled and said, actually, there's another way that can make Mr. Zhong feel more assured. Xianxia asked, you want me to be a guest? Qin Pingon walked slowly with his hands in his sleeves. He did not deny it at all. Mr. Zhong, you're a genius among the scholars and martial grandmasters. How can I miss this opportunity? No matter what, I have to try. Xianxia smiled and said, don't you already have Zhou Xian by your side? To be honest, among the few people that I admire the most in my life, Zhou Xian, the aristocratic family's son who turned the tide, is one. Zhou Xian, the martial madman with pure fist techniques, is also another. When I saw Zhou Xian, a living person at such a close distance, it was as if I saw someone walk out of the pages of a book. It made me feel even more absurd. Qin Pingon said, Mr. Zhong, you can just be a nominal member of the ancestral hall of Luopa Mountain. It won't affect your future travels. You won't be restrained at all. Xianxia was puzzled. Luopa Mountain? Qin Pingon nodded. Xianxia said, that's a good name. Then I'll be a nominal member of this mountain. Qin Pingon looked lonely. There was once someone who scolded him when he punched. He was so young and lifeless, like a lonely ghost. He deserved to be the leader of Luopa Mountain. After meeting the late emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom, Qin Pingon took Pei Qian and Zhou Mili to bid farewell to Chao Qinglang and left Lotus Root Blessed Land together. Qin Pingon still looked as usual. He lived on the first floor and practiced his fist techniques in the open space outside the door. He still walked and cultivated behind closed doors. He only occasionally went to the second floor to stand in the corridor and look into the distance. In the middle of the night, Pei Qian sat alone on the top of the stairs. Cui Dongshan climbed up the mountain slowly and sat beside her. Pei Qian stared hard at the big white goose. After a while she asked softly, Grandpa Cui is gone. Aren't you sad? Cui Dongshan smiled and said, you can only see my state of mind if I want you to see it. If I don't want you to see it, then you won't be able to see it in your life. Pei Qian hit her palm with her fist and said with annoyance, my cultivation is still not high. Cui Dongshan shook his head and said, regarding this matter, leaving some ancient gods aside, if I claim to be second, no one dares to claim to be first. Pei Qian said, oh. The big white goose beside her was indeed very powerful. Cui Dongshan smiled and said slowly, when you are young and inexperienced, you will often cry loudly when your elders leave. The sadness and hurt your lungs are all on your face and in your tears. Look at those young people with tears and snot. Most of their fathers and elders are taciturn. During the funeral they will welcome and send people off. They can even talk and laugh with others. This is life. Maybe it is the same person, but there are two kinds of sadness in two different paths of life. You don't understand now because you haven't really grown up. Pei Qian said, I don't understand these things. Maybe I won't understand in the future. I don't want to understand either. In Nanyuan Kingdom, which she didn't think of as her hometown, when her parents left one after another, she didn't feel too sad. It was as if they just left one step ahead and she would follow them soon. She might starve to death, freeze to death, or be beaten to death. But so what if she followed them? Wasn't she still despised and regarded as a burden by them? So after Pei Qian left Lotus Flower Blessed Land, even if she wanted to be sad, she couldn't pretend in front of her master. But Grandpa Cui was different. He was the only elder Pei Qian really recognized besides her master. She was beaten again and again until she wanted to die. At first she dared to shout that if she didn't practice martial arts she would be beaten even harder. She said so many words that hurt her more than her injuries. But now Pei Qian knew what was good and what was bad. She didn't even need to peek at people's hearts with her eyes. Cui Dongshan looked up at the night sky. The Mid-Autumn Festival was coming and the moon was full. Cui Dongshan said softly, so master doesn't want you to grow up. Don't be too anxious. When you grow up you will want to take on something. When that time comes your master won't be able to stop you, nor will he stop you. Do you still remember the time when your master left the academy of the Great Sui Kingdom? Pei Qian nodded hard and a smile finally appeared on her dark face. She said loudly, of course I'm very happy and Sister Baoping is even happier. Cui Dongshan smiled and answered his own question. Why do all of us have to work together and make such a big scene? Because Master knows that the next time we meet, he may never see the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket in his memory. Her cheeks were red, she was small, her eyes were round, and her voice was crisp. She carried a small bookcase of just the right size and called him Little Uncle. Relying only on his eyes, he is destined to never see her again. So he only keeps it in his heart. This is the unspeakable regret of adults. He can only keep it with him and hide it. Cui Dongshan pointed to his heart and then gently waved his sleeve, as if he wanted to drive away some of his worries. The real sorrow was only in the silent place. These annoying things are supposed to be figured out by yourself when you grow up, but I still want you to listen to it. At least you know that there is such a thing. My grandpa left just like that. Master is no less sad than me. But Master won't let others know how sad he is. Have you ever thought about one thing? Why does your master like to collect the used pens, the worn straw sandals, and the bottles and jars that are worthless one by one? It is because he is used to parting with death since he was young. He has always watched others leave. He can't make many people and things stay, so he will try his best to keep them. In fact, it is not only Master. All of us will experience all kinds of parting. Many people are like this, but it is often the past. It is far from being as attentive as Master. He will close the door for a long time and carefully hide it well, unknown to others. Pei Qian turned his head and said worriedly, "Then what should Master do?" Cui Dongshan smiled. "Didn't I just say that Master is used to it?" Pei Qian stood up. "This is not good. This is not right." Cui Dongshan was silent and fell back. Pei Qian ran down the mountain and went to the bamboo house. He found his master sitting alone at the stone table. There were 2 pots of wine on the table, still stained with some mud, but his master did not drink. His master straightened his back, clenched his fists, and gently placed them on his knees. No one knew what he was thinking. Pei Qian stood where he was and shouted, "Master, don't be sad." Qin Pingon turned his head and smiled. "Okay." Pei Qian looked at his master like this. Just like how his master looked at Alliance under the bamboo hat when he was young. Qin Pingon stood up, moved 2 small bamboo chairs and sat down with Pei Qian. Qin Pingon said softly, "Pei Qian, I will be leaving my hometown soon. You must take good care of yourself." Pei Qian nodded. "Master must take good care of himself too." Qin Pingon smiled. "I am not bragging, but the ability to take good care of yourself is rare in the world." Pei Qian lifted the small bamboo chair under his butt with both hands and moved closer to his master. The adult and the child looked into the distance together. On this day Qin Pingon reached the Golden Body Realm. His disciple Pei Qian was about to become the strongest 4th realm in the world. The sitting posture, expression and gaze of the master and disciple were exactly the same. 567. Cui Dongshan came over and sat down. There were 3 people at the table: master, disciple and student. Cui Dongshan bent over and took the pot of immortal wine buried behind the bamboo building. Qin Pingon also picked up the wine in front of him and the 2 drank it in one gulp. Qin Pingon wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand and asked, "When are you leaving?" Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "Actually, I have never left. Wherever you go I will follow you." In the deep night, the youth's smile was as bright as the sun. Qin Pingon turned to look at Pei Qian. "Don't speak like him in the future." Pei Qian was confused and shook her head vigorously. "Master, I've never learned it before." Cui Dongshan gave her a thumbs up. Pei Qian crossed her arms and tried her best to show the bearing of a senior sister. Qin Pingon said, "You have to take care of Qin Rushu. Guarding against thieves for 1,000 days is the most tiring." There was still some distance between Luopa Mountain and Longquan County City. Although the little girl in the pink dress already had the sword talisman made by the Longquan sword sect and could control the wind without fear, Qin Rushu liked to shop around and was very meticulous. Some items could not be bought immediately in the county city. It might take a day or 2. Therefore she used her own private money to buy a house in the county city. The county governor's office helped to set up a bridge and used a very good price to buy a place with good feng shui. The neighbors were all wealthy families in the capital of Dali. At that time, the person who handled it was only a secretary whose reputation was not obvious. He was the assistant official of the old governor, Wu Yuan. Now he was the parent official of Longquan County. As it turned out, he was a disciple of a great family in the capital who had hidden his strength well. Just like today, Qin Rushu settled down in the county city and rested. She would only return to Luopa Mountain after preparing the goods tomorrow. Usually, in this kind of situation before leaving Luopa Mountain, Qin Rushu would first hand a bunch of keys to Zhou Mili or Tsinyuanji. Cui Dongshan said, "Teacher, don't worry about me. Great Li's spies and men of sacrifice were best at enduring hardships." Wei Pai had secretly asked the mountain deity in the northernmost region to keep an eye on the county city. What's more, the Daoist robe that Nuanshu is wearing is a camouflage spell that I've kept for a long time. Even if the Dali men of sacrifice and the mountain deity can't stop it in time, Nuanshu can still withstand 1 or 2 attacks from a nascent soul realm sword cultivator with the Daoist robe. After the attack, Wei Pai should know that it'll be difficult for him to kill himself. Qin Pingon said with a smile, "Does this count as using public office for private gain?" The stability of some people in Luopa Mountain inevitably required the efforts of others. Qin Pingon, Cui Dongshan, and Wei Pai would need to carefully plan and set up a trap for the girl in pink to go out without any worries. But on the other hand, he and Cui Dongshan were traveling separately. No matter what treacherous clouds and treacherous battles they experienced outside, they could feel at ease at the thought of Luopa Mountain. This was all thanks to Qin Rushu, the little housekeeper. There was a period of time when Qin Pingon would be entangled with this plan of his. He felt that he was an accountant who weighed the pros and cons, calculated the gains and losses, and was not even willing to let go of the flow of people's hearts. But now that he looked back, it was nothing more than him worrying over nothing. This kind of scheme that did not only revolve around money had its merits but also its merits. There was nothing to hide and there was no need to reject it in the depths of his heart. In short, Qin Pingon would never allow himself to feel regret because he did not think of it, and did not think of it more. When the time came, what would be the benefit of taking action angrily after the matter, the anger of an ignorant man and the splashing of blood? Could there be little or no regret? Right now, Luopa Mountain under his feet was Qin Pingon's duty. In the future, the blessed land of lotus roots under his nose would also be the same. He had to have a conscience first, then he would earn money. Money still had to be earned. After all, money was the courage of heroes and the ladder of cultivation. It was just that the order could not be wrong. Cui Dongshan said, "Let's not talk about you eldest senior sister Zhu Lian, Lu Baixiang and Wei Xian. Just based on the fact that Luopa Mountain has brought so much extra martial fate to the Dali dynasty, it would not be too much even if I asked for a nascent soul guardian to guard Longquan County City all year round. The old bastard would not even let out half a fart. Taking 10,000 steps back, how can there be such a good thing in the world as long as the horse can run and not be fed? I've worked so hard to guard the south, every day covered in dust, managing such a huge mess, helping the old bastard stabilize 7 or 8 battlefronts both in the open and in the dark. Even blood brothers have to settle accounts clearly. I'm already being kind by not asking the old bastard for a salary." Qin Pingon said nothing. Cui Dongshan and the old imperial tutor would not get involved in Cui Dong's family matters. Only now did Pei Qian know that there were so many twists and turns on Nuanshu's side. He was immediately worried and asked, "Why don't I accompany Nuanshu to go shopping in the future?" Cui Dongshan said with a smile, "You're just a 4th realm martial artist, are you going to send yourself to death when you go out?" Pei Qian sighed and knocked his head on the table. He did not raise his head and said in a muffled voice, "What can I do? My martial arts training is too slow. Grandpa Cui said that I'm a turtle crawling and an ant moving house. How infuriating." Qin Pingon's expression was strange. Cui Dongshan said something that made things worse. "You're already worried about this? From now on, eldest senior sister's 5th realm and 6th realm martial artist progress will be even slower. Especially the matter of martial courage, it needs to be considered in the long run. It really can't be fast." Pei Qian raised his head and said angrily, "Big white goose, aren't you annoying? Can't you say something nice?" Cui Dongshan asked, "Can nice words be eaten?" Pei Qian said righteously, "Of course. When I eat with Meili, I can eat an extra bowl every time. When I see you, I don't even want to eat." Qin Pingon comforted, "Don't be anxious. It's useless. Don't be anxious." Pei Qian immediately said loudly, "Master is wise." Cui Dongshan turned to look at Qin Pingon. "Teacher, how is it?" The feng shui of our Luopa mountain has nothing to do with students, right? Qin Pingon turned a deaf ear and changed the topic. I've already talked with the former emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom, Wei Liang. But the new emperor Wei Yan has great ambitions, so I might need you to say hello to Wei Xian. Wei Xian was the founding emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom, and also the first emperor in the history of Lotus Blossom Blessed Land to visit the mountain on a large scale. Cui Dongshan said with a smile. Wei Xian is the lucky one who was brought out of Lotus Blossom Blessed Land by teacher. Wei Xian has no reason to refuse teacher's words. Qin Pingon shook his head. Luopa mountain within the rules, must give everyone room and freedom to follow their heart. It's not that I, Qin Pingon, want to be a moral saint and only want to have a clear conscience. But if this continues for a long time, people will not be able to stay. Today I can't keep Lu Baixiang, tomorrow I can't keep Wei Xian, and the day after tomorrow I can't keep Master Zhong. Cui Dongshan nodded. Teacher is wise. Pei Qian said angrily, hurry up and change your words, don't steal my words. Cui Dongshan shook his head and shook his two big sleeves. Hee, I won't. Come and hit me, if I dodge I'll have the same surname as that old bastard. Pei Qian held her head with both hands, her head hurt. Fortunately, her master was beside her, or she would have already punched. She didn't expect her master to remind her with a smile. He asked you to hit him, why don't you agree? In Jianghu it's a good habit to grant all requests. Pei Qian's eyes shone. Cui Dongshan raised an arm and waved two fingers in front of him. Eldest senior sister, I know immortal spells. Once a person is full of food and drink, once I use the immobilization spell on him, TSK, the outcome is really unimaginable. It's beautiful. Pei Qian said seriously, Master, I think it's better for fellow disciples to be more harmonious. Harmony breeds wealth. Qin Pingon smiled and nodded, that makes sense. Then Qin Pingon said, sleep early, tomorrow I'll personally feed you. Pei Qian's eyes widened. Huh. She wasn't afraid of suffering, but Pei Qian was worried that after feeding him she would be exposed. A pitiful level 4 would make a fool of herself in front of her master. Qin Pingon smiled. If you're not anxious, it's not that you're not working hard. When you reach the level 5 bottleneck you can go down the mountain alone to travel. At that time whether or not you want to call Li Huai along is up to you. Of course, the little donkey that I promised you will definitely be there. Pei Qian said eagerly, Master, it's today after midnight. You can teach me fist techniques now. Qin Pingon pressed her little head and pushed it lightly. I have some serious matters to discuss with Cui Dongshan. Pei Qian felt wronged. It's understandable that you have serious matters to discuss with Mr. Zhong, but it's easier to discuss with the big white goose. Master, I'm not sleepy. You guys talk, I'll listen. Cui Dongshan clicked his tongue. You don't even listen to your master. You're just a level 4 martial artist. When you reach level 5 or level 6 you'll be invincible. Pei Qian refused to move. She crossed her arms and sneered, driving a wedge between master and disciple is the behavior of a villain. Cui Dongshan said, Teacher, I can't do anything about it. Qin Pingon put two fingers together and bent them slightly. Does your little head hurt? Pei Qian ran away angrily. A moment later Qin Pingon said without turning his head, Is there money in the grass? Pei Qian, who had been looking around, stood up angrily. Master, I heard crickets on the way. I was catching crickets. Now that she ran away, I'm really going to sleep. After Pei Qian left, Qin Pingon was a bit worried. I know there's no need to worry and it's useless to think too much. But it's easy to persuade others with reason, but it's really hard to persuade yourself. Cui Dongshan said softly. Pei Qian did break through a bit fast and she ate so much martial arts fate. Fortunately, Wei Pai suppressed the situation, and Lizhu Cave is famous for many strange people. But when Pei Qian goes to Jianghu by herself, it'll be a bit troublesome. Qin Pingon was a bit emotional and said slowly, but after listening to her talk about her trip to Lotus Root Blessed Land, I'm still a bit happy that she could think of and say the principle of holding back one's fist. But I'm afraid that if she learns from me, her Jianghu that belongs to Pei Qian in the future may be overshadowed. Cui Dongshan said, What's wrong with learning the good things first and then being yourself? Didn't you go through all these years like this? All the children in the world don't remember any rules and they learn to be noisy first. Is that good? In an era where rules are most important, the elders are trying to get close to the juniors and I don't think it's good. Qin Pingon nodded and listened. Cui Dongshan said, "Are you also worried about Chao Qinglong's future?" Qin Pingon sighed, "Of course. I don't want to judge Chao Qinglong's life, and I don't want Chao Qinglang to delay her studies and cultivation." Cui Dongshan laughed. "Why not let Zhong Qiu bring Chao Qinglang along when he leaves Lotus Root Blessed Land, and let Chao Qinglang and Zhong Qiu travel to the New World to seek knowledge, starting from Aquarius Continent. If it is too far it will not work. Chao Qinglong's talent is not bad." Mr. Zhong Qiu imparted knowledge and dispelled doubts, and worked hard on the word mellow. Mr.'s friend called Lu Tai also taught Chao Qinglang to stay away from pedantry, complementing each other. In the end it's all because of Zhong Qiu's upright and pure knowledge, Lu Tai's knowledge messy but not messy, and he is willing to respect Zhong Qiu from the bottom of his heart. That's why Chao Qinglang has such an atmosphere. If not, Chao Qinglang would be useless. In the end it's still Mr.'s credit. Qin Pingon asked, "If I say that I really want Chao Qinglong's name to be recorded in our Luopa Mountains Ancestral Hall, would I be too selfish?" Cui Dongshan laughed and asked, "When Mr. was at the small house in the shabby alley, did you mention this to Chao Qinglang?" Qin Pingon said helplessly, "Of course I have to ask him first." At that time Chao Qinglang was just foolishly happy, nodding his head with all his might like a chick pecking rice, making me feel as though I was looking at Pei Qian, so I felt a little guilty. Cui Dongshan laughed out loud. "Then it's done. It's a matter of mutual consent. If Mr. feels uneasy, why don't you think about how much effort it would take to groom a scholar in the future? Wouldn't it be better?" Qin Pingon thought about it and felt more at ease. After that Qin Pingon thought about another child named Zhou Xian. "I wonder how that young man is doing with his training." Qin Pingon thought highly of Zhou Xian, but towards different juniors, Qin Pingon had different thoughts and expectations. Zhou Xia's training style was actually the most similar to his own. He did not rely on anything, only on hard work. The young man's pure mind, his desire to learn the fist, and his desire to practice martial arts, made Qin Pingon like him very much. Qin Pingon mentioned Zhou Xian to Cui Dongshan for the first time. Of course he also mentioned the young cultivator, the young girl Zhao Luan, and the fisherman Wu Xuan, whom he admired greatly. Cui Dongshan said slowly, "The meaning of primitive since ancient times has been the meaning of fist techniques. Above this, if you can innovate, then you have the ability to reach the heavens of martial arts." Qin Pingon laughed, "You're not even a martial artist. I can't beat you in words, but regarding Zhou Xian, don't do anything superfluous." Cui Dongshan nodded in agreement. With a student like him he could take a few more glances at him in his free time, and there would be fewer accidents. Moreover, Cui Dongshan was too lazy to do those superfluous things. If he wanted to do something he would do it to provide timely help. For example, improving the linen sect's mountain protection formation, increasing its power by 20%. Naturally Cui Dongshan still held back his strength. Zhu Quan was well aware of the linen sect, but when it came to matters of the sect's rise and fall, Zhu Quan still did not take advantage of the incense offerings to take a mile after taking an inch. She did not even open her mouth to hint and would not nag at Qin Pingon. Because the hemp sect couldn't offer an equivalent incense for the time being, or rather they couldn't offer the incense that Cui Dongshan, Qin Pingon's student, wanted, Zhu Quan decided not to say anything. If it were Qin Pingon, Zhu Quan would definitely be blunt. Even if she asked the linen sect for money from the linen sect, if it was still not enough, then she would first pay on credit. Zhu Quan would not feel guilty about owing a debt. But Qin Pingon was Qin Pingon, and Cui Dongshan was Cui Dongshan. Even if they were the teacher's students, they still treated Luopa Mountain as their home. This was a sense of propriety. Although Zhu Quan was the leader of the linen sect at the Skeleton Beach, it seemed very incompetent. Her cultivation level was not low, but it was not enough for the sect. She could only use the worst choice, which was to take the lead in Qinglu town to resist the momentum of Jingguan City's southward invasion. But everyone in the continent knew that the linen sect was a very straightforward sect on the mountain. They clearly distinguished between kindness and hatred. This kind of well-known sect style and the reputation of the cultivators was a huge sum of money that the linen sect had unknowingly accumulated. During this trip to the North Continent, Qin Pingon learned a lot from the linen sect that Zhu Quan was in charge of, as well as the lying ground peak where Venerable Fire Dragon had been sleeping soundly. Qin Pingon took out 2 pots of glutinous rice wine, one for each of them. This time the 2 of them drank slowly. With a starting scale of a mountain, there would naturally be more things to do. How to deal with the new provincial governor Wei Li and the state's city god required careful control of the situation. This was definitely not a simple matter where Cui Dongshan showed his identity as the leader of Dali's Green Wave Pavilion. On the back of the fish, Lu Baixiang and Lu Zhongruan, who had already obtained the two immortal treasures, the water hall and the dragon boat, were already on their way back. Therefore, when he arrived at Luopa Mountain, the two direct disciples of Lu Baixiang, Yuan Bao and Yuan Lai, should be recorded in the pedigree. But what was more awkward was that until now Luopa Mountain had not built an ancestral hall. Because of many things, Qin Pingon had to be present as the leader of Luopa Mountain. Laying the foundation, decorating the beam, hanging the portrait, burning the first incense and so on all required Qin Pingon's presence. Therefore Qin Pingon still needed to stay for a while. He first had to wait for Lu Baixiang and then for Zhou Xian to return from Old Dragon City. Among them, Zhou Mili had officially become the right guardian of Luopa Mountain. Qin Pingon also had to think carefully about whether it would cause some people's hearts to waver. Qin Pingon stood up. I'm going to the Riding Dragon Alley. Cui Dongshan smiled. Walking. Qin Pingon said, Pei Qian has a sword talisman issued by the Dragon Spring Sword Sect, but I don't. It's the middle of the night so I won't bother Wei Pai. I'll also take a look at Jing Dafeng who sprained his ankle. Cui Dongshan said, then I'll accompany you. When the two of them went down the mountain, Sun Yuanji happened to be practicing his fist techniques. Qin Pingon and Cui Dongshan stood sideways and made way. Sun Yuanji did not say anything. His fist intent flowed and he walked up the mountain without any distractions. The two of them continued down the mountain. Cui Dongshan smiled. This little girl is also stubborn. She only looks at Zhu Lian in a new light. Qin Pingon nodded. It means that Zhu Lian has a good eye for disciples. The evil wind of Luopa Mountain that you have led astray will be reversed by Sun Yuanji. You have to cherish it. Cui Dongshan said helplessly, if you are determined to think this way then you will feel more at ease. I will also brace myself to admit it. At the foot of the mountain Qin Pingon knocked on the door. There was no response for a long time. Qin Pingon did not plan to let Jing Dafeng go. He knocked loudly. Only then did Jing Dafeng limp and sleepily open the door. When he saw Qin Pingon he pretended to be surprised. Mountain Lord, why didn't you tell me that you're home? You didn't even want to walk a few steps? You looked down on me, the gatekeeper, right? Since you looked down on me, why did you visit me tonight? You're sad. Go to sleep, I don't want to be an eyesore to you. I'm also worried. If I lose my bowl of rice I'll have to pack up and leave tomorrow. Won't I be done for? Don't tell me I'll have to sleep on the streets of the county? It's going to be winter soon and the weather is freezing. Mountain Lord, can you bear to do that? Let's talk about it later. I'm just a gatekeeper anyway. There's nothing important to talk about. Mountain Lord, go deal with your important matters first. Jing Dafeng was about to close the door. These words were spoken naturally and without any flaws. Qin Pingon pressed on the door with one hand and said with a smile, Brother Dafeng, you injured your leg. This is such a big matter. Of course I have to ask about it. Jing Dafeng was full of righteousness. He shook his head and said, it's not a big matter. As long as your third leg isn't broken, it's a small matter. One person closed the door, the other pressed on the door. They were in a deadlock. Jing Dafeng muttered, Mountain Lord, you've broken through and you're bullying people like this. Then I, Jing Dafeng, will have to make a scene. Qin Pingon laughed angrily. I really have something to talk about. Jing Dafeng asked, about who? Qin Pingon said unhappily, well, it's not about Pei Qian. Jing Dafeng cried out and bent down. His legs were a mess. He grabbed Qin Pingon's arm and pulled him into the door. Mountain Lord, please come in. The place isn't big so I hope you don't mind. I'm not complaining about this matter. I just like to talk behind people's backs. It's really Zhu Lian's stingy side. The money he gave was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Look at this house, does it have any style at all? The dignified Luopa Mountain is so shabby. I, Jing Dafeng, don't even have the face to buy wine in the small town. I'm embarrassed to say that I'm from Luopa Mountain. Zhu Lian, brothers are brothers, business is business, but he's AF * King Miser. Cui Dongshan laughed and said, it's true that those who talk about it shed tears and those who listen are moved. Jing Dafeng turned his head and said, Regarding the matter of Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, I almost got into a fight with Zhu Lian and Wei Ba for the sake of Brother Cui. It was an earth-shattering argument. In order for them to relent and agree to Brother Cui's share of the debt, I almost got beaten up. It was really a close call, but in the end I still couldn't help. I could only drink every day and accidentally sprained my ankle. Cui Dongshan smiled and nodded. I'm grateful. Cui Dongshan stopped and said that he would wait for Mr. at the mountain gate. He stepped over the threshold and gently closed the door. Qin Pingon and Jing Dafeng sat down and talked about the matter of one soul and one spirit that they heard from Lion Peak's Li Lu. Jing Dafeng nodded and said, there is such a thing, but I don't have the energy to do it anymore. Then Jing Dafeng asked, why? Do you feel that Luopa Mountain needs a fighter? Do you want to help Luopa Mountain gain face? Qin Pingon shook his head and said, I don't think so. Jing Dafeng laughed and said, you don't, that's why you ask. This is called finding a topic to talk about. Otherwise, I would have gone to the old house to drink the northwest wind. Qin Pingon said, I came to find you this time because I thought that if you want to relax, you can go to Lotus Root Blessed Land often. But it's still up to you, so I just mentioned it casually. Jing Dafeng nodded. Elder Cui purposely left half of his martial arts fate in Lotus Root Blessed Land. Plus, it has been upgraded to a mid-level blessed land and the spiritual qi has increased. It is indeed more interesting there now. Jing Dafeng seemed to be tempted. He rubbed his chin and said, I'll think about it. For example, opening a brothel with a thriving business there? Jing Dafeng grinned and waved his hand. This kind of immoral thing could not be done. It would be better to open a wine shop in the downtown area and hire a few graceful barmaids. Perhaps they were thin-skinned and could not attract business. He had to hire a few plump barmaids who knew how to chat and have more repeat customers. Otherwise, if he went there, he would not be able to earn much money and would be ashamed of Luopa Mountain. People by the side were like the moon, white wrists like snow. How pleasing to the eye. As a shopkeeper, he could cross his legs every day and only care about collecting money. Qin Pingon did not know what Jing Dafeng was thinking. Seeing that he was just smiling and wiping his mouth from time to time, Qin Pingon felt that something was wrong. He said goodbye and left. Jing Dafeng walked him all the way to the gate. If Qin Pingon had not rejected him, he would have walked him all the way to the town. Qin Pingon and Cui Dongshan walked away. Jing Dafeng sighed. He had deliberately mentioned Cui Cheng's martial arts fate earlier, but Qin Pingon's expression was normal. It was a good thing but not a very good thing. It could not be helped. Like people, they would have their own joys and sorrows. As for that Cui Dongshan, Jing Dafeng did not want to interact with him. He was too good at chess. Jing Dafeng did not go back to sleep. Instead he went out. He walked under the moonlight towards the mountain gate and leaned against the white jade pillar. There were no obvious hills in Luopa Mountain, but if one looked closely there were. Round Cui Dongshan there was one. Outside the mountain Lu Baixiang and Wei Xian were. Dragon Rider Ali's Shiro was also. As long as Cui Dongshan was willing, this mountain could become the #1 camp in Luopa Mountain overnight. There would be many new faces. However, Jing Dafeng did not feel that he was a dispensable existence. Because those people who surrounded Cui Dongshan wanted to enter Luopa Mountain, especially if they wanted to become a name on the register, they had to go through the mountain gate first. Coincidentally, Jing Dafeng was a gatekeeper. When Jing Dafeng thought of this, he felt that he was an amazing person. Luopa Mountain could not do without him. He waited quietly for a long time. Jing Dafeng suddenly stomped his foot. Why did Mistson not go down the mountain after practicing her fist tonight? Shiro opened the door of the shop and saw that Qin Pingon and Cui Dongshan were both there. He felt a little awkward. If it was only the young mountain lord, it would be fine. However, with Cui Dongshan beside him, Shiro's heart palpitated. They went to the backyard. Qin Lingjun yawned and stood beside the patio. Qin Pingon asked Shiro to open the door of a side room and lit a lamp on the table. He took out a large stack of notes and maps of mountains and rivers drawn by the government or himself. He began to talk about the Jizha crossing the river. At the same time, he took out black and white chess pieces with names and sects engraved on them. For example, Li Yuan of the Water Dragon sect and Lady Water God of Nansun Hall were white chess pieces. There were also Tan Ling, Tang Shi, Song Lanqiao, and other cultivators from the Spring Dew Garden in the easternmost part of Jizha. In addition, there were also Cloud City, Sparrow Residence, and floating Ping Sword Lake in the middle of North Continent. As for the relatively small number of black chess pieces, they were mainly Yang from the Zhou Xian bureau. Qin Pingon explained about the different positions of the chess pieces on the table with a smile. Chess pieces are like that. However, human nature does not care about black and white. I'm just giving you a general impression. When you go to the river yourself, don't be stubborn. Otherwise you will suffer a great loss. He looked at the snow-white line on the table that was connected by the chess pieces. Qin Lingjun held it in for a long time before saying softly, "Thank you." Qin Pingon was a little surprised. He smiled and joked, "It's the middle of the night. Is the sun rising from the west?" Qin Lingjun flew into a rage out of humiliation and said, "Anyway, I've already thanked you. It's up to you whether you want to accept it or not." Qin Pingon was a little amused. He planned to explain to Qin Lingjun in detail the things to take note of when traversing the river. No matter how big or small, he had to explain everything slowly. They would probably talk until dawn. Cui Dongshan narrowed his eyes and said, "I'll have to trouble you to be more attentive. This is the route that your master exchanged his life for. There's no one in the world who's more prepared than you for traversing the river." Qin Lingjun looked a little nervous. He clenched the stack of papers in his hands tightly. Qin Pingon waved his hand. "It's not that exaggerated. Traveling the North Continent is the main thing. Traversing the river is secondary. You don't have to be grateful to me. However, you must remember that this is the foundation of your great Tao. If you don't take it seriously, you're being irresponsible to yourself. In the past on Luopa Mountain, you and Qin Rushu were both flood dragons. You wanted to bury your heads in cultivation, but you couldn't do it. I didn't say anything about it. But this time you must change your mischievous temper. If I find out that you dared to treat traversing the river as child's play, I'd rather get someone to throw you back to Luopa Mountain than let you wander around blindly." At this point, Qin Pingon said seriously, "Because you'll die there." Qin Lingjun nodded. "I know what's important." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "I believe you." Qin Lingjun looked at Qin Pingon. His eyes were clear and his smile was warm. Qin Lingjun also calmed down. Qin Pingon smiled and took out a pen, ink and paper. He placed them on the table. "A good memory is not as good as a lousy pen. I may have gone into detail. If you think it's very important, write it down. When you're on the road in the future, you can take it out and look through it at any time." Cui Dongshan said, "I'm just short of traversing the river myself." Qin Lingjun was just about to sit down when he heard this. He stopped, lowered his head and clenched the paper in his hand tightly. Qin Pingon looked at Cui Dongshan. Cui Dongshan raised his hands and said, "I'll go sit outside now." Cui Dongshan really went out and closed the door. Then he took a stool and sat beside the patio. He crossed his legs and held the back of his head with both hands. Suddenly he roared, "Great Aunt Shiro, where are the melon seeds?" Shiro said timidly, "Right away." She had forgotten to hide her feminine voice. Originally, she had stayed in the Dragon Rider Alley for so long that she had almost forgotten her feminine body. In the end, as soon as she met Cui Dongshan, she was immediately beaten back to her original form. Qin Pingon patted Qin Lingjun's shoulder. "Cui Dongshan's words are unpleasant to hear. I won't help him say anything good. They really are unpleasant to hear. But you might as well listen to them. Apart from those unreasonable words, every word that we find unpleasant to hear is mostly words that poke at the heart. We cannot care about it on the surface, but in our hearts we have to chew on it. Coptis is bitter, but it can clear the heat and clear the heart. I'll say this much. In any case, after we separate this time, even if I want to say it, even if you want to hear it, you won't have the chance for the time being." Qin Lingjun silently remembered it in his heart. Then he asked doubtfully, "Where are we going now?" Qin Pingon smiled. "Inverted Hanging Mountain, the Great Wall of Sorchi." Qin Lingjun complained, "There are so many things on the mountain. Master, as the mountain lord, you're too much of a hands-off shopkeeper." He originally wanted to ask why he didn't return to Luopa Mountain earlier, but in the end he held back. Because he also knew that anyone could say these words, but only he, Qin Lingjun, was the least qualified. Qin Pingon nodded and said, "I accept the criticism. I won't change it for the time being." Qin Lingjun grinned. Qin Lingjun sat upright, picked up the brush, spread out the paper, and began to listen to Qin Pingon talk about the local customs and sections. After Qin Lingjun wrote down a note on the paper, he suddenly raised his head and asked, Master, will you still be like this in the future? Qin Pingon was puzzled. What do you mean? Qin Lingjun said, in the future there will be many people on Luopa Mountain. Master, will you also treat everyone like this? Qin Pingon thought for a moment, shook his head and smiled. It's very difficult. First come, first served and so on. It's inevitable that there will be differences between those who are close and those who are distant. This is one thing. Of course, there are more things to consider. It's not necessarily good to do everything personally. The more people there are in Luopa Mountain, the more complicated the people's hearts will become. I can't do everything personally. I can only do my best to ensure that Luopa Mountain has a good atmosphere. For example, it's not that Cui Dongshan outside the sect has a high cultivation and great ability, so everything is right. You should listen to him in everything. If you can't reason with him and feel unconvinced, then you can come and talk to me. I will listen seriously. Qin Lingjun grunted in acknowledgement. Cui Dongshan said bitterly outside, Teacher, this student is best at convincing people with virtue. Qin Lingjun rolled his eyes. Qin Pingon continued to tell Qin Lingjun about the matters of traveling the river. Sure enough, this nagging lasted until dawn. Qin Lingjun also memorized the crooked dozens of key matters. Qin Pingon clicked his tongue and said, Qin Lingjun, your handwriting is far worse than Pei Qian's. Qin Lingjun's face flushed red. I don't copy books every day. If I copy books for so long, the words I write should be sold for at least a few small coins. Snow is money. Qin Pingon smiled and asked, Do you believe it yourself? Qin Lingjun was defeated. He was thin-skinned after all. Qin Pingon sat on the bench with his hands folded in his sleeves. He closed his eyes and thought for a while to see if he had missed anything. Since he did not, he planned to think of something later and write a letter to Qin Lingjun. Opening his eyes, Qin Pingon asked casually, How is your brother, the Imperial River Water God, now? Qin Lingjun shook his head. Just like that. Qin Pingon said, Before leaving for the North Continent, you can actually make a trip to the Imperial River to say goodbye. You can eat and drink, but don't say that you're going to travel the river. Just say that you're going out for a long trip. Treat others with sincerity. Don't expose everything and hide nothing. Instead, don't cause trouble for others. You can also help others solve some problems to the best of your ability. However, there's no need for others to thank you. Qin Lingjun put away his pen and paper and leaned on the table. He looked a little sad. In the past, I didn't think about these things. I only cared about drinking, eating, and bragging loudly. Qin Pingon smiled and said, The world won't always let us be carefree. It's not a bad thing to think more. Qin Lingjun hesitated for a long time, not daring to look at Qin Pingon. He said carefully, If I say that I actually don't want to travel the river or go to the North Continent, and that I just want to stay on Luopa Mountain and wait for death, will you be angry? Qin Pingon smiled and did not say anything, as if he already knew the answer. Qin Lingjun fell silent. He did not dare to look at Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon said, I'm not angry. Qin Lingjun sat up abruptly, his face full of disbelief. Really? Qin Pingon said with a smile. From the very beginning, I didn't think that it was a good thing to walk on the river. Because if it was a good thing, you, Qin Lingjun, would have to set off immediately. Huff and puff, rain or shine, you would have to walk on the river with your head down. I even think that if you don't want to travel the river one day, then there's no need to rush at all. The great river of salvation and desolation can't run away. In fact, only when you really think it through can you travel the great river of salvation and desolation. Compared to being ignorant and treating it as a task, the chances of success are higher. But then again, the great river of salvation and desolation is a path that you, Qin Lingjun, must take. It's very difficult to avoid it. It's not a bad thing to make more preparations now. Qin Pingon paused for a moment. You might find it harsh to say this, but I should tell you my true thoughts. As Cui Dongshan said, there are so many flood dragons in the world. There are so many mountains, lakes, and swamps. But not everyone has the opportunity to travel the river with the great river of salvation and desolation. So if you clearly know that this matter can't be delayed, but you're just used to being lazy and unwilling to move your nest to suffer, I will be very angry. But if you feel that this matter is nothing at all, and that so what if I don't travel the great river of salvation and desolation, I, Qin Lingjun, completely have my own great Dao to walk, or if you feel that I, Qin Lingjun, just like to stay on Luopa Mountain for the rest of my life, then neither your master nor Luopa Mountain's master will be angry at all. Qin Lingjun smiled and said, I understand. Qin Pingon smiled and said, every time Qin Ruxia goes to the city to buy things, you'll secretly protect her. I'm very happy because this is what it means to be responsible. Qin Lingjun was somewhat embarrassed and angry. I'm just strolling around casually. Who was it that blabbered and told master? See if I don't give him a big slap. Language, Cui Dongshan said from outside the door. Me. Qin Lingjun was dumbstruck. Qin Lingjun trotted over to open the door and tiptoed behind Cui Dongshan to rub his shoulders. He asked softly, Brother Cui, you've been working hard all night. Were you tired and sore? You must tell me. We're all family members who love each other. It's not right to be too polite. Did little brother use too little strength or too much strength? Qin Pingon stepped over the threshold and kicked Qin Lingjun's butt. He laughed and scolded, You also have a share of Luopa Mountain's feng shui. The straw shop next to Dragon Rider Alley also opened for business. It was the girl whose nickname was Zhou Xian. Qin Pingon smiled and greeted, Zhou Xian, where's your master and senior brother? The girl hurriedly bowed and said in surprise, Mountain Lord Qin. Then she blushed and said, Master has been managing the business. He's also old, so he gets up later. Today I'm opening the door. It wasn't like this before. Senior brother has been picking herbs in the mountains for a few days. It's estimated that he'll return to Dragon Rider Alley later. Zhou Xian was about to call her master. After all, it was the Mountain Lord who came in person. Even if her master complained and scolded her, she should still inform him. Qin Pingon stopped Zhou Xian and smiled, Don't disturb the Daoist master. I'm just passing by to see you. Zhou Xian was a little nervous. Mountain Lord Qin, the business of the shop is not very good. Qin Pingon said, It's okay. The business of the straw shop is actually not bad. You should continue to work hard. If you have something to do, go to Luopa Mountain. Don't be embarrassed. Zhou Xian, you must help me pass this sentence to the old man. The Daoist master is a kind person. Even if something really happens, he likes to shoulder it. This is actually not good. It's not a big family. By the way, I won't be sitting in the shop. I still have some things to do. Zhou Xian, who had just opened the door, quietly rubbed her hands behind her back and whispered, Mountain Lord Qin, you really don't want to drink a cup of tea? Qin Pingon waved his hand and smiled, I really don't want to drink. Just take it as an extra. Zhou Xian smiled. Qin Pingon nodded and said, Zhou Xian's complexion is much better than before. It shows that the soil and water of my hometown is still nourishing. I used to worry that you won't be used to living here, but now I'm relieved. Zhou Xian blushed a little. Qin Pingon waved goodbye. He took Cui Dongshan along the steps of Dragon Riding Alley and went to the ancestral house of Mud Bottle Alley. This route was necessary to pass through the Gu family's ancestral house first. Qin Pingon stopped and asked, What about Uncle Gu? Cui Dongshan said, It's difficult for an upright official to judge a family matter. But now that Gu Tao has become the mountain deity of the old mountains of the Li dynasty, it can be said that his merit and virtue have been fulfilled. A woman can get whatever she wants in the county capital. Gu Qin is doing well at the calligraphy lake. Her son is promising and her husband has reached the heavens in a single bound. As a woman, when her life is good, many of her faults are naturally hidden. Qin Pingon continued to move forward. The house with the plaque, Xiu Shui Gao Feng, hanging. Cui Dongshan said slowly, The ghost in the wedding dress? Poor ghost. She fell in love with a poor person. The former was hateful and abominable. In fact, the latter was really pitiful. Back then she was cheated by the scholars of the academies on both sides of the Lu dynasty and the Great Sui Kingdom. In the end she committed suicide by jumping into the lake. An infatuated man who only wanted to earn the title of a sage in the academy by virtue of his knowledge hoped to be able to exchange for the recognition and conferment of the imperial court so that he could marry a female ghost. Unfortunately, she was born early. She was born in Dali back then, not in Dali today. Otherwise, there would be two completely different endings. The female ghost was in the academy. After all, she was a filthy ghost. Naturally, she couldn't even enter the gate. She insisted on barging in and almost had her soul dispersed. In the end, she wasn't so stupid. She used up her remaining relationship with the Dali imperial court to take away the scholar's bones. She also knew the truth that had been buried for a long time. It turned out that the scholar never let her down and even died because of this. He went completely crazy. After Gu Tao left her house, she carried a coffin and stumbled all the way back. She took off her wedding dress and changed into a mourning dress. She was in a daze every day and only said that she was waiting for someone. Qin Pingon asked, "What's right and wrong here? How do we calculate?" Cui Dongshan stretched out a palm and made a few cuts in the air with a knife hand gesture. He smiled and said, "It depends on where it starts and where it ends. If the female ghost and the scholar met and loved each other as the beginning, and the female ghost killed so many scholars as the end, then it's very simple. I was afraid that she would die with a slap. Now that she doesn't want to live anymore, everything ends once and for all. But if we look further from the female ghost's achievements in the mountains and rivers, and from her good nature, then it will be very troublesome. If we still think that there's a chance that she can correct her mistakes and make up for it in the next 100 years or hundreds of years, then it will be even more troublesome. If we think from the perspective of those scholars who died in vain and think about the problem, then it will be big trouble." Cui Dongshan stopped and asked, "Sir, may I ask which part of the beginning and the end do you want to cut?" Qin Pingon didn't give an answer. When Qin Pingon took out the key to open the door of the ancestral house, Cui Dongshan smiled and asked, "Then have you thought about a problem? What does it have to do with you if things are so messy?" After Qin Pingon opened the door, he smiled and said, "I'll think about it again." After opening the door, Qin Pingon took out 2 small stools. After Cui Dongshan sat down, he smiled and said, "On the mountain there's a very ambiguous saying, there's a reason to cultivate on the mountain. It turns out that they're all immortals." Qin Pingon said, "I've heard of it." Cui Dongshan said, "When ordinary people hear it, they only feel that the world is unfair and treats them too little. Those who think like that are no longer immortals. Besides being angry, they should feel sad for themselves. That's what they should feel." Qin Pingon remained silent. He used the tip of his foot to draw a circle with a very small gap in the mud in the courtyard. Then he drew a bigger circle outwards. There must be a path to take. Only then will everyone have a chance to choose. Cui Dongshan suddenly fell silent for a moment and then slowly said, "Except for the first time, you haven't experienced real despair in your life." Qin Pingon didn't say anything. He folded his hands in his sleeves and bent slightly, looking outside the mud bottle alley that was not closed. Cui Dongshan continued, "For example, Lu Xianying still died that year." Cui Dongshan said again, "For example, Qi Jingchun was actually the mastermind behind the scenes, the one who schemed against you the most." Cui Dongshan continued, "For example, Guqin made you think that he knew he was wrong and was correcting his mistakes. Later you realized that was not the case. For example, when Pei Qian returned to Lotus Root Blessed Land for the first time, he killed Chao Qinglang. Then he chose to wait for death, betting that you wouldn't kill him." Qin Pingon finally said, "Set up a small world. I have something on my mind that I have to say." Cui Dongshan used his flying sword to draw a golden thunder pool. Qin Pingon stood up, folded his hands in his sleeves and walked around in the courtyard. He said softly, "After Mr. Qi died, he still protected me because there was a conflict between the 3 sects that Mr. Qi intended for me. I know." Cui Dongshan stood up, his face pale, and said, "You shouldn't have known the truth so early." Qin Pingon turned his head, looked at Cui Dongshan and said expressionlessly, "Don't worry. I'm very smart and calm. So Mr. Qi won't lose and neither will I, Qin Pingon." (568). Cui Dongshan looked dejected and sat back on the stool. He stretched out his hands, one above his head and the other on his knees. "So what if Qi Jingchun is here to protect you? You're still at the lower level. There are many accidents between the higher and the lower levels. Dumao is an example." At this point, Cui Dongshan thought of a certain existence and curled his lips. While Dumao aside, Qi Jingchun still has some countermeasures. But if you go a little further, the cultivators of the upper 5 realms below the Ascendant Realm, such as Yu Pu Immortals or nascent soul sword cultivators, what will you do if you fight them? Qin Pingon turned around and smiled. "What nonsense are you talking about? Don't all cultivators in the world have to deal with all kinds of accidents when they climb the mountain? Logic is never logic if it goes to the extreme. Don't you understand? You need to change your stubborn attitude of not admitting defeat." Cui Dongshan said, "Can't I admit defeat in my heart and not in my mouth?" Qin Pingon smiled and said nothing. Cui Dongshan restrained his expression and said, "It's not good to know so early." Qin Pingon said, "I know." Cui Dongshan scratched his head with both hands and said gloomily, "Since ancient times, God's plan is better than ours." This sentence can scare people to death at the top of the mountain. You can only win if you don't intend to. Don't you know that you were very lucky to be able to win against Lu Qin in the early years? Now if Lu Qin were to target Mr. again, he would be willing to be shameless and set up an elaborate trap for Mr. Mr. would definitely lose. Cui Dongshan stopped what he was doing and said in a serious tone, "Lose?" Qin Pingon nodded. "Maybe." Cui Dongshan sighed with a complicated expression. The formation of a clear understanding was making enemies for oneself. It was simply making enemies with the world. The weeds on the ground were far more resistant to the strong wind than the tall trees. Qin Pingon sat back on the stool and smiled. "Don't worry about this. People can't be scared to death by themselves. I've walked through Mud Bottle Alley for so many years. There's no reason for me to be timid. I can't practice martial arts in vain. I can't live in vain." Cui Dongshan nodded. "It's good that you think that way." Qin Pingon said slowly, "Let's take things one step at a time. That's all we can do. When we were on the ferry, you were able to make my 12 children feel as if victory was within our grasp. But 10 years later, what if I live for 100 years? Cui Dongshan said in a low voice, "If the chessboard is still the same 19 vertical and horizontal lines, I dare not say that I can still give you 12 pieces in a few decades. But if the chessboard is slightly bigger..." Qin Pingon looked straight ahead and smiled. "Shut up." Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "Mr. is the most elegant when he's being unreasonable." His student was looking forward to it. He was looking forward to it. Qin Pingon said that he was going out and didn't bother about Cui Dongshan. Cui Dongshan remained in the ancestral home, squatting on the ground and looking at the two circles. He wasn't trying to figure out their meaning, but rather he was just bored. There were thousands of studies in the world, but there weren't many that could make Cui Dongshan think about them in detail. Qin Pingon went to his parents' graves and burned a lot of paper, some of which he bought from the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven. Then he squatted there and added soil. Cui Dongshan tiptoed and leaned against the wall, looking into the courtyard next door. The feng shui of this alley was really good. Song Jisun had become Dolly's vassal. Kiki was even more so. The entire old dragon city was her courtyard, and the Fu family was her bodyguard. Cui Dongshan climbed up the wall and jumped twice, shaking off the dust. Sword Immortal Chao. She had already returned from North Continent to South Saw Continent. After all, the Xiong Town Tower needed someone to guard it. Only Chao Jun, whose cultivation path was a little bumpy, was left behind to climb up the ranks in Dolly. It wasn't that Mr. didn't have an answer about the wedding dress ghost. It was just that Cui Dongshan purposely made it more complicated, in order to confirm which kind of study Mr. was leaning toward. As it turned out, he had shot himself in the foot. Cui Dongshan was rather regretful now. Cui Dongshan extended his hands, opened his fingers and shook his wrists. If it weren't for this, Cui Dongshan would have liked to talk to Mr. about another, trivial matter. A study that required the interweaving of countless tiny threads. Naturally, Cui Dongshan wouldn't teach Mr. everything. He would only pick the parts that were beneficial to Mr.'s cultivation. Creating a porcelain man. How did a pile of broken porcelain pieces assemble into a real human being? How did the 3 souls and 6 spirits, the 7 emotions and the 6 desires come into being? The root of knowledge was to weave a net. The biggest problem right now was that the cost was too high, the knowledge was too deep, and the threshold was too high. Even Cui Dongshan couldn't come up with any solution. Once it was done, the greatest external concern of the world, the invasion of the demon race, and the mortal enemy that the Qingming world had to build the Beko Keqiang building to resist, would not be able to escape the fate of total annihilation. In a sense, the appearance of human beings was the earliest porcelain man. It was just that the material was different. Cui Dongshan also hoped that one day, someone who could convince him sincerely would tell him whether his choice was right or wrong when he was about to succeed. Not only that, the person would also tell him clearly what was wrong and what was right. Then Cui Dongshan would be able to act generously regardless of life and death. He wouldn't be like the old scholar back then who only talked about the result and didn't say why. A Dolly military ferry slowly docked at the crossing of the Oxhorn Mountain. Accompanying it was a huge dragon boat that had been camouflaged by Wei Pai of the northern mountain and Jin Qing of the middle mountain. Lu Zhongruan, Lu Baixiang and Wei Xian got off the dragon boat. General Lu Xuanmei and sword cultivator Cao Jun didn't get off the boat. They escorted the dragon boat all the way here, which was considered a success. Lu Xuanmei still needed to report to the hunting inspector Cao Gui. Lu Xuanmei asked softly, "Is that green-robed young man Qin Pingon the leader of the Luopa mountain? Like your ancestors, he was born in that mud bottle alley?" Cao Jun sat on the railing and nodded. "He's a very interesting young man. In my eyes he's even more interesting than Ma Kushuan." Lu Xuanmei smiled. "Qin Pingon is also a friend of my good friend Guan Yiran. At the end of last year we talked about this leader of the Luopa mountain at Fanner Street. Guan Yiran has a steady temperament since he was young, so he didn't say much. However, I can see that Guan Yiran values this person very much." This was the first time Cao Jun heard of this, but he didn't find it strange. Lu Xuanmei felt a little nostalgic. That Fu Yu who came from Yinqi Alley seems to be the prefect of Baoshi Prefecture now. He's quite successful. However, I'm not very close to Fu Yu. I only remember that when we were young, Fu Yu liked to follow us around every day. At that time, the kids from Yinqi Alley didn't like to hang out with the kids from Yinqi Alley. The two groups of kids didn't get along well. Every year, both sides would meet and have a few fierce snowball fights. Fu Yu was more awkward. He didn't get along with either side, so every time it snowed he simply didn't go out. Regarding this governor, I only remember this. But in truth, Lag Alley and Fan Street each had their own big and small hills. It was very lively. After growing up, it became boring. When we meet occasionally, everyone is smiling. Cao Jun laughed. "In another 100 or 200 years, if I think of General Lu again, I think it's about the same." Lu Xuanmei said helplessly, "You really don't know how to chat." Cao Jun said, "If I knew how to chat, I would have been promoted and become rich." Lu Xuanmei shook her head. "If you don't have any real military merits, you don't know how to chat, why would I bother with you?" Cao Jun laughed. "You know how to chat?" Lu Xuanmei leaned on the railing. "No matter if I die on the battlefield or from old age, when you pass by the Aquarius continent in the future, remember to visit my grave." Cao Jun looked into the distance. "Who said that cultivators must live long? Between you and me, it's hard to say who will visit the grave and offer wine." Lu Xuanmei laughed bitterly. "Can't you say something pleasing?" Cao Jun thought for a while. "I wish General Lu to become a hunting envoy soon." Lu Xuanmei nodded. "That's good." Lu Xuanmei laughed. "Then I wish Sword Immortal Cao to ascend to the upper 5 realms soon." Cao Jun rubbed his cheeks with both hands. "That's difficult." Qin Pingon only brought Pei Qian and Zhou Mili to welcome Cao Jun. As for Cao Jun, who was wearing a dazzling black robe and carrying a long and short sword, Qin Pingon saw him clearly but pretended not to see him. Wei Xian nodded to Qin Pingon and Qin Pingon returned the greeting with a smile. Only when he saw Pei Qian, Wei Xian smiled for the first time. "This little black charcoal, he's quite fast." Pei Qian jumped all the way to Wei Xian's side and swaggered around Wei Xian. "Oh, you're even darker now." Wei Xian said with a straight face. "Impudent." Pei Qian said angrily, "What the hell? Are you putting on airs with me again? Who are you trying to fool? What kind of golden pole does your family have?" Wei Xian said, "Now I'm Dali's Wu Xianlang and a high official." The founding emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom, Wei Xian, was born in the countryside and rose to fame on the battlefield. Pei Qian pointed at Zhou Mili, who was carrying 2 walking poles with a thumb. "How old?" "As old as her?" Wei Xian didn't know what Pei Qian was up to. "Do you have a story?" Pei Qian shouted, "Zhou Mili." The little girl in black stomped her feet, raised her head and puffed out her chest. "Here." Pei Qian snorted. "Say it, what's your name?" Zhou Mili frowned, stood on her tiptoes and whispered in Pei Qian's ear, "You called my name just now. Should I call myself the Mute Lake Monster or the Right Protector of Luopa Mountain?" Pei Qian sighed. "This little winter melon is just a bit stupid, but everything else is good." Wei Xian smiled as he stretched out his hand, wanting to rub Charcoal's head. Unexpectedly, Pei Qian lowered his head and bent his waist, nimbly dodging Wei Xian's hand. Pei Qian clicked his tongue and said, "Old Wei, you're getting old. How are you going to find a wife with your stubble? You're still single. It's okay, don't be sad. In our Luopa mountain, There are many people like you who can't find a wife. Neighbors like Wei Pai, old chef Zhu Xian doffing at the foot of the mountain, Xiao Bai who left home, old Song at the top of the mountain, Yuan Lai, all of them are miserable. Wei Xian smiled. You don't have a wife either, right? Pei Qian's mouth twitched and he snorted 3 times. Zhou Mili followed suit, laughing. Qin Pingon, who had just finished chatting with Lu Baixiang and Lu Zhongruan, smashed a chestnut on each of their heads. Pei Qian was used to it. Zhou Mili, who once stood in the big bamboo box and let Qin Pingon eat chestnuts, opened her mouth to bite Qin Pingon, but Qin Pingon held her head. Just as Zhou Mili was about to attack, she heard Pei Qian's heavy cough, and immediately stopped moving. Lu Zhongruan had a sword talisman made by the Dragon Spring Sword sect, so he left with the wind. The precious water hull, which was refined by the Immortals, was still hidden on the dragon boat for the time being. Later, Lu Baixiang would ask Wei Pai to directly use his magical power to send it to the back of the fish. Otherwise, the water hull was the size of a carriage and she didn't have the legendary object near her. It was not that she couldn't use magic to move the water hull, but it was too obvious. There were too many people at the ferry and Lu Zhongruan really didn't want to complicate things. As for the dragon boat named Flipping Ink, it was of course the property of the Luopa Mountain. Moreover, the entire Oxhorn Mountain was jointly owned by Qin Pingon and Wei Pai, so it was natural for it to be parked here. Lu Baixiang led the way and led Qin Pingon onto the dragon boat. This huge object was 3 stories high, which was not surprising, but it was extremely large, half the size of the cross-continent ferry of the Linen sect. It could carry more than 1,000 people, and if it was full of goods, of course it would be different. Now that Luopa Mountain had obtained such a large and sturdy ancient ferry, there were many things they could do. Qin Pingon couldn't help but gently stomp his feet again and again, and his face was full of smiles. Just now, when Pei Qian and Zhou Mili heard that from today onwards, such a large immortal ferry was the property of the Luopa Mountain, their eyes widened. Pei Qian pinched Zhou Mili's cheek and twisted it hard. The little girl cried out in pain and Pei Qian grunted. It seemed that it was really not a dream. Zhou Mili nodded vigorously, saying no, no. Pei Qian patted Zhou Mili's head and said, Mili, you are really a little lucky star. Does it hurt? Zhou Mili grinned and said, it hurts like a hammer. Pei Qian covered her mouth and whispered, how could I forget that when we are outside we are not allowed to casually let people know that we are a big water monster. If we scare people we are always in the wrong. The little girl in black was sad and happy at the same time. The ferry strolled through floor by floor and from time to time, it opened the door of the room that had sunk for hundreds of years and still had the smell of wood. Because the decorations of the ferry had long been removed and used for the national treasury to prepare for war, now the big and small rooms were similar in layout. In fact, they were all about the same. Qin Pingon didn't feel bored at all. Finally, he came to the top floor and stood in the largest room. If there was no accident, this would be the sky room of the turning ink ferry in the future. Qin Pingon suddenly restrained his expression and came to the observation deck with a wide view. The crash of the ferry in the Dianshan Mountain in the Zhuang dynasty affected the whole situation. Everyone on the ferry was a chess piece. It was just that some survived and some died. As for why Mr. Jian Ern, who destroyed the ferry, did so, and what kind of hatred made him choose to act so decisively, it didn't seem to be important. Qin Pingon was thinking about a problem. His cultivation was low now and his family was weak. Mentioning this matter again was like hitting a stone with an egg, so he could temporarily endure it. But if Luopa Mountain was now a sect and he was already an earth immortal of the nascent soul realm or even a cultivator of the pure jade realm, he could accumulate grievances in his heart and talk about the situation of Chun Shui and Qiushi. Could be said that he would have to pay a huge price for it. For example, he would completely fall out with the Dali dynasty and become enemies with the Lord of Heaven Xiexi. The 4 people in the picture scroll would die one by one, and Luopa Mountain would be in a precarious situation. Everyone on the mountain would become a street rat in the Aquarius continent. Qin Lingjun would die if he went to the North continent, and Qin Rushu would no longer be able to go to Longquan County City. The Dali men of sacrifice at the shop in Dragon Alley changed from guards to assassins. The lives of the people of Luopa Mountain were uncertain. If someone left Luopa Mountain, who would be in the wrong? How should Qin Pingon choose? If Qin Pingon was now a true sword immortal, he could save a lot of trouble. 1 shoulder and 1 sword. But how difficult was it to become a sword immortal? It was so far away that the hope was slim. Besides life and death, there were still many disasters. Qin Pingon would also learn from little Bao Ping, Pei Qian and Li Huai. When he read the Jianghu novels, he admired the heroes in the books who pressed forward without hesitation. They were resolute, disregarded life and death, and sacrificed themselves for justice without hesitation. The world not only needed such stories in books, but also many such people outside the books. What they did might be big or small, but there was a clear distinction between good and evil. But compared to Pei Qian, who picked the wonderful stories of heroes and read them over and over again, who met the unparalleled Jianghu seniors, who made the most interesting friends in Jianghu, who fought for justice and killed those big devils, Pei Qian liked to skip a lot of stories of hardships. Qin Pingon often read the beginning and was stuck. The people who were destined to have all kinds of encounters and opportunities in the future would often have their families broken and their families destroyed at the beginning. They would be alone and carried a deep hatred of blood. Then, in the books, they would suddenly grow up. Qin Pingon would feel uncomfortable. Those wonderful stories of the Jianghu might be very fascinating, making Li Huai and Pei Qian in high spirits, but it was difficult for Qin Pingon to empathize with them. Perhaps it was because real life wasn't written in black and white. Pei Qian asked in the room, "Master, what's wrong?" Qin Pingon shook his head. "Nothing. I just thought of something in the past." Lu Baixiang came to Qin Pingon's side and said with a smile, "Congratulations." Qin Pingon said, "You have to hurry up too." Lu Baixiang's expression was somewhat melancholy. "I'm hesitating whether or not to find a chance to fight with Zhou Lian." Qin Pingon smiled. "I think it's okay. It won't cost any money anyway." Lu Baixiang looked at Qin Pingon. "In the North Continent you got beaten up quite a bit?" Qin Pingon nodded. 2 10th realm martial artists helped to feed me punches one after another, beating me to death. "Are you envious?" Lu Baixiang smiled. "Now that you mention it, I feel much better." Qin Pingon said, "Don't forget this narrow saber stopping Shui was lent to you." Lu Baixiang joked. "Didn't I help Luopa Mountain find 2 good seedlings? Are they not good enough for a saber?" Qin Pingon did not respond, only saying, "Yuan Bao, Yuan Lai, that's a good name." Lu Baixiang asked, "You've met them?" Qin Pingon grunted. "When I met them I praised their names. But the way that little girl looked at me was exactly the same as the way Tsin Yuanji looked at me when she was guarding against a thief. I don't understand. After so many years in the martial arts world, I only end up being misunderstood in my own Luopa Mountain." Lu Baixiang laughed. "I'm in a good mood." Pei Qian was currently pacing around Wei Xian, his fingers together, continuously using the body-fixing technique on Wei Xian. Wei Xian leaned against the door, ignoring him. Qin Pingon turned his head and looked, asking, "Earlier you said in your letter that Tsin Yuanji fell down while practicing. What happened?" Pei Qian seemed to have been hit by the body-fixing technique. His body was stiff in place, sweat seeping out of his forehead. He could only give Zhou Mili a look. Lying to Shifu was absolutely impossible, but being honest with Shifu was not an option either. Zhou Mili was indeed worthy of being her trusted general. She immediately understood and said loudly, "It's dark at night. Even a ghost can't be seen. Sister Tsin accidentally fell down." Qin Pingon nodded. Pei Qian put his hands behind his back and gave Zhou Mili 2 thumbs up. Qin Pingon said with emotion, "With this dragon boat, Luopa Mountain will have more confidence in doing business with Linen Sect and Spring Dew Garden. Not only that, Luopa Mountain will have more room to maneuver." Lu Baixiang said, "The dragon boat can be decorated simply. Anyway, from what you said, the dragon boat is mainly used to transport goods. But what about the people who support the normal operation of the ferry?" Qin Pingon said with a smile, "When Zhou Lian returns to Luopa Mountain, let him have a headache. If it doesn't work, Cui Dongshan has a lot of connections. Let him help Luopa Mountain spend money to hire people to board the ferry." Lu Baixiang did not add insult to injury this time. He said, "I will try to help find some people, but the most important thing is to choose a ferry steward with enough weight. Otherwise it will be easy to make trouble." Qin Pingon said, "Actually, I have some ideas about this matter. But whether it can be done or not, we have to wait until the ancestral hall is built." The location of Luopa Mountain's ancestral hall had been decided long ago. With Wei Pai there, it was a very simple matter. After Qin Pingon sent a flying sword message back to Luopa Mountain from Muyi Mountain, Wei Pai had already begun to prepare. Because Luopa Mountain's ancestral hall did not pursue a large scale, it did not take much manpower and resources. And the large-scale construction in the mountains to the west of Longquan County over the years, in addition to the continuous construction of several counties, had accumulated a lot of experience. Most importantly, Qin Pingon proposed that the ancestral hall did not need a special array. In his words, if Luopa Mountain's great mountain and river array could be broken by someone and successfully climb the mountain to demolish the ancestral hall, then whether or not the ancestral hall was protected by an array was actually meaningless. Qin Pingon said, "I've delayed a lot of your matters." Lu Baixiang said with a smile, "Just think of it as sharpening a blade to cut firewood. My sect is only a vassal of Luopa Mountain. If it succeeds, then that's for the best. If it doesn't, then it won't hurt Luopa Mountain. I will naturally grasp the propriety of it. But let me say the ugly words first. In many matters my methods are not clean. I can only guarantee that I won't go overboard." Qin Pingon said, "Try not to give me a chance to gossip." Lu Baixiang chuckled. As the mountain lord, after Qin Pingon personally burned incense and offered sacrifices to the four directions of heaven and earth, the construction of Luopa Mountain's ancestral hall began. The ancestral hall was located on the Jisa Peak, a secondary peak of Luopa Mountain. Because there was a bamboo building on the main peak, the situation was somewhat awkward. At the top of this spirit-gathering peak, there was a mountain temple that was officially conferred by the Dali imperial court. Moreover, Qin Pingon was actually particularly close to the Jisa Peak. On this day in Zhou Lian's courtyard, Jing Dafeng and Wei Pai were playing chess, while Cui Dongshan was watching from the side. On the side, Qin Lingjun was giving advice, telling Jing Dafeng and Wei Pai how to place their pieces. In the past 2 days, Qin Lingjuan's back was particularly stiff. Because he had wandered around the mountains in the west for many years, he had met many cultivators who had set up residences here. One of them was a Dragon Gate cultivator of Yellow Lake Mountain. In the past they were not very familiar with each other and even disliked each other. This was because there was a lake in Yellow Lake Mountain with a giant python in it. Qin Lingjun and the Black Snake both coveted it. Unexpectedly, at the turn of summer and autumn this year, the other party took the initiative to express his goodwill. After a few rounds of drinking not long ago, the old Dragon Gate cultivator suddenly said that he planned to sell Yellow Lake Mountain. At the table he said that Brother Qin had a wide network and many acquaintances. He was the guest of honor at the night banquet of Wei Shan. Qin Lingjun drank a large bowl of wine and patted his chest in agreement. However, when he left Yellow Lake Mountain he was a little worried that this was a trap targeted at Luopa Mountain, so he found Qin Pingon and told him about it. Then Cui Dongshan said to buy it. It was cheap to get it, so it would be a waste not to take it. With such a high mountain as their backing, what was there to be afraid of? Qin Pingon asked Qin Lingjun to negotiate the details. The price of celestial coins, gold essence coins and copper essence coins could all be negotiated. If the negotiation was not going well, he would drag Wei Shan's god into the discussion. Qin Lingjuan's heart was beating like a drum. In a daze he ran to Yellow Lake Mountain to drink. After all, he was used to drinking and discussing matters. In the end the price was reduced to only 10 grain rain coins. At that time Qin Lingjun was a little dumbfounded. "I casually gave you a number just to raise the price and haggle with you." In the end the other party seemed to be stupefied and didn't move. "What's going on?" Qin Lingjun ascended the mountain in a daze and descended even more in a daze. Qin Pingon did not say anything either. As a result, Luopa Mountain and Yellow Lake Mountain exchanged land deeds and celestial coins. They were inspected and recorded in the provincial governor's manor, Dali's Department of Rights, and the Department of Revenue respectively, sealing the deal extremely quickly. Qin Pingon asked Cui Dongshan in private. Cui Dongshan smiled and said it was rare for the old bastard to be so kind, so there was no need to worry about it being a trap. Qin Lingjun had finally helped Luopa Mountain with something proper. After the ancestral hall was completed, the little water snake could be recorded in the records of merits and demerits of the ancestral hall. As a result, Qin Lingjun walked with his nose in the air right now. Coupled with Pei Qian, Qin Rushu and Zhou Mili, the three girls, they all saw him in a different light. In particular, Pei Qian led Zhou Mili to flatter him without holding back at all. If it were not for the fact that Cui Dongshan pressed down on Qin Lingjuan's head one time and said Grandpa Qin had been walking a little too freely recently, he would have only restrained himself a little. Otherwise, Qin Lingjun would have been even more arrogant. In the past few days, Qin Pingon had been going through his belongings. Most of them needed to be returned to the treasury of the ancestral hall, so he had to record them all. Some of them were to be given away as gifts from the Mountain Lord during the completion ceremony. Qin Pingon had only helped Pei Qian feed her punches once and that was it. Even though he said he was fighting a 4th realm cultivator against a 4th realm cultivator, he was actually still facing off against Pei Qian as a 5th realm cultivator. In the end, he still underestimated Pei Qian's size, allowing Pei Qian to punch him in the face immediately. Although martial artists with the golden body would not be injured, let alone bleed, Qin Pingon's dignity as a master had been completely destroyed. Before Qin Pingon could secretly increase his cultivation, preparing to feed Pei Qian with a 6th realm cultivator, he never thought Pei Qian would refuse to spar with his master no matter what. She hung her head in a sickly manner, saying she had committed the capital crime of disrespect, so master could just beat her to death. He would never fight back. If she fought back, she would be expelled from the sect herself. How was he supposed to teach her? The two of them walked barefooted to the corridor on the 2nd floor, leaning on the railing to admire the scenery. Behind the master and disciple were 2 pairs of boots neatly placed at the entrance of the bamboo building. In the courtyard, Wei Pai, who was twirling a chess piece with 2 fingers, suddenly put it back into the chess jar and laughed. No more, no more. The fairy Zhou Xian has already entered Huangting territory. When Jing Dafeng was playing chess, Pei Qian and the rest basically stayed far away from him. It was better not to get close to someone who took off his shoes and scratched his feet while munching on melon seeds. Jing Dafeng did not mind Wei Pai going back on his word. A game of chess only cost money and a little gambling was fun. Cui Dongshan stood at the side, spreading his arms, allowing Pei Qian and Zhou Mili to hang on the swing. Cui Dongshan laughed. Wei Shanjun can go get them. I'll take over. Brother Dafeng, what do you think? Jing Dafeng glanced at the chessboard. Wei Pai's momentum was already gone. But since Cui Dongshan said so, Jing Dafeng was not in a hurry to say yes or no. He took a few more glances and laughed. What's the wager? Cui Dongshan laughed. What wager? I'm not short of money. Jing Dafeng clicked his tongue. Sure, then let's continue. Pei Qian and Zhou Mili finally let go. Cui Dongshan sat on Wei Pai's seat, picked up a chess piece and gently placed it. Jing Dafeng glanced at Wei Pai behind Cui Dongshan. The latter smiled. Let's watch for a while longer. Zhou Xian is on the ferry spitting everywhere. He's busy helping Luopa Mountain cheat people. Let's not spoil his fun. Cui Dongshan's chess pieces flew. Jing Dafeng did not believe it. How could he turn the situation around like this? He was not slow either. Even if the guy opposite him was the one who played the rosy clouds, Jing Dafeng did not think he would lose. In the end, Jing Dafeng learned from Wei Pai and put the chess piece into the chess pot. He laughed. Let's not play anymore. Wei Pai and I are going to pick up Brother Zhu. A day without him feels like 3 years. How many days has it been? I miss him. Cui Dongshan did not care at all. He called Qin Rushu, who was sitting quietly at the side eating melon seeds. Come, let's continue. I'll help Brother Dafeng play chess. You play white. Otherwise there will be no suspense. Qin Rushu smiled and nodded. She liked to play chess. Otherwise she would not be so focused on watching Wei Pai and the other 2 play chess. Cui Dongshan did not get up. He just changed the position of the chess pot. Cui Dongshan and Qin Rushu continued to play chess. Wei Pai and Jing Dafeng walked out of the courtyard side by side. Wei Pai laughed. It's a bit embarrassing. Jing Dafeng nodded. It's a bit. Fortunately, Brother Zhu is not here. Otherwise he would probably still lose. Not waiting for them to go too far, Qin Lingjun said loudly. What's going on? How did the stupid girl win? Qin Rushu blushed and said, Mr. Cui deliberately lost to me. Cui Dongshan said innocently, how is that possible? Pei Qian stood behind Qin Rushu. He pressed his hands on his shoulders and said in a deep voice, Wan Shu. From today onwards, you are our Luopa Mountain's #1 Go expert. In the future, before old chef Jing Dafeng and Wei Pai play chess, they will all bow to you to show their respect. Lu Baixiang also had his own house on Luopa Mountain. The name of the house, the plaque, the couplets and other things were all undecided by Luopa Mountain. They were left to the owner to decide and decorate. Qin Rushu began to feel that Zhou Lian's idea was very humane and agreed. But Zhou Lian himself said that Luopa Mountain was short of money. Let these heartless fellows pay for it themselves. Wei Xian sat leisurely at Lu Baixiang's side, drinking a little wine. There were some side dishes on the table. They were all prepared by Qin Rushu, the little housekeeper. Every house had different owners and different tastes, so there were different wines and side dishes. Lu Baixiang's two direct disciples, the siblings Yuan Bao and Yuan Lai, sat at the side. Yuan Bao had a good impression of the serious Wei Xian. Compared to Zhou Lian and Jing Dafeng, his impression of him was much better. At the mountain gate, Zhou Lian, who had been dragged directly from the ferry to the foot of Luopa Mountain by Wei Pai, carried a bag on his back and lamented, "My old bones are covered in dust and wind. I'm really going to fall apart. Don't complain to us here. It's useless." Jing Dafeng laughed. "I've already sprained my ankle because of someone. A few days ago, it was Mistson who helped look after the mountain gate. As for our mountain god Wei, he was at the unpolished Jade Realm, but he was also scolded badly. Now it's just you." Zhou Lian glanced at Wei Pai, then at Jing Dafeng and laughed. "If you didn't scare me, I would have believed you. Now that you've opened your mouth, you've exposed yourself. Up the mountain, there's nothing to worry about." Wei Pai stretched out his hand. "I've won. A piece of snow costs money." Jing Dafeng slapped away Wei Pai's hand. "You lost the chess game, so we're even." Zhou Lian laughed. "So it's true. I knew it with a trick." Wei Pai laughed. "Don't believe it. This guy knew it from the beginning. Otherwise we'll lose again." Jing Dafeng squinted. "Do I need you to tell me that?" Zhou Lian wiped his mouth. "I've seen a lot on this trip. When I get back, I'll have Wei Pai bring 2 jugs of good wine. Let me slowly tell you about it." Jing Dafeng immediately became spirited. He thought of something and whispered, "How is it?" Zhou Lian patted his bag. Jing Dafeng nodded. "Us brothers are truly top-notch scholars. We'll read until we're old." Wei Pai rubbed his forehead. Qin Pingon stood alone on the second floor of the bamboo house. He knew that Zhou Lian had arrived, but he didn't need to go out of his way to receive him. The cloud-splitting mountain had received 2 letters from the Tai Hui sword sect, one from Qi Jinglong and the other from the White Head. Qi Jinglong said in the letter that he had spent all his 100 pieces of grain rain money and bought an imitation sword from the Hate Sword Mountain, as well as 2 sets of armor crafted by the Sanlang Temple. The price wasn't cheap, but these 3 things were definitely not bad. They were too expensive, so he had the hemp sect deliver them to the Oxhorn Mountain. The letter was concise and to the point. It was still Qi Jinglong's usual style. At the end of the letter it was a threat. If he succeeded in the 3 rounds of the Q-sword competition, and Su Xingjiu from the Cloud City came up the mountain with a bamboo chest to visit him, then he would let Qin Pingon decide what to do. The Whitehead's letter revealed a sense of schadenfreude. He said that the guy surnamed Lu was an eye-opener. Obviously, the Q-sword competition was just around the corner, but he still went to the Hate Sword Mountain and the Sanlang Temple one after another, which made the old men in the ancestral hall of the Tai Hui sword sect so worried that they almost broke their beards. In the Hate Sword Mountain he met Fairy Lu from the Water Classic Mountain. He didn't know what they talked about. He didn't know if the guy surnamed Lu was sanctimonious and careless with girls. Anyway, Fairy Lu was so angry that her eyes turned red, which shocked a lot of people. At the Temple of Sanlang, another confidant actually popped out. It seemed like she was a woman who had quite a reputation at the Temple of Sanlang. In any case, she had followed the 2 of them from the beginning to the end. Her gaze could eat people up. The one surnamed Lu picked 2 treasures, negotiated the price and ran away. Qin Pingon walked slowly from one end of the corridor to the other, going back and forth in this manner. Unexpectedly, before Zhou Lian arrived, Wei Pai came first. He brought over a secret flying sword message, which had just been received by the cloud-covering mountain. The writer was Luopa Mountain's consecrator, Zhou Fei. After Qin Pingon read the letter, he sighed. Was there such a coincidence? He walked to the first floor, took out a picture scroll and threw in a gold essence copper coin. Sui Yu walked out of the picture scroll. Qin Pingon asked, "What happened?" Sui Yu said indifferently, "I failed to kill and was killed. That's what happened. In the future I will continue to cultivate in the Book Lake's Real Realms sect." Even if Sui Yu came back to life in the picture scroll, there was still a strong murderous aura on her body. From this, It could be seen that she had a lot of enmity with people in the Tongyi continent's Jade Grey sect. It was just that he didn't know if it was from the same sect on the mountain or from going down the mountain to experience the world. Qin Pingon also didn't want to ask anything in detail. He smiled and said, "It just so happens that the Luopa Mountain's ancestral hall is about to be lit, and then it will be the official hanging of the statue and offering of incense. Zhou Lian, Lu Baixiang and Wei Xian are all on the mountain now." Sui Yu nodded and looked around. "This is Luopa Mountain?" Qin Pingon said, "You can stroll around as you wish." Sui Yu silently walked out of the house and stood at the edge of the cliff, gazing into the distance. Qin Pingon didn't follow, sitting on a small bamboo chair. Zhu Lian and Jing Dafeng, who were standing on the small path, came over and sat at the side. Jing Dafeng sighed, "I just realized that the scenery here is good." Qin Pingon smiled, "It's been hard on you." Zhu Lian shook his head, "It's not as hard as young master." Jing Dafeng muttered, "It's not hard on you guys, but it's hard on me." After the Jisei Peak's ancestral hall was lit, some guests had already arrived at Longquan County one after another. Picking an auspicious day, the mountain lord Qin Pingon took the lead in hanging the statue and offering incense. This time, when Luopa Mountain officially established the mountain gate, there wasn't much fanfare, and they didn't invite many people who could have been invited up the mountain. For example, Old Dragon City's Fan family and Sun family. There were also some well-informed people who wanted to come but didn't dare to come up the mountain without permission, such as the two water gods of Huangting country. There were also many friends who weren't suitable to appear in the eyes of others, and could only keep their regrets in their hearts. Therefore, the people who came to attend the ceremony were all close to the water pavilion, such as Northern Mountain Lord Wei Pai, Cloud Mountain Forest's Deer Academy's Deputy Mountain Lord, Dragon Spring Sword Sect Master Wan Wei, and two direct disciples, Golden Core Cultivator Dong Gu, Dragon Gate Realm Sword Cultivator Su Xiaoqiao, Boiled Fishback Pearl Hairpin Islands Lu Zhongruan. These were the guests. Other than that, they were the people of Luopa Mountain, this new mountain. 3 portraits hung in the ancestral hall. An old elementary scholar was hanging in the middle. Tijing Chen. Pui Qing. On the 3 incense tablets, only the name was written and no other words were written. Mountain Lord Qin Pingon. Eldest disciple Pei Qian. Student Cui Dongshan. Student Chao Qinglang. Julian Lu Baixiang Sui Yu Wei Xian. Qin Lingjun Qin Rushu Shiro. Xin Yuanji Yuan Bao Yuan Lai. Luopa Mountain's guardian consecrator, Zhou Mili. Official consecrator Jing Dafeng. Zhongqiu. Unpolished Jade Realm Wild Cultivator, Zhou Fei. Honorary consecrators, Blind Daoist Jiaqing Zhao Denggao Tianjiu. North Continent's Hemp Sect's Nascent Soul Cultivator Du Wenxi. Ancestral Hall's direct disciple Pang Lanxi. The young mountain chieftain who was closest to the 3 portraits, stood alone at the forefront. He was no longer the thin youth who wore straw sandals and had a charcoal black face. He wore a green robe and had a jade hairpin on his head. He had a slender figure and held incense in his hands, his back facing everyone. (569). Once the ancestral hall of Luopa Mountain was completed, the rest of the buildings on Jisei Peak would have to follow suit. Starting from the memorial arch at the foot of Jisei Peak, and going up in order, there were more than 30 buildings of various sizes along the central axis. They had the characteristics of temples and monasteries, as well as the elegance of gardens. Even the plaques and couplets had detailed descriptions of what should be written on them. As for the remaining rooms outside the main hall and pavilion, it was especially evident of their skill. Jing Dafeng and Wei Ba had also helped to come up with plans and suggestions. However, the final decision naturally still had to be made by Qin Pingon, the mountain lord of Luopa Mountain. Qin Pingon had brought the construction methods from Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. He had obtained it from the treasury of the Ministry of Works in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom. Qin Pingon highly praised it and gave it to Zhu Lian along with a large stack of copied blueprints from the ruins of the Immortal Mansion in Biting Kingdom. Qin Pingon only had one small request for the many auxiliary buildings of the ancestral hall. It was to have a landscape pavilion that imitated Song Yufan's villa. It could be named Xichun Pavilion or Long Pavilion. Other than that, Qin Pingon did not have any more extravagant hopes. In the end, after Zhou Xian took the construction methods, she smiled playfully. Qin Pingon then remembered that this was a model book issued by a certain imperial court in the history of Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. Zhou Xian laughed and said that she had indeed contributed to the compilation of this book. 2/3 of the building regulations in the book, such as the Kaesun Well and the Dugong, were actually her work. Qin Pingon then asked with a smile why the mansions in the middle of the main peak of Luopa Mountain did not have the slightest trace of the construction methods, and were built very mediocre. Zhou Xian answered confidently. At that time the family was poor and even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. What's more, the young master lived in the bamboo house. The others should be grateful that they had a place to stay. Otherwise, if Zhou Xian had to do it herself, she would have to spend a lot of money to build a luxurious mansion. Now the group of buildings led by the ancestral hall was where the face of Luopa Mountain lay. Naturally it was not included. It must be done by Zhou Xian himself. He would not let mediocre craftsmen ruin the scenery of Jisei Peak. In Zhou Xian's words, when you have no money, you should think about how to save money. You should be embarrassed when you don't have money. If you act like you have money, you will be looked down upon by others for no reason. But when you have money, you should be more particular about how to spend it. Qin Pingon felt that it was very reasonable, but he still kept a straight face and held back his laughter. Although he said that he shouldn't make decisions on his own in the future, how could he let his own people suffer? Wouldn't that chill the hearts of all the officers and soldiers? Even Pei Qian felt that his master's words and expression at that time were not sincere at all. Pei Qian still felt that old chef's expression of wanting to die to atone for his sins was far less natural than his own. The guests who came to watch the ceremony had naturally left Luopa Mountain. Du Wenxi and Pang Lanxi, who were the honorary elders of Luopa Mountain, also took their own ferry and returned to the Skeleton Beach. Qin Pingon gave Pang Lanxi 2 calligraphies, which he bought from a young county officer in a small county in Meili Kingdom with a few pots of divine wine. He asked Pang Lanxi to give the calligraphies to his great-grandfather. Lu Baisheng also brought the siblings Yuan Bao and Yuan Lai back to the border of the old Zhuang dynasty. Qin Pingon gave the 2 direct disciples of the ancestral hall each a set of precious armor made by the Sanlang Temple in North Continent. Zhongqiu brought Chao Qinglang to travel around Lotus Root Blessed Land. After that, they would return to Luopa Mountain and Aquarius Continent. When sending Chao Qinglang off, Qin Pingon not only gave his student the spring grass Daoist robe that cost a lot of immortal money to repair, he also gave Chao Qinglang many bamboo slips that he carved along the way and a sentence. Learn from the books, be a person outside the books. Outside the bamboo building, the student bowed to the teacher and the teacher bowed back to the student. Sui Yu had already left the mountain and went to the Book Lake True Realm sect. Even though the sect master Jiang Shangzhen, who used the identity of the rogue cultivator Zhou Fei, was at Luopa Mountain, Sui Yu did not talk to him much. Sui Yu did not mention much about the grudge of the Jade Grey sect. Previously, when he was at Luopa Mountain, he lived in seclusion every day and only went out once. That was when he visited Mount Huimeng and Mount Yellow Lake. Only then did his mood improve slightly. It seemed that he had chosen a certain place and had some plans. Qin Pingon originally wanted to ask about the whereabouts of the infatuation sword. Was it accidentally broken in a battle with someone, or was it stolen by someone? At the very least, there should be an explanation. Unfortunately, since Sui Yu did not speak, Qin Pingon did not have the nerve to ask. Wei Xian took Pei Qian to Lotus Root Blessed Land. He said that he wanted to let Pei Qian know whether or not Wei Xian had a golden carrying pole at home. Pei Qian asked the founding emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom what would happen if he went to the palace and did not have a golden carrying pole at home. Wei Xian said that he would give him one. Pei Qian's eyes widened and he raised his hands, giving 2 thumbs up. Oh, no wonder old Wei is now a high official of Wu Xianlang. How generous. Regardless of whether he wins or loses, he will give me a golden carrying pole. Wei Xian chuckled. As the master of the True Realm sect, he should be the busiest one. However, Jiang Shangzhen shamelessly stayed on Luopa Mountain and did not leave. He even picked a mansion halfway up the main peak. Zhou Xian said that there was no empty mansion for the time being. Every mansion had its own owner. If there was no other choice, he would brace himself and specially build one for Zhou Feifei. Jiang Shangzhen suggested that they might as well build more immortal mansions. Luopa Mountain did not have much, but there was a lot of empty land. Not only was the main peak built, the empty back mountain of the main peak was built as well. Including Mount Huimeng, all the mountains under the name of the Mountain Lord were not to be empty. All the expenses were to be paid by Zhou Feifei. Zhou Lian rubbed his hands and smiled, saying that this was not particularly appropriate. Jiang Shangzhen waved his hand and directly gave Zhou Lian a large amount of grain rain money, saying that this was the responsibility of Zhou Feifei and was extremely appropriate. Zhou Lian held the grain rain money in one hand and carefully counted it. He said that there were 15 grains, which was an odd number. Why not return 1 grain to Zhou Feifei? Then he just stood there and did not see any movement. Jiang Shangzhen had a guilty look on his face, saying that good things should come in pairs. He then gave him another 3 grains of grain rain money. Zhou Lian then took the money and carefully put it in his sleeve. He lamented that it was hard to find another person in Luopa Mountain who was as straightforward as Zhou Feifei. Recently, Cui Dongshan had been busy building trump cards and mountain formations for Mount Huimeng, Mount Huanghu and other mountains. For example, the pair of Dragon King baskets that Qin Pingon had obtained from the North Continent could be placed in Mount Huanghu after being repaired by Immortal Fire Dragon. Qin Pingon gave the Dragon King baskets to Qin Pingon and Qin Rushu respectively for them to refine. However, Qin Lingjun did not agree at first, hoping that Qin Pingon could give it to the Black Snake of Chiduan Mountain who was about to transform into a human form. In the end, Qin Lingjun was still worried that there would be a mistake in the matter of Jida traversing the river. Once one of the Dragon King baskets was lost, it would implicate the fate of Mount Huanghu's mountains and rivers. The power of the protective mountain formation of Mount Huanghu, which was built around the 2 Dragon King baskets, would be greatly reduced. Qin Pingon also did not agree. He told Qin Lingjun not to worry about this matter and to refine it into his natal item without worry. If he succeeded in traversing the river in the future, it was not like he could not return the favor to Mount Huanghu. Qin Lingjun was still hesitant. Qin Pingon could only say that the Dragon King baskets were such precious treasures of the mountain. He was willing to give it to Qin Lingjun, but his heart would ache if he gave it to someone else. Qin Lingjun only then accepted it. When he left, he felt a little light-headed. On this day at the cliffside of the bamboo building, Qin Pingon and Jiang Shangzhen, who was about to leave the mountain, sat opposite each other and drank. Of course, they were drinking the immortal wine that Jiang Shangzhen had brought. Jiang Shangzhen asked, "Is the lotus flower blessed land really going to give Xinjing sect 15% of the profits? Or is it permanent?" Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "It's not Xinjing sect or Yugui sect. It's the head of the Jiang family, or in other words, the consecrator Zhou Fei." Jiang Shangzhen laughed and said, "Then I'll just lie down and wait to collect the money. When I think of this, I'm worried." Jiang Shangzhen had no reason to reject benefits that were delivered to him. Just like the money and treasures that Jiang Shangzhen gave to Luopa Mountain, Zhou Lian accepted them without hesitation. It was just reciprocity. When Jiang Shangzhen first asked Luopa Mountain, it was for a permanent 20% of the profits of the blessed land. Xinjing sect was willing to lend Luopa Mountain 3 sums of money. The first sum was 1,000 grains of grain rain money to help the lotus flower blessed land become a middle-grade blessed land. After that, it would take out another 2,000 grains of grain rain money to stabilize the lotus flower blessed land's fate of mountains and rivers and increase the flow of spiritual energy. After becoming a high-grade blessed land, Jiang Shangzhen still needed to take out 3,000 grains of grain rain money. The 3 sums of immortal money, without mentioning the interest, Luopa Mountain had to pay it back within 100 years, 500 years and 1,000 years respectively. Otherwise, Xinjing sect would have to lend them a high interest rate. Luopa Mountain could sell its vassal mountains to Xinjing sect at a discount. If they were unwilling to give up their territory, they could also pay with their people. This was the true meaning of, business is business. To Jiang Shangzhen, he had a lot of money. Giving people money was one thing, but how to earn money was another. He had to abide by the rules. In this period of time, other than gifting the 6 islands of the Book Lake to Luopa Mountain, Jiang Shangzhen would also transfer people from the famous Cloud Cave Blessed Land to enter the Lotus Flower Blessed Land and be in charge of the management. As for how much authority the Jiang family disciples had in this new middle-grade Blessed Land, it would depend on how much Luopa Mountain was willing to give. But at that time, Zhou Lian insisted that Luopa Mountain could only give 10% to Xinjing sect. The Great Treasure Bottle Continent's northern mountain monarch Wei Pai had contributed money, effort, and people. Even if he worked like a cow or a horse, he would only get 10% of the profits. Zhenjing's sect was too greedy. Even if Zhou Xian agreed to it, it would easily hurt Wei Pai's reputation. With Wei Pai's personality, who did not know of his reputation? If Wei Pai became estranged from Luopa Mountain because of this, Luopa Mountain would lose more than it would gain. Jiang Shangzhen originally did not expect to get 20%. The bottom line was a permanent dividend of 15%. If Zhou Xian insisted on 10% of the profits, it would be too little. Moreover, Zhou Xian had said one thing that Jiang Shangzhen was worried about. The Lotus Flower Blessed Land's territory was not big. There were 20 million people of Nanyuan Kingdom and other sentient beings, plus Songlai Kingdom, Beijing Kingdom, and the grasslands outside the Great Wall. Although including the souls of people, everything seemed to be in the void and was roughly divided into 4. But as time passed, as long as Luopa Mountain was properly managed, once the number of people in the Blessed Land exceeded 50 million, it would become a rare middle-grade blessed land. Cloud Cave Blessed Land was one of the few high-grade blessed lands. Jade Gui Sect's Jiang family had managed it for generations, but they had never been able to break through the bottleneck of 90 million people. Of course, there was also Jiang Shangzhen's unscrupulous and reckless behavior. In history, there were a total of 5 great chaos where people were plunged into misery and suffering. In Jiang Shangzhen's hands there were as many as 3. This was also the fun part of Zhou Xian. His words were extravagant and he spoke a lot of nonsense. But he would always secretly hide 1 or 2 sentences that carried a lot of weight. Qin Pingon gently tapped the table with his finger. Immortal money, gold and copper coins, secular dynasty emperors. This was the outline that should be followed if one wanted to manage a blessed land well. The cultivators on the mountain, the gods of the mountains and rivers between the mountain and the foot of the mountain, and the hearts of the people at the foot of the mountain. If there was a flaw in any of these links and they were all interconnected, the blessed land would not be a treasure bowl, but a bottomless pit that ate up endless money. It would become a chicken rib, and it would even greatly weaken the foundation of a celestial sect. Wei Pai privately said something meaningful to Qin Pingon. After obtaining such a lotus flower blessed land that temporarily has 40 million people, you have to be careful of your own heart. Qin Pingon reassured Wei Pai. Jiang Shangzhen smiled. In the beginning, it's just a painful matter of spending money and dealing with the troublesome matters of the mountain and the foot of the mountain. When you manage it for a long time, there will be real troubles waiting for you. Mountain Master, you have to be mentally prepared. The amount of immortal money spent on a blessed land determined the number of cultivators and the height of the cultivation bottleneck. In an inferior blessed land, even if one had outstanding talent, it was very difficult to enter the cave-dwelling realm. Even Lake Mountain Sect's Yuzhini, who was a cultivator of the 5 realms in the vast world, was also stuck at the Dragon Gate realm in the past in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land. After entering a medium blessed land, the cultivation genius could be expected to reach the Earth Immortal realm. In one of the great calamities in the history of the Cloud Cave Blessed Land, Jiang Shangzhen was secretly defeated by a cultivator of the Pure Jade realm who secretly colluded with several Earth Immortals. They abandoned their grudges and besieged Jiang Shangzhen, the god of the Blessed Land who was traveling incognito. They tried to completely break away from the control of the Jiang family and created an unprecedented situation of separation of heaven and man. Of course, there was also the careful planning of some of the hostile forces of the Jade Gui sect. Otherwise, the cultivators of the Blessed Land would definitely not be able to do such a thing. Jiang Shangzhen spoke tirelessly and explained the secret history of the Cloud Cave Blessed Land in detail. Jiang Shangzhen began to conclude the disaster. Although after the event I was furious and led people to break through the Cloud Cave Blessed Land, but in fact I don't hate those top cultivators of the Blessed Land who failed at the last step. On the contrary, I feel that they are sad, respectable and pitiful. The pitiful thing is that they worked hard to cultivate for hundreds of years, and some of them even cultivated to an unprecedented Jade realm, and died just like that. The respectable thing is that they had courage and insight, but the sad thing is that they mistakenly thought that they had succeeded. Without Jiang Shangzhen, the Cloud Cave Blessed Land would be free from then on. But they didn't know that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The Jiang family's master can be changed and can even be supported by others as a puppet. When the new master takes office as the price of becoming the Jiang family's master, whether it's repaying favors or repaying money, it means that the Cloud Cave blessed land will suffer a disaster for at least 100 years. Jiang Shangzhen sighed. But this kind of logic, as long as it's me, Jiang Shangzhen, who says it, it won't hold water from the beginning. It's destined to not make sense. I also feel that those proud and arrogant geniuses didn't do anything wrong. If I were them, I would also do the same. The only difference is that I would be more patient and my plans would be more comprehensive. I would help the blessed land to get more benefits from the deal with the mastermind behind the scenes. Jiang Shangzhen smiled at Qin Pingon. The world is strange. Good things may not come, but bad things will definitely come. I'm not deliberately saying bad things, but now, Mountain Lord, you can think of a way to deal with the future. It's hard to make money without foresight. Qin Pingon said, thinking wrong first before doing things is one of my few good habits. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and nodded. After drinking, he prepared to leave. During this period of time, Jiang Shangzhen had wantonly collected a dozen sword talismans made by the Dragon Spring Sword sect through various channels. They were all bought at a high price. Wan Ting's two direct disciples, Dong Gu and Su Xiaoqiao, almost wanted to specially make a bunch of talisman swords for this unknown wild cultivator. In the end, they were scolded badly by Wan Ting, who rarely reprimanded his disciples. Qin Pingon stopped Jiang Shangzhen and took out the Daoist fast tablet from the token. Jiang Shangzhen said in surprise, "Is this the benefit of being the Luopa Mountain's consecrator?" Qin Pingon smiled. "It's a gift for that child." Jiang Shangzhen accepted the old fast heart tablet and clicked his tongue. Two favors for one thing. I, Zhou Fei, am ashamed of my inferiority to Mountain Lord's realm of doing business. Qin Pingon reminded him, don't teach a devil incarnate. Jiang Shangzhen said, the current book slip lake doesn't have the soil for the next Guken to grow. Qin Pingon said with an indifferent expression, I hope so. Jiang Shangzhen sighed and said, it's the wild cultivator Zhou Fei who has nothing to do. The master of the True Realm sect and the master of the Jiang family are still very busy, so they return to Book Slip Lake this time. For the meeting of allies, I may let someone below represent them. It may be Lu Laoqing or Li Fuyao. Anyway, it won't be the True Realm sect's river-intercepting Immortal. Qin Pingon smiled and nodded. Both of them are fine. Next, Qin Pingon would board the boat at the Ox Horn Mountain Ferry and take the Linen Sect's cross-continent ferry to the south, directly to Old Dragon City. On the way south he would meet two groups of people. The first group was the Linen Sect and Spring Dew Garden to discuss the details of the cooperation. The second group was the allies formed around the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, including Jiang Shangzhen, Old Dragon City's Fan Air and Sun Jiaxu. Now that the Blessed Land had been upgraded to a medium-level Blessed Land, there were many things to discuss again. While waiting for the Linen Sect's ferry to return south, when Wei Xian and Pei Qian returned to Luopa Mountain, Cui Dongshan would take Wei Xian and leave Longquan County together. Qin Pingon planned to take his dragon boat and take Pei Qian to the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom. He had to go. Because of the completion of the ancestral hall of the Luopa Mountain, Qin Pingon hoped that there would be people present, including Li Baoping, Li Huai, Lin Shui and Yu Lu. Thank you. People are hard to please, things are hard to do. And Qin Pingon once told Lu Chuan his wish, which was that one day in the future he hoped to go to Luopa Mountain. Back then he accompanied them step by step to the academy to study. In the future they could concentrate on their studies on Luopa Mountain or one of the mountains in Longquan County. They were not from Luopa Mountain and were not recorded in the genealogy records. Luopa Mountain was just a place with beautiful scenery and many books. Every spring, the willows would rustle, the grass would grow, and the orioles would fly so that the five of them could still be closer to the school in the town in the future, even if it was only for a short period of time. Then, if they wanted to travel, they could travel. If they wanted to gain experience, they could go down the mountain. That was all. More than that, Qin Pingon felt that he could not do it. Because everyone was growing up. Back then, the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket who ran all over the streets with sticks of locust tree wood, Li Huai who cried and made a fuss in the mud in the mountains for a small bamboo chest, Lin Shui who was kind but did not say anything good in the Immortal in of Huangting country, Yu Lu who liked to replace Qin Pingon to guard the second half of the night, And Xianxia, who always had a cold face but was in fact full of fear of the whole world, were all like this. On this night, Qin Pingon lay on the desk on the first floor of the bamboo building, making a face, imitating the little lotus figure on the desk, giggling. On the back of the boiled fish rented from Luopa Mountain, Lu Zhongruan, the owner of Pearl Hairpin Island, had not yet gone to Book Slip Lake. She was walking alone on the mountain peak. From the moment she decided to refine the water hull on the back of the boiled fish, the name Pearl Hairpin Island actually did not live up to its name. When Lu Zhongruan returned to her residence, she placed a hand-drawn map on the table. It included the 62 mountains of Longquan County, including Cloud Mountain, the Divine Beauty Mountain where the ancestral hall of the Dragon Spring Sword sect was located, formed a triangle with Lamp Mountain and Hengming Peak. In addition, there were 3 mountains that were rented from Luopa Mountain: the Rainbow Cloud Peak, the Immortal Grass Mountain, and the Treasure Tree Mountain. The 6 mountains formed a continuous force, and in addition to the many mountains that the Dragon Spring Sword sect had obtained later on, although the Dragon Spring Sword sect had roughly the same number of mountains as the Luopa Mountain and did not have a big advantage, in fact the territory was still slightly better. Moreover, it was said that the Dali dynasty intended to extend to the old central mountains in the north of the capital and give a large piece of territory to the Dragon Spring Sword sect. Other than Saint Wan Jiao's Dragon Spring Sword sect and Qin Pingon's Luopa Mountain, the various forces left behind were no longer in the mood. Even if they gathered together and could twist into a rope, it was obvious that they would not be able to contend against the 2 giants. Dragon Spine Mountain, Dry Spring Mountain, Fragrant Volcano, Yunmu Peak, True Earth Mountain. Lu Zhongruan lowered his head and stared at the distribution of the 3 forces on the map. Aoyu's back clearly belonged to the third party outside the confrontation between the 2 forces, but the Immortals on Dali Mountain had obviously automatically included Pearl Hairpin Island in the category of Luopa Mountain's vassal. Before Lu Zhongruan attended the ceremony, it was not that he did not have a knot in his heart, because Lu Zhongruan had never wanted his Pearl Hairpin Island to become a vassal of any big mountain. However, after the ceremony at the ancestral hall of the Luopa Mountain, Lu Zhongruan's mood was a little gloomy. The young man who had been an accountant on Verdant Canyon Island for a few years had unknowingly won over such a large family. The Lord of Mount Beiyu was so close to Luopa Mountain that they were about to wear the same pants. The key point was that Wei Pai had never bothered to hide this. The 3 night banquets were like rain on a yellow plum day, so rapid and dense that it caught people off guard. Before and after the night banquets on Mount Pai Yun, everyone had a bright smile on their faces, but who did not complain incessantly in their hearts. Just the 3 gifts alone were not dispensable expenses. Those who did not have any capital would probably have to tighten their belts to live. There was also an official worshipper of a pure Jade Realm wild cultivator. This was simply a shocking thing. Which Immortal family did not have the word clan, but had a mountain worshipper of the upper 5 realms. Were they really not afraid that the guest would bully the host? In addition, there were 2 direct disciples of Muyi Mountain Ancestral Hall of the Linen sect of the North Continent as honorary worshippers. What kind of situation was this? As for the young man in white Cui Dongshan who was standing in the second row, Lu Zhongruan felt that he was not at all easier to talk to than the wild cultivator Zhou Fei. And the 4 men and women who were standing in the third row at that time, Zhu Lian, Lu Baixiang, Sui, your right, Wei Xian, which one of them was simple? Lu Zhongruan knew 3 of them. They were the salvage of the Water Temple's dragon boat. He had been with the 3 for a long time, and all of them were reserved and had an astonishing aura. The remaining woman, whose aura was not inferior to the 3 martial arts grandmasters, was still unknown. But since she was able to stand with the 3 of them, it meant that Sui Yu's battle prowess was not weak. The 4 of them should at least be Golden Body Realm martial artists of Luopa Mountain? Where could he find them in such a huge Aquarius continent? But the thing that really made Lu Zhongruan accept his fate was that the younger generation of Luopa Mountain Ancestral Hall had created the kind of people that he often met. Pei Qian, the young man Chao Qinglang, Xin Yuanji, Yuan Bao and Yuan Lai, the pair of siblings. Because these young second-generation disciples of Luopa Mountain determined the depth of Luopa Mountain's foundation and future height. But what shocked Lu Zhongruan the most was still not these but 2 things. One was the 3 portraits hanging in Luopa Mountain Ancestral Hall. This meant where Luopa Mountain came from. That day was the first time Lu Zhongruan knew, and at the same time understood the name of Luopa Mountain. There was a deep meaning to it. The second thing was that in the small ancestral hall, there was a silent atmosphere. The green-robed young man with the jade hairpin stood alone at the front. The people behind him, regardless of their realm, origin, temperament, direct disciples, consecrators, all of them were solemn. Especially when Qin Pingan reported Zhou Mili's duty as a mountain protector, Lu Zhongruan, who was watching from the side, carefully observed and sensed the subtle expressions of the people. It was not something that seemed like it, but it was absolutely true. No one felt that the young mountain lord was doing something funny. When Lu Zhongruan thought of this, he could not breathe. He walked out of the house and took a walk in the courtyard. Looking up at Luopa Mountain, Lu Zhongruan's mood was complicated. Cliff Academy. After Li Huai finished class, he found his sister standing outside the door. Slim and elegant. He did not deny that his sister was good-looking. Li Huai said with a smile, "Sister, I met Lin Shui today. I was just talking about you and you came." Li Lu looked at her brother, who was already taller than her, and smiled softly. "I received a letter from home. Mother heard that you were busy with your studies, so she was worried about you. He asked me to come and see you." Li Huai opened the door of the schoolhouse and poured a cup of tea for Li Lu. He said helplessly, "I was just casually complaining. Mother doesn't know, but you do. To me, since the first day I went to school, when was there ever a day when I wasn't busy with my studies?" Li Lu took off her bag and put it on the table. She sat aside and nodded. "The only difference is that you have grown up." Li Huai rolled his eyes and said, "I also don't want to grow up, just like Pei Qian, who only eats and doesn't grow. My studies are useless and I am really tired. But every time I travel with the teachers, I travel thousands of miles. My legs and feet are tired, but my heart is not. Compared to studying bitterly at a private school, it is actually more relaxing. So I am more suitable to be a Jianghu hero. Studying is not very promising." Li Lu patted the bag. "There are some things inside. Keep them well. If you need money in the future, you can ask the Maoshan master to sell them for money." "Are you kidding? I don't dare to ask the Maoshan master. I can't wait to hide from him." Li Huai leaned on the table and opened the package. He picked and complained, "I knew it. Sister, you've been working as a maid for the old Immortal master at Lion Peak for only a few years. You must not have accumulated any good things. Look, none of them are the immortal treasures with the light of treasures. Compared to those that Qin Pingan gave me, they are far inferior. Sister, work hard and cultivate well so that you can become an immortal in the middle 5 realms of the cave-dwelling realm as soon as possible. You don't know how glorious Lin Shui is now. He's about to be fought over by the women in the capital of Great Sui." Li Lu smiled and did not say anything. The things in the bag were dim because the secret prohibition was not opened for the time being. She was not afraid that the academy and Mao Xiaodong would not be able to hide it if they were careless. Li Huai sighed and shook his head. He put down the things in his hands and tied the bag again. He could only help Lin Shui to this extent. As for why Dong Shuijing insisted on liking his elder sister, Li Huai could not figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains. It was fine if Dong Shuijing liked his elder sister. He opened a wonton shop in Longquan County, which was quite compatible with his family. But Dong Shuijing, Lin Shui, was now the Great Sui dynasty's famous jade of cultivation. What was so good about his elder sister? Li Huai lifted the bag. Wow, it was quite heavy. Then Li Huai looked at his sister, who was holding a cup with both hands and drinking tea slowly. He could not help but say earnestly, "Sister, I won't say anything today. Anyway, you are not married yet. You are a family. You send money back and forth and the money is all in your own family. But when you get married, you can't send me things like this. It is not easy to cultivate on the mountain. You went to the Lion Peak because of your relatives. You will definitely be gossiped about on the mountain and gossip about you behind your back. You'd better save more money yourself. In fact, as long as you can help father and mother run the shop a little, it will be enough. Our father and mother don't care about you. If mother says something, you can push it to me. I really don't want to scold you, but you are not young anymore and will soon become an old lady. You should think about your own marriage." Li Lu smiled and narrowed her eyes. "Seems that you have really grown up. You know how to think about your sister." Li Huai sat cross-legged on the bench, poured some soybeans into a bowl and pushed it to his sister. He grabbed a handful and put it in the palm of his hand. Chewing the soybeans in his mouth, he laughed and said, Sister, you are so heartless. Since I was young, I have spent a lot of effort for you. I tried my best to find a brother-in-law for me. For example, my good brother Alliance and Qin Pingon, whom I admire the most. Unfortunately, they did not succeed. You can only blame yourself. You can't blame me. Li Lu threw a soybean at him. No one talks about their sister's brother like you. Li Huai caught it and threw it into his mouth together with the ones in the palm of his hand. Jokes are jokes. When you get married in the future, if you continue to send things to your mother's family like this, it won't work. Brother-in-law will not be happy. Don't listen to our mother's nagging. I will fight for what I want to be in the future. How can I rely on my sister and brother-in-law? I will let you be looked down upon by my brother-in-law's family. The more Li Huai said, the more reasonable he felt. Even if my future brother-in-law is magnanimous and doesn't care about it. You shouldn't do this. Li Lu smiled and asked, why? Li Huai impatiently said, Sister, you are so annoying. If you do what I say, who is the most important person in our family? Me. Mother listens to me, father listens to mother, you listen to father. Whose words do you think are the most effective? Li Lu smiled. Li Huai blinked. Well, I admit that the first words were discussed by Qin Pingon and I in the past. These years we have been apart more than we have been together. I have been saving up the opportunity to nag you. But Qin Pingon didn't teach me the latter question. How can I argue with you? If you really want to know the answer, I will ask Qin Pingon later. Li Lu asked, how do you know that Qin Pingon is definitely right? Li Huai asked, did Qin Pingon say something wrong? Li Lu smiled and said, no. Li Huai snorted, Li Lu. Your younger brother is the kind of person who can stab himself twice for the sake of brotherhood. Li Huai stretched out his thumb and pointed to his chest. Li Lu smiled and leaned forward. She gently moved Li Huai's hand away and pointed to her ribs. The book says to stab yourself in the ribs. Here, don't stab yourself in the heart. In the future, even if it is for a good friend. Li Huai stared and said, Sister, you are a girl. What do you know about Jianghu? Don't tell me this or I will get angry with you. Li Lu smiled and didn't speak anymore. Did Li Lu know about Jianghu? This was a very interesting question. According to legend, in ancient times there was only one world. All the lakes and seas were blasphemous. There was once a group of female officials with high authority in the celestial court. Their official position and power were above that of Master Yu, River Uncle, and many dragon kings. They were called Dragon Slayer envoys. They patrolled, supervised, and ordered the flood dragons in the world. And these people with high authority only listened to the orders of an ancient god. The latter was called the Master of Jianghu. Li Lu suddenly asked, the few times you went out to study, how was it? Li Huai gradually restrained his smile and said softly, when I was young I only followed Li Baoping and blindly cheered and read loudly. I didn't even know what I read. There were many words in history books. In the past I could only memorize them and couldn't remember them. After walking a lot and meeting a lot of people, I suddenly realized that it was difficult for me to forget them. The experts in the mountains and wilderness seek the dark, walk the path of eccentricity and seek fame. The beauty of the general's material, the elite troops, and the evil, the Tao is perfect in every case. The remains on the wall, the swan-shaped vegetables from the gullies are also compared. Li Huai squeezed out a smile. Sister, let's not talk about these. Li Lu nodded and said, then let's talk about Li Baoping? Li Huai felt a headache coming. Don't talk about this, I have a bigger headache. Now that I see Li Baoping, she is so boring. Every day she reads, she says she wants to read thousands of books. She is still very busy and no longer runs around crazily. Guess what, she is even more invisible than Lin Shui. Sister, don't you think it's strange? In the past, I felt that Li Baoping was already the most terrifying existence in the world when she was young. Now I feel that Li Baoping is not as good as she was in the past. When Qin Pingon comes to the academy, I must risk my life to remonstrate with him. In front of Qin Pingon I must talk about this Li Baoping. There is no other way. Perhaps only he, as the youngest uncle, can control Li Baoping. Li Huai shook his head hard. Don't talk about her, my head hurts. Yu Lu and Xianxia, actually I don't see them that much. They're all like this. But our relationship is actually not bad. When we meet occasionally I can still feel it. After Li Lu left, Lin Shui just came. After knowing that Li Lu came and left in a hurry, Lin Shui was a little silent. Li Huai was also at a loss. It was hard to persuade him. If he persuaded him correctly, he might not be able to become his brother-in-law. If he accidentally persuaded him wrongly, it would be adding salt to the wound. After Lin Shui left, Li Huai sighed. Why did he have a girl he liked so early? How good would it be if she was like him? Back in the house, Li Huai put the small bamboo box on the table, put his sister's package in it, and then carefully wiped the box. In the end, Li Huai rubbed his chin and felt that it was necessary to use his trump card. He poured a cup of tea, dipped his finger in it, and randomly chanted, Tian ling ling di ling ling di ling ling di ling ling di 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 ling di. After that, Li Huai made a gesture of qi sinking into his dantian. Looking at the marks on the table, he nodded with satisfaction. Good handwriting. 100 alliances were not as good as his. At the beginning of winter, Qin Pingon was at the ferry of Oxhorn Mountain. He was about to board his dragon boat with Pei Qian and go to the Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom. Even though Zhou Mili had already handed over 2 mountain walking staffs, she was still carrying a golden shoulder pole on her shoulder. Cui Dongshan and Wei Xian were also leaving Longquan County, but they were taking another Dali military ferry that was passing by. Wei Xian was chatting with Pei Qian. Cui Dongshan only said a few parting words. Sir, you've been working hard for so many years to move mountains and earn your support with your own ability. Actually, you can rely on 1 or 2 now. The road is long and difficult. Sir, please take it easy. End of chapter. (570). At the bow of the dragon boat stood an adult and a child. The adult was in a green robe and had a sword on his back. The child had a sword, a walking stick, a bamboo box, and a small bamboo hat on his waist. Having a lot of belongings was also a small worry in the midst of great happiness. Lu Zhongruan stood on the top floor of the dragon boat and looked down at the deck. She needed manpower to steer the dragon boat, so she negotiated a new deal with Luopa Mountain. Lu Zhongruan found a few disciples of the ancestral hall who had followed her to cultivate on the back of Aou and taught them how to operate the dragon boat. It was not a long-term plan, but it could allow the cultivators of Pearl Hairpin Island to integrate into the mountains of Liju Blessed Land faster. This was the choice Lu Zhongruan made after careful consideration when she took a walk in the courtyard that night. Lu Zhongruan completely understood. Instead of implicating the cultivators of Pearl Hairpin Island into an awkward situation because of his awkward attitude, he might as well learn from Zhu Lian, the chief steward of Luopa Mountain, and be shameless. Qin Pingon was chatting with Pei Qian about his travels in the North Continent. They talked about a cultivation genius called Lin Su, who was the leader of the 10 youths in the North Continent. It was said that as long as he made a move, it meant that he had already won. After Pei Qian heard about it, he felt that the guy was a little tricky. It was a pity that his master had traveled for so long in the North Continent, but that guy did not have the chance to meet his master. It was a big regret in Lin Su's life. He was probably regretting it so much that his intestines were in knots. Lin Su could not be blamed for not being observant. After all, not everyone could meet his master. Naturally, Qin Pingon didn't know what Pei Qian was thinking about in his head. He was not unfamiliar with the 10 youths from the North Continent. Among the 10 of them, Qi Jinglong was his friend, the best kind. He had met Yang Ningxin, who had hidden her identity at the Ghost Region Valley's Mirror Mountain. He had also interacted with the scholar Yang Ningxing. Along the way, they had been scheming and plotting against each other. Through the catoptric deflection, he had watched the battle at Juli Mountain in the city above clouds. He had seen the wild cultivator Huang Shi and the warrior Xianyang fight to the death. Qin Pingon suddenly said, "When I brought you out of the lotus flower blessed land, I did not like you. It was not entirely your fault. There was also a reason why I did not like myself. It is hidden inside. I have to explain it to you." Pei Qian grinned and said, "I didn't like myself back then either." Qin Pingon asked, "Do you remember the first time we met?" Pei Qian felt a little guilty and said softly, "Master, when I was in the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom, I found the little girl who often brought me food back then. I sincerely thanked her and even apologized. I also specifically told Chao Qinglang that if anything happened to the little girl's family in the future, he should help. Of course, if she or her family was in the wrong, Chao Qinglang should not interfere. Therefore, master, you must not bring up old scores. Qin Pingon reached out and pressed Pei Qian's head. Only when you can talk about the past can you truly untie the knot in your heart. You did wrong in the past, but you did well in the future. Master is very pleased. But there are still some mistakes that can be turned over. Like those little bamboo slips, you should take them out to bask in the sun and look at the moon. They can help you reflect. Qin Pingon looked into the distance of the ferry. It was the middle of winter. It looked like it was going to snow. Qin Pingon sighed. Taoism advocates nature. There is still a saying. If you do not cultivate the human path, it is difficult to approach the heavenly path. Pei Qian's expression was serious. Master's words are like gold. I want to learn from Master and make a set of carving knives and bamboo slips to record Master's teachings. Qin Pingon pulled Pei Qian's ear and laughed angrily. Cui Dongshan, Zhu Lian, Qin Lingjun and the others of Luopa Mountain added together are not as good as you. Pei Qian stood on tiptoe, tilted his head and howled. When Lu Zhongruan saw this scene on the top floor, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Qin Pingon leaned on the railing. Cui Dongshan liked to talk about Cliff Academy with him. At this time of year, Li Baoping must still be wearing a red cotton-padded jacket. She had always been the strangest student of Cliff Academy in the Great Sui Kingdom. In the past she was strange because she liked to skip classes, asked questions, copied books like a mountain and came and went like the wind. Now she was strange. It was said that Li Baoping had become quiet and taciturn. She did not ask questions and just read books. She still liked to skip classes and wander alone in the streets and alleys of the capital city of the Great Sui Kingdom. The most famous thing was that a teacher of the academy asked Li Baoping to teach on his behalf when he was sick. 2 days later, the old teacher returned to the classroom and found that his prestige as a teacher was not enough. The eyes of the students hurt the old teacher. At the same time, he looked at Li Baoping sitting in the corner and felt a little proud. Qin Pingon was a little worried at that time. Cui Dongshan, on the other hand, laughed heartily and said that little treasure bottle was imparting knowledge to others without being the least bit unconventional or overstepping the rules. Lin Shi was a true cultivator. He relied on the Cloud Gem book to make rapid progress on his path of cultivation. In the academy he met a great master who taught him everything he knew. However, the two of them were not master and disciple. It was said that Lin Shi now had a great reputation in the Great Sui Kingdom. In fact, a high-ranking assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, who was responsible for finding potential cultivators for the Dali Imperial Court, personally contacted Lin Shi's father. However, Lin Shi's father refused and only said that he would pretend that he had never had such a son. Yu Lu had been training for the Jinshan state these years. In the past few years he had broken through the realm too quickly. Moreover, Yu Lu, who was suspected of drifting with the crowd, finally had some ambition. He liked fishing and had a fish basket, but he would release it after he caught it. Obviously, the fun was only in the process of fishing. As for the size of the catch, Yu Lu did not care. Thank you. He had been guarding the house left by Cui Dongshan and concentrating on cultivation. After the dragon-binding nails were all removed, he had made great progress on the path of cultivation. However, he hid it very well and lived in seclusion. Mao Xiaodong, the deputy master of the academy, also helped to hide it. Li Huai and his two schoolmates, Lu Guan and Ma Lian, had caused a lot of trouble during their years of study. However, Lu Guan often took the initiative to take the blame and Ma Lian helped to clean up the mess. It was not that Li Huai did not want to help, but Lu Guan and Ma Lian did not want Li Huai to be a hero after Lu Guan and Ma Lian helped them a few times. Li Baoping was worthy of being called the best in learning and seeking knowledge. In terms of cultivation, Thank You was actually at the forefront. However, Lin Shi could be said to be the best in both cultivation and study. Everything was leisurely. Cultivating the mind and temperament had never been a big thing in life. In fact, it had always been Yu Lu's strength. Now Yu Lu was slowly nourishing the fist intent and gradually building the foundation of the golden body state. As for Li Huai, Cui Dongshan said that this guy was a dog sh*t wherever he went. In addition to getting the psychic white deer, he had not been idle these years. However, Li Huai did not know how lucky he was. He kept adding to his belongings, buying antiques and treasures, or visiting Ma Lian's house as a guest. Ma Lian casually gave him a junk, and a bamboo box full of treasures were all left there to collect dust. It was a waste of natural resources. Pei Qian asked curiously, "Master, why don't you hang up the wine pot?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Life is a pot of wine. When you think of something you will drink." Pei Qian tried hard not to speak. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "If you want to say it, then say it." Only then did Pei Qian spill the beans from a bamboo tube. He quickly said, "Master, you're worried about the money for the wine. Look, I have money here. Copper coins, broken silver, small gold ingots, a lot of snow money and a small summer money. I have everything. Master, take it all." Qin Pingon turned his head and looked at Pei Qian, who was holding up the money bag. Qin Pingon smiled and held the little head and shook it. "Keep it for yourself. It's not like I don't have money." Pei Qian sighed and resentfully put away the money bag that Aunt Gui gave her. She carefully put it in her sleeve and accompanied her master to look at the sea of clouds. What a big cotton candy! The master and disciple arrived at the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. The streets and alleys were thick with snow. Pei Qian purposely picked the snow on the side of the road that had not been swept away. When she stepped on it, crunching sounds could be heard and every step left a footprint. The old man guarding the Cliff Academy recognized Qin Pingon and smiled. "Qin Pingon, I haven't seen you for a few years. Where have you been?" Qin Pingon bowed. Pei Qian, who was beside him, hurriedly shook the small bamboo box and did the same. He took out a genealogy record from his sleeve and handed it over. The old man took a look and smiled. "Good fellow. Last time it was the Tongye continent. This time it's the North continent. Where will you go next time? Will it be the Central Divine continent?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "I don't have the chance to settle down and study. I can only rely on walking." The old man nodded and turned to look at Pei Qian. "Little girl, why aren't you so tanned anymore? You've grown taller too. Is it because you stayed in the school in your hometown?" Pei Qian beamed and nodded vigorously. "You're very knowledgeable and have a good eye for people. The Maoshan Mountain Chieftain should really let you become a teacher in the school. Then the Cliff Academy will be amazing in the future. Today there will be a wise man, tomorrow there will be a gentleman." The old man laughed heartily and asked, "Did you learn from Qin Pingon?" Pei Qian was speechless. This question was not easy to answer. Qin Pingon smiled and smacked Pei Qian's head with a chestnut. Pei Qian felt that if he came to the Cliff Academy again in the future, it would be better to talk less with this old man. They entered the academy with familiarity and stopped at the guest house. However, Qin Pingon did not bring many things and there was nothing to put in the house. Pei Qian was reluctant to leave anything behind. The small bamboo box was for the Cliff Academy. The mountain walking stick was for Sister Bao Ping. As for the saber and sword at his waist, of course, it was for the 3 Jianghu bandits to see. He could not leave anything behind. Qin Pingon let Pei Qian go to Li Baoping's house first and went to Mao Xiaodong's place. The tall old man with a ruler at his waist stood at the door and asked with a smile, "You're already in the golden body state?" Qin Pingon nodded. "I broke through the bottleneck of the 6th state at the Lion Peak in the North Continent." Mao Xiaodong was gloating. "Li Huai's father must have put in a lot of effort, right?" Qin Pingon smiled bitterly. "It's all right." In the study the two of them sat down. Mao Xiaodong went straight to the point and said, "What books have you read over the years? I want to test you to see if you've been too focused on cultivation and neglected the study of self-cultivation." Qin Pingon first took out a stack of books from the objects in front of him and stacked them on his knees. Then he recited a long list of book titles. Some of the books he took out just now were borrowed by Cui Dongshan from the Cliff Academy. After he finished reading them, he naturally had to return them to the academy. However, Luopa Mountain had already bought 2 sets according to the titles of the books. One set was kept as a collection, and the other set, which Qin Pingon knew how to outline and comment on, was placed on the table on the first floor of the bamboo building. Mao Xiaodong frowned. "It's so complicated?" Qin Pingon nodded. "It's difficult to pass the mental test. Sometimes, it seems like you can't pass the test in a skill that used to work 100 times. In the end, you realize that it's not that the knowledge you rely on is not enough, but that you've learned too little." Mao Xiaodong slowly relaxed his brows. "Very good. Then I don't need to test you." Qin Pingon asked about Li Baoping and the others' recent studies. Mao Xiaodong gave a concise explanation. Qin Pingon could hear that he was generally satisfied. However, Qin Pingon also heard some of the complaints that the elders in the family had towards their juniors. For example, Li Baoping's personality had to be changed. Otherwise she would be too stuffy and not as cute as she was when she was young. Lin Shui's cultivation was too smooth. He was afraid that one day he would simply abandon the books and go to the mountains to become an immortal. Yulu had read the writings of the Confucian sages thoroughly. However, deep in his heart he did not recognize and respect the legalists as much as he did. This was not a bad thing. Xianxia had never been interested in learning, which was not a good thing. He was too focused on breaking through the bottleneck in his cultivation. He cultivated day and night without slacking off. Even when he was in school, his mind was still on cultivation. It was as if he wanted to make up for all the time that he had squandered in the past few years. More haste, less speed. It was easy to accumulate many hidden dangers. If he focused on cultivation today, it would be the crux of his cultivation in the coming year. Mao Xiaodong was the one that he felt most at ease with Li Huai. He said that this kid was not bad. Qin Pingon reached out and gently placed his hand on the book. He said honestly, Mr. Mao teaches and educates people. You have the demeanor of the sage of literature. Mao Xiaodong waved his hand and sighed. The difference is more than 100,000 miles. Qin Pingon smiled and stood up with the book. He was about to put down the book and leave when Mao Xiaodong stood up but did not accept the books. Take them. I will buy books from the Academy's library to make up for it. Take these books as a gift for the completion of the ancestral hall of Luopa Mountain. Qin Pingon did not refuse and kept the books. After Qin Pingon left, Mao Xiaodong stretched out his hand and touched the corner of his mouth to prevent himself from smiling too much. In this winter, some words were quite heartwarming. Qin Pingon walked all the way to Li Baoping's school. He saw Pei Qian, who was looking up and talking excitedly to Li Baoping. Without the word little, the girl was wearing a red cotton padded jacket that would only make a girl have a rustic feel. But when she wore it, it was not tacky at all. She was slender and had a sharp chin. Her expression was tranquil, but the smile on her face was still familiar. Her pair of beautiful eyes were still. Besides being able to talk, it seemed that she also knew how to hide things. Seeing Qin Pingon, Li Baoping quickly walked over. He wanted to say something but hesitated. Qin Pingon was a little sad. He smiled and said, "Why don't you call me little uncle?" How did the girl with a round face and big eyes grow so big all of a sudden? Li Baoping suddenly smiled and shouted, "Little uncle." She had finally become the little girl of the past. Qin Pingon said, "There are some things that you don't have to think too much about, and you don't have to worry about causing trouble for little uncle. There won't be any trouble." Li Baoping was in high spirits. Qin Pingon suggested that they go to the guest house. Pei Qian was a little puzzled. Why did Master choose to go to the farthest place? Sister Baoping's school was right in front of them. Li Baoping did not say anything. She crossed her fingers and walked backward in front of Qin Pingon. She asked, "Little uncle, do you know how many days we haven't seen each other?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "It's been many years." Pei Qian reported an accurate number loudly. This was what she was best at. Memorizing books, knowing the way and remembering things. When they arrived at the guest house, Pei Qian said that she would call Li Huai over. Qin Pingon smiled and nodded. However, he asked Pei Qian to bring Li Huai directly to the guest house. It was spacious there. Pei Qian ran all the way to inform them. Li Baoping asked softly, "Little uncle, do you have wine?" Qin Pingon was stunned for a moment. "You want to drink wine?" Li Baoping smiled and nodded gently. "I'll be sneaky. I'll drink a little." Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment. He took out a bottle of glutinous rice wine brewed by Dong Shuijing and poured 2 small bowls. "It's not that you can't drink wine, but you must drink less." Li Baoping picked up the wine bowl and took a sip. "It's the taste of home." Qin Pingon sipped the wine and told Li Baoping about meeting her elder brother in the North Continent's Qinghao Kingdom. Li Baoping listened and held the white bowl with both hands. She nodded and said, "It's troublesome to write a letter to my elder brother. If I write a letter, I have to send it from the academy to my home. Then I have to ask my grandfather to help me send it across the continent to an immortal mountain. Then I have to send it to the Dongxian street in the Qinghao Kingdom." Qin Pingon asked, "Are you unhappy about studying in the academy?" Li Baoping shook her head and said blankly, I'm not unhappy. Little uncle, did the Maoshan Mountain chieftain say something? Qin Pingon smiled and said, the Maoshan Mountain chieftain thinks that you don't like to talk in the academy. He's a little worried. Li Baoping was puzzled. I've always liked to play by myself since I was young. It's not like that only happened when I came to the academy. It's just that I feel that there's nothing to talk about, so I don't talk about it. One person went into the water to catch crabs, one person ran through the streets to watch the door gods, one person jumped on the bluestone floor of the Fulu Street, one person waited for the peach blossoms to bloom in the peach leaf alley, and one person went to the old porcelain mountain to pick porcelain pieces. It had always been like this. Qin Pingon held back his laughter. It seemed that it was indeed so. Li Baoping laughed as well. Little uncle, what are you laughing about? Qin Pingon smiled and said, nothing. I'm just thinking about the first time we met. You were so small but sweaty. You ran so fast while carrying an old locust tree branch. Now that I think about it, I'm still impressed. Li Baoping was embarrassed for the first time. She raised her bowl and covered half of her face and eyes. However, she could not hide her smile. Qin Pingon smiled and said, let's go and thank them. The two of them walked side by side. Li Baoping asked questions and Qin Pingon answered them one by one. On the way they met Pei Qian and the others. Other than the excited Li Huai, Lin Shuyi and Yu Lu were also there. Xianxia noticed the commotion outside and opened the door. She smiled when she saw the large group of people. Apart from Lin Shuyi, who would occasionally come here to cultivate, there were almost no guests in the house that Cui Dongshan had left for her. Pei Qian and Li Huai, who was carrying a small bamboo box, sat down in the courtyard and began to fight. Qin Pingon, Lin Shuyi and Yu Lu stood and chatted. Li Baoping and Xianxia sat on the steps. In the end, Qin Pingon clapped his hands lightly. Everyone looked at him. Qin Pingon said, there's something I have to tell you. I already have my own ancestral hall at Luopa Mountain. The reason why I didn't invite you to attend the ceremony was not because I didn't want to, but because it wasn't suitable for now. You can go to Luopa Mountain as guests at any time. There are many empty mountains outside of Luopa Mountain. If you like any of them, you can pick one. I can help you build a study house. If you have any other requests, you can tell Pei Qian directly. Li Baoping already knew about this from Pei Qian. He was not surprised. Xianxia was the most shocked. She was once a direct disciple of the ancestral hall at the top Immortal mountain of the Lu dynasty. Therefore she knew very well what the appearance of an ancestral hall meant. Yu Lu congratulated. Lin Shuyi also congratulated with a smile. Qin Pingon smiled at Lin Shuyi and Xianxia. You are already immortals who cultivate on the mountain. The spiritual qi at Longquan County is still very abundant. Therefore you too must not be shy. It's a free mountain. It's an extra place for cultivation. It's a waste not to take it. Then Qin Pingon said to Yu Lu, Luopa Mountain has many martial artists. Yu Lu, you can find someone called Zhou Xian. He's now in the far travel realm. You two can spar. Let him help you with your punches. Zhou Xian is more restrained. At this point, Qin Pingon's eyes were sincere. Yu Lu did not agree or refuse. He said, why do I feel a chill on my back? Li Huai was busy fighting with Pei Qian's subordinates on the table. After hearing this, he said angrily, Qin Pingon. It's fine if you don't tell Baoping and the others about such a big matter, but you even hide it from me? To think that we're brothers of different surnames. Are you looking down on me, Li Huai? Say, does Luopa Mountain lack a chief consecrator? If it doesn't, it's close at hand. You Qin Pingon can only invite me out tomorrow. Qin Pingon smiled and said, go away. Li Huai looked at the densely packed items on the table with Pei Qian. He had a pitiful expression. I can't live anymore. It's cold and my heart is even colder. I didn't become a brother-in-law and now I can't even be sworn brothers. Life has no meaning. Even if I, Li Huai, have the most troops in the world and fierce generals under my command, what's the point? What's the point? Pei Qian slammed the table. All the items on the stone table shook. She said angrily, Li Huai, when did you follow my master to cut off chicken heads and burn yellow paper? What's the seniority? Li Huai shrank his neck. It's just for fun. When I was young, I had a grass competition with Qin Pingon. It's just like cutting off chicken heads. It's not accurate. Yu Lu saw this scene and was a little surprised. He couldn't help but look at Pei Qian. Yulu only felt incredulous. He remembered that when they first met, the little charcoal girl hadn't really started to practice martial arts. How many years had it been? There was a chess game left by Cui Dongshan in the house. After that, Qin Pingon asked for humiliation and was destined to play a game with Yulu. Li Baoping and Pei Qian sat on the left and right of Qin Pingon. Lin Shui and Xianxia could only sit beside Yulu. Li Huai was furious. Why did he become the extra person? He sat on the side of the chessboard and was about to take off his boots. However, he was glanced at by Xianxia. Li Huai reached out and wiped the green bamboo floor. He said, "I'm afraid I'll dirty your house. There's no such thing as a gentleman watching a game without speaking." In the end it became Yulu, Xianxia and Lin Shui. They worked together and faced off against Li Baoping alone. As the three of them were good at chess, they didn't play slowly. Li Baoping placed her chess pieces quickly. She only glanced at the situation of the game. Pei Qian felt that his side would definitely win. Baoping Jiejie had already killed 3 of the opponents with her aura of a great master. However, in the end Yulu and the other 2 won. As Li Baoping played too quickly, her opponents won cleanly while she lost without any hesitation. Pei Qian clapped his fists and comforted Sister Baoping not to be discouraged. Qin Pingon roughly understood. Li Baoping smiled. "Junior uncle, I'm sorry." Qin Pingon shook his head. "In a few years it'll be difficult for us to lose." Li Baoping nodded vigorously. Lin Shui and Xianxia looked at each other helplessly. Qin Pingon was telling the truth. Unexpectedly Yulu smiled. "You want to win? That depends on whether the 3 of us are willing to play chess with you." Yulu covered the chess jar and looked at Lin Shui and Xianxia. "Let's do it this way. The 3 of us will officially stop playing chess from today onwards. Against Qin Pingon, Li Baoping and Pei Qian will maintain a winning record." Lin Shui nodded. "Agreed." Xianxia smiled. "Seconded." Pei Qian was anxious. Li Huai spoke even faster than Pei Qian. He spoke up for justice. "Why are the 3 of you so shameless? Did you learn from Alliance? Even if you learned from him, did you ask for my permission? Don't you know what's my relationship with Alliance? How much did Alliance receive from me, Li Huai, in terms of speaking, writing and eating? Don't you know?" Pei Qian was gratified. He looked at Li Huai with a kind gaze. "You've made up for your mistakes. Otherwise I'll strip you of that prominent position. You won't be able to stand upright when you're with Lu Guan and Ma Lian." Li Huai was puzzled. "But the Wulin Alliance is Li Baoping. Your position isn't much higher than mine." "What?" Pei Qian crossed his arms over his chest and sneered. "Li Huai, you're such an idiot. How dare you dream of roaming the Jianghu with me in the future? What's my relationship with Sister Baoping? You're just a branch leader. How can you compare to me?" Li Baoping packed up her chess pieces. She was fast at playing chess, but now she was slow. She smiled. "Before I came here, I've already given up my position and let Pei Qian be the Wulin Alliance." Pei Qian raised his eyebrows and looked at Li Huai from the corner of his eyes. He sneered. "Oh silly. Now you're in trouble." Li Huai didn't treat this as a joke. Roaming the Wulin Alliance had always been Li Huai's biggest concern. So he said anxiously, "Li Baoping, how can you be so willful? You're not going to give up your position just like that? It's fine if you don't want it, but why did you give up your position to Pei Qian? Who's more experienced? Me, right? We've known each other for so many years. If we were to talk about loyalty and righteousness, it would still be me, right? Back then, during our 2 travels, I had to eat and sleep in the open. Did you have any complaints?" Li Baoping nodded and said, "Not even half a sentence of complaint." They all came one after another and accumulated a whole basket of complaints. Li Huai, who had his little cunning thoughts exposed, could only change his approach, and he said with an aggrieved expression, "If the 2 of you continue to work together to bully an honest person like this, then I'll really have to pull Lu Guan and Ma Lian out of the gang and establish my own sect." Pei Qian sneered. "Forget it. Lu Guan, that fool, and Ma Lian, that bookworm. Without me, Pei Qian, to devise strategies, how can you make a name for yourselves in the Wulin Alliance? Families have their rules, gangs have their rules. I'll say this first. It's easy for you to leave the gang, but it'll be harder for you to join the gang in the future. Who am I? I'm an assassin who successfully assassinated the big white goose. I don't have feelings. I value rules the most. I'm impartial. Pei Qian probably felt that if he continued to argue like this he would have to eat chestnuts again. Therefore he immediately stopped talking and stopped. Anyway, he could still beat Li Huai in private. This guy was far worse than Zhou Mili. In fact, Zhou Mili didn't like to be arrogant. Lin Shui got up and sat cross-legged at the end of the corridor. He began to meditate. Xianxia sat on the other side. They were already used to this and had a tacit understanding. Li Baoping suggested that they go to the alley outside the academy to eat delicious food in the capital. Li Huai and Yu Lu both followed. However, this meal was paid by Pei Qian. Li Baoping smiled and pinched Pei Qian's cheek. Pei Qian couldn't stop smiling. After returning to the academy, Pei Qian slept in Li Baoping's room tonight. The two of them chatted secretly. Li Huai had to hurry to find Lu Guan and Ma Lian to discuss important matters. Otherwise he would lose his status in Jianghu. Qin Pingon and Yu Lu were fishing by the lake. Neither of them spoke. They had a good catch. It was a pity that it wasn't during their travels. Otherwise the fish soup they cooked would be enough to fill one's stomach. When putting away the fishing rod, Yu Lu asked, "Are you in the golden body state now?" Qin Pingon squatted by the shore. He opened the fish basket and released all the lake fish. He looked up and smiled. "You sound a bit unconvinced?" Yu Lu nodded and smiled. "Let's practice?" Qin Pingon asked. "Aren't you afraid of delaying your studies?" Yu Lu was speechless. He put away the fishing rod and basket and took Qin Pingon to Xiaxia's house. In the corridor, Xiaxia was still holding his breath and sitting in meditation. Lin Shui had already left. Hearing the knocking, Xiaxia was a bit helpless. He got up and opened the door. After hearing the two's intentions, Xiaxia couldn't help but smile. "Can we watch the battle?" Yu Lu stood in the courtyard and smiled. "As you wish." Qin Pingon didn't say anything. He only asked Yu Lu to wait for a moment. Then he squatted down and rolled up his pants, revealing a pair of old cloth shoes that Pei Qian sewed. The needlework wasn't much, but it was thick and warm. Qin Pingon felt comfortable wearing it. Qin Pingon stood up and rolled up his sleeves. He looked at Yu Lu with a smile. Qin Pingon put one hand behind his back and opened his palm. "Please." Yu Lu suddenly said, "I'm not fighting. I admit defeat." Xiaxia didn't find it strange at all. Yu Lu could do this kind of thing. Moreover, Yu Lu could do it without any awkwardness. Others didn't have Yu Lu's temperament or face. Qin Pingon persuaded. "Don't. It's just a practice. It's normal to win or lose in a battle of the same realm." Yu Lu smiled. "I want to maintain an undefeated record on your side. As for the battle, you can leave it to Luopa Mountain's senior Zhou Lian." Qin Pingon laughed angrily. "You're afraid of being knocked down by my fist, right?" Yu Lu turned to look at Xiaxia. She smiled. The world is silent. There's no sound. Yu Lu gave her a thumbs up. "You're much kinder than some people." After the two guys who didn't fight left the courtyard, Xiaxia lay down in the corridor and closed her eyes. It was good to have some noise and excitement here. Leaving the house, the two walked towards Yu Lu's dormitory. Qin Pingon said, "There's no point in practicing martial arts. It won't work." "But it won't work either." Yu Lu said, "I'll find an excuse to go to Luopa Mountain and stay for a while." Qin Pingon didn't say anything else. There's meeting and there's parting. Qin Pingon took Pei Qian and had a snowball fight with Li Baoping and Li Huai. They worked together to make some snowmen and left the academy. Li Baoping stood at the entrance of the academy and watched the two leave. Qin Pingon retreated and waved goodbye. Li Baoping waved gently. Pei Qian waved her hands vigorously. Li Baoping began to run up the mountain when the two figures disappeared around the corner. The old gatekeeper was a little emotional. He hadn't seen the girl run like this for many years. Now that he saw her again, he missed it very much. Li Baoping came to the peak of the academy and climbed up a tree. She stood on the most familiar branch and was speechless. Qin Pingon went to a jade shop. The shopkeeper was still the same shopkeeper. Qin Pingon bought a farewell gift for Li Baoping here. The shopkeeper gave him a carving knife, but now he didn't recognize Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon chose a jade seal and planned to carve the seal characters himself. Pei Qian wanted to spend money to buy a piece and ask her master to carve the characters so that he could give her a seal in the future. Qin Pingon bought an extra piece so that Pei Qian wouldn't spend money. His first disciple only had such a small purse. As her master, Qin Pingon couldn't bear to see it. After leaving the shop and standing on the street, Qin Pingon turned to look at the peak of Donghua Mountain. There was a big tree there. At this moment, there should be a girl in a red cotton-padded jacket whose small bamboo box no longer fit her. Li Baoping sat on the branch and swung her legs gently. They had just parted, but she began to miss their next reunion. She was not sad but full of expectations. Her youngest uncle was the calmest. He should be the same. She was only worse than her youngest uncle. Qin Pingon looked away. Pei Qian was chattering at the side, talking about the interesting stories she heard from Sister Baoping and Li Huai. Qin Pingon listened to her with a smile. The two took the dragon boat back to the ferry of Oxhorn Mountain. Qin Pingon calculated the time and went back and forth between Luapa Mountain and Oxhorn Mountain. After packing up his belongings, he boarded the ferry of Linen Sect and began his journey south. On the ferry there was Wei Yusong, a nascent soul cultivator who was in charge of money from Linen Sect, as well as Tang Shi, the god of wealth from Spring Dew Garden. Wei Pai also appeared. Luapa Mountain, Cloud Padding Mountain, Linen Sect and Spring Dew Garden. The general framework of the four forces had already been set. On this journey south, everyone had to grind the many details of the cross-continent business. After the discussion was almost done, Wei Pai left first. He meant that Qin Pingon could help him with the remaining matters at Cloud Padding Mountain of Wei Pai. Then on the way, at an Immortal ferry that was relatively close to Book Lake, Li Fuyao boarded the cross-continent ferry on behalf of the True State sect. This was Qin Pingon's second meeting. They discussed the matter of Lotus Root Blessed Land. Besides Li Fuyao, Sun Jiaxu and Fan Air of Old Dragon City would also participate. Both sides lent Luapa Mountain a large sum of Guyu money and did not ask for any dividends. In order to hide as much as possible, Sun Jiaxu and Fan Air quietly left Old Dragon City. Before the cross-continent ferry entered Old Dragon City, they boarded the ferry at different crossings. When Qin Pingon saw Fan Air, the first thing he did was to give him a piece of porcelain that he had personally made. For this, Qin Pingon made a special trip to the dragon kiln where he had been an apprentice in Longquan County. This was the first time Qin Pingon had returned to the dragon kiln. After the cross-continent ferry landed at the crossings outside Old Dragon City, Qin Pingon did not go to Old Dragon City. The Fan family's Osmanthus Island ferry had yet to return from Inverted Hanging Mountain. The Sun family's cross-continent ferry, the mountain sea turtle that the Sun family's ancestor had captured, was about to leave. Therefore Qin Pingon did not fork out any money and took the ferry for nothing. This trip to the sea was a long one. With each passing day they were closer to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. (571). The cross-continent ferry of the Sun family in Old Dragon City is the mountain sea turtle. Its back is as big as a mountain and it has a lot of buildings. Apart from the cargo, it can still accommodate more than 2,400 people. On the other hand, the dragon boat of the Luapa Mountain can't compare to it. The mountain sea turtle and the Osmanthus Island of the Fan family are similar in that they usually cross the sea. However, the Osmanthus Island has the advantage of the ancestral Osmanthus tree. Once the mountain and river array is activated, it can resist many natural disasters on the sea. No matter how big the waves are on the sea, the Osmanthus Island will always be as stable as a rock. The mountain sea turtle doesn't have the unique advantage of the Osmanthus Island. However, the mountain protection array that is far inferior to the Osmanthus Island is enough to let the ferry sink in the water and avoid waves. Also, the mountain sea turtle has its own special ability, making the ridge town like an underwater city. The passengers on the ferry are safe and sound. This is probably the best example of a cultivator who uses immortal spells to conquer the sky. All the cross-continent ferry routes in the world are worth tens of thousands of gold coins. Apart from the ferry itself, every route that is painstakingly opened up by the cultivators of various factions is also worth tens of thousands of gold coins. Osmanthus Island can be traversed. For example, the Flood Dragon Ditch where the Fan family's boat must spread rice to respect the mountain. However, the mountain sea turtle can't cross it safely, not even from a distance. Many weary dragons and thin flood dragons who follow the nature of flood dragons go to the South Saw Island to stir up trouble once they see the mountain sea turtle. However, by the same logic, the mountain sea turtle can pass through many dangerous places or the big demon's water area that can only be crossed after thousands of years of incense. Osmanthus Island will be blocked. In the long years of the several major families in Old Dragon City who have cross-continent ferry routes, many cultivators have died in the process of opening and stabilizing the routes. The mountain sea turtle sinks slowly because of the terrifying wind and waves on the sea. If it weren't for the circles of array ripples on the back of the big turtle, it would be no different from sailing on the sea. The buildings, flowers, and trees on the back of the big turtle are not affected by the sea at all. Qin Pingon was now an honored guest of the Sun family who had put aside their previous enmity, and they were also allies who had begun a long-term business relationship. Sun Jiaxu naturally arranged for Qin Pingon to stay in a high-class immortal mansion. It wasn't large, but it was brimming with spiritual energy. Under normal circumstances, the Sun family would rather leave this mansion empty than hand it over to a great cultivator to rest in. There were many reasons for this. It was because this small mansion named Book Spirit was the closest to the turtle core that the mountain sea turtle had been refining for nearly 10,000 years. Therefore, it was naturally rich in water and the spiritual energy was the purest. When cultivators absorbed it, they would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. However, once a great cultivator who had a death grudge against the Sun family harbored ill intentions, they would inevitably cause great harm to the mountain sea turtle. Once they lost this cross-continent ferry, the Sun family's status in Old Dragon City would quickly plummet. After Qin Pingon boarded the ship, he still spent 12 hours a day cultivating and refining his qi. The spiritual energy accumulated in the underwater residence, the mountain shrine and the wooden house had almost been carefully sorted out and refined. The main problem was that the refinement of the 36 green bricks in the Daoist temple contained traces of water fate, especially the little bit of Dao meaning. The progress was slow. Fortunately, Qin Pingon had a breakthrough in his cultivation and martial arts at the Lion Peak at the same time. After advancing to the fourth realm of Qi Refinement Warrior, the time required to completely refine the 36 green bricks was 30% faster than expected. Qin Pingon sits on the futon. There is a chessboard in front of him. Together with the chess pieces and the chess pot, they are all carried by Qin Pingon. They are placed in the slightly empty space near him. This time Qin Pingon didn't bring too many things with him. Except for the green shirt sword Immortal and the flying swords number 1 and number 15, he only brought the golden necklace robe. The 100-eyed Taotai robe has been given to Zhou Mili. She is a little girl in black. He wears it very well. As for the snow flower robe that he took from the female ghost in the Greasy City, he also gave it to Sher Ro. Regarding this golden necklace robe, Qin Pingon has a new plan. He can only let Lu Xianying down. He sent a cross-continent letter to the mellow scholar Qin. In the end, he received a reply from Old Dragon City. At that time, Fan Air personally brought the letter to the Fairy of the Linen Sect. In the letter, Lu Xianying said that he values love more than friendship. However, between the two of them there is no need to be courteous. Qin Pingon is not loyal but Lu Xianying is not bad. In the letter he directly asked Qin Pingon to change to something not too different from the golden necklace robe. Otherwise this matter will not be over. When they meet, Qin Pingon will have to stand still and let him play a few tricks. At the end of the letter he asked Qin Pingon to pass on a message to Lu Xianying's sister-in-law, asking her to give birth to a child soon. Qin Pingon can only pretend that he didn't see it. Can he say something like that? Does he want to die? On this trip, Qin Pingon brought the white jade token and the Taoist wooden token. One was from Zheng Dafeng's early years at the dusty medicine shop in Old Dragon City to pay back the debt. The other was from moving the giant caisson which he earned with his own hard work. For a job like the bag shop, it is naturally done wherever he goes. Last year at the Taoist temple, Qin Pingon suffered greatly because he didn't have enough items. Otherwise, Qin Pingon would have been able to empty the Taoist temple's green bricks and leave behind a single piece. It can be considered that Qin Pingon's bag shop has not reached a higher level. He only brought 30 grain rain coins for the celestial money. This time at the inverted hanging mountain, compared to his first trip to the Lingji shop, our Mount Luopo's mountain lord can at least take a few more glances at the treasures openly. He won't feel like he will be chased out if he takes an extra look. The items sold by the Lingji shop are indeed of good quality. Unfortunately, the price is really heart-wrenching. After Qin Pingon completed the ancestral haul, he took out all the surplus celestial money that he had diligently accumulated from being a bag shop year after year and handed it to Qin Rushu, who was in charge of the inventory record and operation of the ancestral hall of Luo Po's ancestral hall. He didn't expect that when Qin Pingon was about to leave and wanted to withdraw the money, Qin Rushu stood beside Zhou Xian with a guilty expression. Qin Pingon knew at that time that something was wrong. Sure enough, Zhou Xian only took out a dry money bag that only contained 10 grain rain coins. This was all the spare money that Luo Pa Mountain had pieced together. In fact, it couldn't even be considered spare money. Luo Pa Mountain now needed money everywhere. It was indeed the mountain lord who had gone on a long journey. Luo Pa Mountain could only bite the bullet and puff themselves up at their own cost to prevent others from looking down on Luo Pa Mountain. Then Zhou Xian considerately said that if the young master's heart was really uncomfortable, Zhou Xian had a way to convert the 10 grain rain coins into small sum coins. The money bag would be full. When Qin Pingon held on to the money bag, he felt like he had smashed his own foot with a rock. What a good Zhou Xian, he even cheated me. Zhou Xian cheated Jiang Shangzhen, cheated Wei Pai, he cheated everyone. If there was no way to cheat him, he would even dig a hole in the middle of the night. Even in front of others, Zhou Xian had the face to dig a hole. In the past, Qin Pingon did not feel anything, but when Zhou Xian even cheated him, the mountain lord, he knew the bitterness. He never thought that Qin Rushu would sneakily stretch out 2 fingers. Qin Pingon immediately understood and shouted out a price of 50 grain rain coins, saying that the hanging mountain Ling Zhizhai had many treasures, and that it was cheap and good as long as he returned to the Aquarius continent, at the Oxhorn Mountain Crossing bag shop, he could casually resell and earn a few more grain rain coins. In the end, one shouted that he wanted to earn money for Luo Pa Mountain, while the other patted his chest and touched his conscience, crying that he was poor, and haggled with each other before Qin Pingon obtained 30 grain rain coins. At that time at Oxhorn Mountain, after Qin Pingon boarded the hemp sex ferry, Zhou Xian patted Qin Rushu's head and laughed, "Warm Tree, you have done a great service." In Luo Pa Mountain they still like to call the girl in pink as Warm Tree. Tuiqing was like that, Zhou Lian, Jing Defeng and Wei Pai were like that. Qin Rushu was confused. Zhou Lian laughed. "Actually, our Luo Pa Mountain still has 20 grain rain coins. If you take them all away, it will not affect Luo Pa Mountain, but in the black and white account books, it is hard to tell. Now that you are in charge of money, you can learn more in the future. Our young master is still very good at being an accountant." Qin Rushu asked, "Why don't you give it all to master?" Zhou Lian said, "Young master will not have any expenses on the way to Hanging Mountain Crossing bag shop, and when he reaches Hanging Mountain Crossing bag shop he will not have any thoughts of being a bag shop. He is just trying to fool us, he is trying to cheat us, and more importantly he is thinking of going to places like Ling Zhizhai and choosing a good item as expensive as possible and then giving it to his beloved girl. Of course I am not being stingy with the 20 grain rain coins, but young master is still not experienced enough in the matters of love between a man and a woman. If a woman truly likes you, especially a woman that our young master likes, although I have never met her, but I am sure of one thing, as long as you rely on money, she will feel that you are tacky." Qin Rushu became more and more confused. "Then why did Mr. Zhu give me an extra 20 grain rain coins?" Zhou Lian laughed. "When it comes to love between a man and a woman, does being too experienced mean that it is good?" Qin Rushu was in a daze. Zhou Lian's body was stooped and his hands were behind his back. The cool breeze caressed his face and he allowed the mountain wind to blow at the hair on his temples. He watched the ferry take off into the distance and said softly, "When a man is young he always thinks that he will give whatever he has to a woman, and there is nothing bad about that. Different years, different love, each has its own merits and there is no distinction between better and worse, good and bad. If one has no regrets in life, it is too perfect and nothing goes wrong. Instead, it is not beautiful and it is difficult for people to always think about it when they are old." Zhou Lian retracted his gaze, turned his head and extended his pinky finger. "Pinky, swear, you are not allowed to tell our hill master these words, or else with that narrow-minded hill master, I will not be able to bear the consequences." Qin Rushu hid his hands behind his back, a little angry, and complained, "Mr. Zhu, my master is not narrow-minded. You are not allowed to talk about master like that, I will really complain. Zhou Xian laughed. What I mean by narrow-minded is not a derogatory term, but to remember the small matters of the world that no one cares about. How good is that? Chen Rishi's face lit up and then pinky swear with Zhou Xian. On the continent crossing ferry. Qin Pingon faced the chessboard in front of him, not playing but looking at his own game. Luopa Mountain Ancestral Master Hall itself, the chess pieces congealed to form a chessboard, and was Qin Pingon's real property. In the Aquarius continent, there were many veins and it was an even more dispersed chessboard, and for the time being, Qin Pingon only hoped that he would go with the flow. The relationship in the North Continent was the third territory and it was relatively clear Qin Pingon would work hard to manage it, such as the Hemp Sect, Spring Dew Garden, Cloud City, Sparrow Manor, as well as the potential Water Dragon Sect and Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven. They were all places that could be done with ease, and at the very least Qin Pingon could act as a middleman, and provide a possibility for the various forces, and then let the various sects and mountains weigh the pros and cons. If everyone felt that it was profitable, then they could sit down and talk about their own business, and there was no need for them to feel that it was damaging their friendship, and if they felt that it was not possible, then it would not affect their future meeting and they could drink and chat. Before Cui Dongshan left Luopa Mountain, he and Qin Pingon sat at the edge of the cliff, chatting and drinking, and suddenly said that he and his teacher were kindred spirits, and they were both weaving nets, and on this point Cui Dongshan had to admit that the old elementary scholar had a better foresight. In the end, Cui Dongshan began to comfort himself. The old elementary scholar had a good eye for disciples, but unfortunately his ability to find a teacher was not as good as his. Qin Pingon was curious and asked who the old Mr. Wenxing's teacher was. Cui Dongshan laughed out loud, saying that the old Xiuzai did not have a proper teacher to preach the Tao, and only had a mediocre scholar in the marketplace. Since the old elementary scholar did not even have a teacher, how could he compare to him? Qin Pingon gathered the chess pieces one by one, and put them back into the white chess jar. Then he took out the black chess pieces from another jar. There were many chess pieces with names and mountains engraved on them, and Qin Pingon placed them on different parts of the chessboard without looking at them. Qin Pingon looked at the crisscrossing chess pieces on the chessboard and some of them were grouped together. Therefore there were many names that he had only heard of and recorded. If their names were not engraved on the black characters by Qin Pingon, they were opponents or enemies. For example, the sword deity, ancestors of Xingyang Mountain, who had been suppressed by Li Tuanjing in the Wind Thunder Garden for hundreds of years, and the many guests of the Su family in Qingfeng City, as well as the Su family's in-laws, the Yuan family of the Upper Pillar country of Dali. Killing with force, killing with reason and killing with one's heart. These were three completely different approaches. Qin Pingon was no stranger to them because on his travels he had personally experienced all kinds of conflicts, big and small. Qin Pingon covered his sleeves with his hands and leaned forward, carefully watching the chessboard. Shake the strong and destroy the strong, plan slowly. This had always been a saying that Qin Pingon highly respected, and a principle that Qin Pingon had buried deep in his heart. However, the slow and steady layout was to reel in the net quickly, and when he threw out a punch or a sword there would be no aftereffects. During this period he needed to use all kinds of small things to create a general trend that gathered at the right time, place and people. Back then Alliance would not have killed Zhu Lu in the corridor of Red Candle Town. As for the left and right sword Tongyi sect, it was even more so. Then Qin Pingon later visited the ancestral hall of Misty Mountain for the sake of Mr. Fisherman Zhao Luan and Zhao Xuxia. At that time he also learned the essence. Lu Yundai and Lu Tingjiu, the father and son on the mountain, turned against each other and became enemies. In the end, after Qin Pingon returned to Luopa Mountain from the North Continent, he heard a piece of news. Lu Tingjiu, who was detained on Misty Mountain, secretly colluded with the military generals stationed in Dali. He roped in several guests on the mountain in an attempt to usurp power, and was killed by Lu Yundai in anger. After this battle, the vitality of Misty Mountain was greatly damaged, and it was announced to the outside world that the mountain would be sealed for 100 years. There were many tricks in the world, and even if it seemed like they had stopped, and the sword had clearly returned to its scabbard, the sharp edge of the blade would fall on the hearts of others for a long time. After 10 years or 100 years, the hearts of people would be hurt if they were slightly moved. Qin Pingon put away all the black pieces on the chessboard. He picked up an unengraved snow-white chess piece and casually placed it. Although it was a terrible chess player, he liked to hear the sound of a chess piece falling on the chessboard. Qin Pingon had nothing to do, so he played a game of chess with himself. They were evenly matched and he was satisfied. He felt that this was how chess should be played. What was the point of letting someone else have a handicap? If the outcome was obvious, it would be meaningless. Qin Pingon was not in a hurry to put away the chess pieces. He leaned back and fell. Thinking back to those years when he first saw the group of foreigners at the town gate, more than 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Everyone had their own story. Fu Nanhua was now the next lord of Old Dragon City. After marrying the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family of Yunlin, the situation was set. It was said that Fu Nanhua and Song Jisun, who had been conferred the title of king, had a good relationship with each other. In the past few years, other than the fact that Kai Jingjian was able to break through the realms at a relatively fast pace, he had already built his own residence and rarely went out. Back then, when he was on his way to Qinghuan Kingdom, he had met the black-clothed youth in the famous alley of Beehive Fairy, Jiang Yun. He was the first to obtain the great opportunity in the small town's iron lock well. This person was the only direct disciple that Lu Laoqing had accepted outside of Palace Willow Island. Qin Pingon had a good impression of Jiang Yun. After that, at Book Slip Lake, he dared to go to Palace Willow Island to visit Lu Laoqing. Other than having the Saint's Jade token as a life-saving talisman, part of the reason was that Lu Laoqing would accept Jiang Yun as his disciple. The prince of the Great Sui Kingdom, Zhou Xian, had intercepted the Dragon King basket and the golden carp from Li Air. However, Qin Pingon did not have any grudges against him. After the Great Sui Kingdom's Gao family and the Song clan signed an extremely high-level mountain alliance, Zhou Xian was a hostage and rushed to Dali's Cloud Pagoda Mountain to study at Linlu Academy. Zhou Xian did not deliberately conceal his identity. Previously, Qin Pingon had brought Li Baoping and the rest to the Great Sui Kingdom's Cliff Academy and had met Zhou Xian. After that, Zhou Xian studied at the academy. Both parties had some tacit understanding and did not deliberately meet or communicate. Otherwise, if it was too much of a taboo, it would not be a good thing for both parties. The mother and son of the Su family of Qingfeng City had obtained the ancestral Mingzi armor of the Lu Xianying family. The master of the Su family of Qingfeng City was like a tiger that had grown wings. With this, he became one of the top few nascent soul cultivators in the Aquarius continent. Not only did he successfully eliminate his dissidents and firmly hold on to power, he also married the Su family's legitimate daughter to the capital of Dali and formed a marriage alliance with the Yuan family of the Pillar State of Dali. Other than the Su family's deep background, the master of the Su family's cultivation was also a key reason. For so many years, apart from the secret investigations of both parties, the only connection between Qin Pingon and the Su family of Qingfeng City was probably the fox skin beauty talisman. In the beginning, the Su family owned the Cinnabar Mountain, which occupied a large area and had excellent feng shui. Later, Chao Gui and Su Gaoshan's two teams of Dali cavalry were blocked by the border army of the Zhuang Kingdom and the vassal states respectively. Coupled with the shadows of the 100 schools of thought behind the scenes, the situation of the continent suddenly became complicated. The Qingfeng City made a move that they regretted deeply. They sold the Cinnabar Mountain at a cheap price and the cultivators migrated away from Dali. If they had not sacrificed their dignity and married their legitimate daughter to the son of the concubine of the Yuan family, the Qingfeng City would have probably had a new master by now. The mountain-moving ape was still the guardian of Xingyang Mountain, and his responsibility was equivalent to Zhou Mili of Luapa Mountain. The little girl who looked like she was carved out of jade but was very scheming was named Tao Zi. Now she had also grown into a cultivation genius of Xingyang Mountain. When she had broken through to the cave-dwelling state, everyone congratulated her. The mountain-moving ape even moved an old mountain of a destroyed small country as a congratulatory gift. It was said that Tao Zi had hit it off with Song Jisun when they were in the small town. After they parted ways, they became closer instead of estranged. Her family's ancestor, one of the old sword immortals in charge of Xingyang Mountain, must be happy to see this. Her grandfather was a young female cultivator who was the leader of the Tide Cavalry. She was in the worst situation because she had accidentally killed the old woman in Apricot Blossom Alley. Ma Kuxuan had used all his merits, such as killing 2 golden core sword immortals of the Zhuang kingdom and borrowing some military merits accumulated by the cultivators of Zhenwu Mountain. According to a certain rule set by the imperial tutor Cui Dong and Dali, the Tide cavalry fell apart and was absorbed by Dali. The old man who retired was killed by Ma Kuxuan on the way back. The woman was given the humiliating name of Shu Dian. Perhaps in the eyes of many onlookers, the destruction of the family and the betrayal of the sect while the woman continued to live an ignoble life. What else could it be other than forgetting her ancestors? These people came to the small town of their hometown. Many people from their hometown also left the small town one after another. For example, Li Baoping and the others went to Cliff Academy. A young girl with pigtails, Jia Chuanjia, followed her family to Dali's capital. The 2 shops in Dragon Alley passed to Qin Pingon. Dong Shuijing stayed in Longquan County and started his own business, which grew bigger and bigger. Li Shixing from Fulu Street went to the North Continent. Zhu He and Zhu Lu went to Dali's capital after they parted ways in Red Candle Town. There was no news of them after that. Lu Xianyang's ancestor was the tomb keeper of that branch of the Qin family. The Mellow Qin family was nostalgic and let the woman Qin Wei take Lu Xianyang to the South Whirlpool continent. They agreed that Lu Xianyang would return to Ruanting after 20 years. This was what Qin Pingon admired the most about Lu Xianyang. Lu Xianyang learned everything quickly. When he was an apprentice in the dragon kiln, Lu Xianyang was accepted as a disciple by old man Yao, who taught him all his skills. Later on, the 2 of them worked as odd-job helpers in the blacksmith shop that Wan Ting built beside the Dragon Whisker River. Wan Ting was unwilling to accept Qin Pingon as a disciple, but he favored Lu Xianyang. Qin Pingon did not have a knot in his heart about this. He was just happy for Lu Xianyang. In Qin Pingon's mind, Lu Xianyang should live a better life. Song Jisun and Gu Kan from Mud Bottle Alley, Ma Kuxuan from Apricot Blossom Alley, Zhao Yao from Fulu Street, and many people of the same age that Qin Pingon had not interacted with among the 4 major clans and 10 major families should have also left Liju Grotto Heaven in the past and walked towards a wider world. Each of them had their own joys and sorrows and fought for the Great Way. Regardless of friend or foe, each of them had walked out of Liju Grotto Heaven. Deep in Qin Pingon's heart, there was also a private thought that he had never spoken of. Not only the Aquarius continent, but the entire vast world in the future should have to remember the words, Liju Grotto Heaven, because of these juniors on the path of cultivation. Qin Pingon sat up and 4 flying swords flew out from different acupuncture points. They were EE and 15, which were refined into Qi cultivators but were not real sword cultivators. The other 2 were imitations of Hateful Sword Mountain. One was given to him by Xian Feng Yuan Ling Hall, named Song Zhen. The other was entrusted to Qi Jinglong, named Xue Lei. Qin Pingon controlled the 4 flying swords with his mind, and the room was filled with sword light. Qin Pingon stretched out 2 fingers and pressed lightly on the chessboard. Many intertwined black and white chess pieces instantly jumped up. At the same time, he controlled the 4 flying swords and gently knocked on the chess pieces that were about to fall off the chessboard, lifting them up one by one. There were waves of clinking sounds in the room, crisp and clear like the sounds of nature. On the path of cultivation, the scenery was pleasant. However, the most moving scenery was still Lady Ning. It was a pity that he only dared to think so and did not dare to say so. The cross-continent fairy of the Sun family had 2 stewards, one in the light and one in the dark. The one in the dark was a consecrated cultivator who secretly came out from the ancestral home of the Sun family. He was no stranger to Qin Pingon. However, Qin Pingon did not leave the small house, and this consecrated cultivator did not want to disturb his cultivation, so he did not show up. Otherwise he would be really curious. How could a young man who was only a martial artist of the 3 realms be able to break through so quickly on the path of martial arts? It could not be like the Jianghu imagined by those destitute scholars in the marketplace. Did he eat some elixir that could increase one's inner strength by 100 years? Or was he instilled with a lifetime of skills by a hidden expert? It was not until the mountain turtle approached the inverted mountain that this consecrated cultivator saw Qin Pingon walk out of the house. He stood on the observation platform at the highest point of the mountain turtle's back and looked up at the world's largest mountain seal. However, the 2 consecrated cultivators in the light and in the dark on the ferry were busy at this moment, so they dismissed the idea of showing up to talk to him. As the fighting at the Great Wall of Sword Qi became more and more intense, the ferry business of the 9 continents that came to the inverted mountain to do cross-continent business grew bigger and bigger, but the profits did not increase by much. As long as one paid attention, one would realize that the cross-continent ferries between the South Sa continent and the Fuyao continent no longer carried passengers. They deliberately suppressed the number of passengers on the ferry. Even if the profits were less and they had to increase the consumption of the ferry, they still had to go back and forth frequently to transport more goods to the Great Wall of Sword Qi through the inverted mountain. It was obvious that the Confucian academies in charge of the 2 continents had begun to secretly interfere with this matter. Only the Tongye continent was still the same as before. This was related to the fact that there were not many cross-continent ferries in the Tongye continent. Among the 9 continents, the Tongye continent was a vast territory that did not like to interact with the outside world the most. The ratio of the cultivators who traveled to the Tongye continent and the native cultivators of the Tongye continent who traveled to other continents was not proportionate. Therefore, the cultivators of the Tongye continent gave people the impression that they did not move. The reason was simple. Firstly, the Tongye continent in the southeast had a large territory and abundant resources. There was no problem for it to be self-sufficient. Secondly, the Tongye sect and the Yugui sect were in charge of the 2 continents in the north and south respectively. Moreover, the number of immortal mountains was relatively small and large. For thousands of years, the continent had been very stable. However, the huge disaster that happened a few years ago not only caught the cultivators of the Tongye continent by surprise, but it also made the world a laughingstock. Fortunately, peace had been restored and the various immortal sects were recuperating. Qin Pingon stood by the railing of the observation deck. The cultivators around him were mostly from the Aquarius continent. There were also cultivators from other continents who were visiting the Aquarius continent. This was not a common sight in the past. Following the changes in the Aquarius continent, the Dali dynasty became one of the top 10 dynasties in the world. There were more and more cultivators from other continents who went to the Aquarius continent out of curiosity. Before this, the Aquarius continent was just a small place in a corner. People were not interested at all. If they wanted to go, they would go to the North continent where sword cultivators were as common as clouds. Otherwise, they would go directly to the Tongye continent. From the north to the south, there was the capital of Dali, the Xingui sect, the Lakeview Academy and the Old Dragon City. Usually this was the tour route for cultivators from other continents. However, there were many places that they would not travel by boat. In the future there might be another sect of the Yugui sect in the Tongye continent, and Jiang Shangzhen's Shujian Lake Real sect. After all, Jiang Shangzhen's reputation was not small. It was rare to see a cultivator who could stir up trouble in the North continent. To the world, the North continent was an extremely dangerous and unfriendly place. The murderous aura was too strong. There were too many people who would not have died in other continents. After Qin Pingon walked through the North continent, he felt that this was a place with more Jianghu than immortal qi. He could go there often in the future. The sword immortal of the Wind Snow Temple Wei Jin was now at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The sword immortal of the floating duckweed sword lake, Xie Kai, should also be rushing to the inverted hanging mountain after asking the Taihui sword sect. It was a pity that Chao Xiai was no longer on the city wall. He did not know if the little cottage that Chao Xiai had left there and the cottage of the sword immortal Chen Qingdu were still there after the 2 battles. There were many cultivators from other continents near the viewing platform. Most of them were conversing in the language of the central divine continent. In their words, there was no respect for the mountains of the Aquarius continent. When they mentioned the Dali Iron Cavalry, there were no words of praise. They only said that it was okay. It was considered good in the Aquarius continent. However, if it was in the central divine continent, it would not be so smooth. It was not that these outsiders were arrogant. Cui Dongshan himself had said that the Aquarius continent lacked ascendant realm cultivators. This was a huge worry. After a few decades, when the situation was at hand, there was only one old bastard who had secretly ascended to the ascendant realm. It was not enough. What to do? Borrow. Fortunately, he did not have to beg. Otherwise he Cui Dongshan would vomit blood and die. Qin Pingon pretended that he did not hear the heavenly secret that Cui Dongshan revealed. The imperial tutor Cui Dong had first created the Baek Okekyung building, and then let the Dali Iron Cavalry take over a continent. Since he dared to do this, he naturally would not wait for death. He was just sending the entire Aquarius continent to its death. Qin Pingon collected his thoughts and looked around. Most of them were here to admire the magnificent scene of the inverted mountain peak. Outside the inverted mountain, there were rivers that looked like clouds and water, hanging in all directions between the mountain peak and the sea. The inverted mountain had a radius of 100 miles. On it, other than the main peak that was overseen by a great heavenly lord, there were 8 other scenic spots. Qin Pingon had visited all of them. When climbing the inverted mountain for the first time, one had to pass by the arresting pavilion. It was a plaque written by the invincible Daoist second brother of the Qingming world. At that time, Qin Pingon and Lu Yuzhou of the Baijin continent parted here. Lu Yuzhou went to the famous Yuan Ruo mansion. There was also the venerating sword pavilion, where Lu Chuan wanted to offer incense to the elder ancestor but was kicked out by the Daoist boy who was guarding the door. There was also the Thunder Lake Terrace where the female martial god Pei Bei refined her sword. There was also the Lingji Zhai where Qin Pingon accidentally bought the ancestral Du armor. There was also the Dharma Glabella Hall, which was also known as the Hall of Missing One. There was also the Elk Cliff with the beautiful scenery. The Crown Princess Lu Boqi, who was married to Lu Qingshan of the Azure Phoenix Kingdom, was born in the Saber Master's room in the inverted hanging mountain. There was once a sky-high reward for Song Chongjing and Su Ruo on the wall. The ferry followed a river and docked at the inverted mountain. Qin Pingon thanked the manager of the Sun family's ferry and then climbed the inverted mountain alone. Qin Pingon did not choose the Lingji Zhai that sold things and opened an inn. Instead, he chose the Stork Inn at the end of the alley. The manager was stunned for a long time. Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon smiled and nodded. The manager clicked his tongue and said, "Didn't Jean Su from the Osmanthus Island come with you this time? Now that the people of the Aquarius continent have become stronger, what do you think, child Qin? Please take care of our business and choose a superior room." Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "Let's go to the same room as last time." The man was helpless. He took out a key from the drawer and gently threw it to the young man in green with a sword on his back. "Qin Pingon, you really have to change your stingy habit. If you are not generous when you are outside, how can you achieve great things?" Qin Pingon was not in a hurry to go to the room. He leaned against the counter and looked at the familiar alley outside. He smiled and said, "I am a Qi refinement warrior of the lower 5 realms. How much money can I have?" The man counted with his fingers and joked, "It's been almost 10 years, right? You haven't earned any money and your cultivation hasn't improved by much. Young Master Qin, what have you been doing since you left inverted hanging mountain?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Wandering around." The man whose ancestors had been guarding this inn for generations shook his head and said, "No wonder you have to patronize my small place after returning to the inverted mountain. You made me happy for nothing." Qin Pingon took out 2 pots of wine and handed one to the manager. "Hometown wine." The manager opened it and smelled it. He scolded jokingly, "Ordinary glutinous rice wine? Qin Pingon, you are really shameless to take it out." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Drinking those immortal wines in the inverted mountain is not something to be proud of. Only by drinking this can I show my character." The manager felt that it made sense. The 2 of them drank slowly. Qin Pingon asked about the recent situation in the inverted mountain. The manager said that it was the same. The only difference was that behind the lone peak of the inverted mountain, the great Lord of Heaven had joined forces with 2 sword immortals to open up a new gate to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Those who did business would all go there. There was no choice. In less than 10 years there had been 2 extremely tragic battles. Just relying on the original mirror gate to transport goods inside was not enough. However, now that the management was strict, the travel was cut off. Therefore, it was difficult for those who were not involved to go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to see the scenery. Without any connections, they could forget about it. It was no longer a matter of money. Because previously, the city behind the Great Wall of Sword Qi had a huge mess because of the mixing of good and bad people. As for the details, the inverted hanging mountain had banned the news. Anyway, it was not a small matter. Otherwise, inverted hanging mountain would not be so strict back then. There was even a never-before-seen night curfew. With the cultivators from the Saber division as the lead, They inspected the waste tokens of all the cultivators in inverted Hanging Mountain within a day. The 4 private residences, including the Yuan Ruo residence, were no exception. In the end, there was another brainless conflict. Qin Pingon asked when the 3rd battle would start. The manager smiled and said that this kind of thing, not to mention the heavens, even the heavens did not know. In the end, the manager drank his wine and lamented, "Inverted Hanging Mountain is not peaceful." The 2 previous battles had been very strange and had been just as bitter as the previous ones. However, they had been rushed and had resulted in massive casualties on both sides. That was especially true of the demon folk of the wildlands, who had paid an even greater price than they had in the past. In the past, the battles between the 2 sides had been sporadic and had lasted for 20 or 30 years. These 2 battles happened in a short span of 10 years. The Sword Celestial, one of the leading figures of the sword cultivators in the North Continent, died in the 2nd battle. Qin Pingon said, "It has not been peaceful for 10,000 years even though we are so close to each other." The manager smiled and said, "That's true." The 2 of them gently clinked their wine pots and drank the rest of the wine. Qin Pingon went to the room. The furnishings were the same, the scenery was the same, it was clean and refreshing. There was nothing to put. Qin Pingon sat quietly for a while before leaving the inn and the alley. He went to the lonely peak that was like the center of inverted Hanging Mountain. There was only one gatekeeper left. It was the young Taoist priest who looked like a child but was very senior. He was still reading there. As there was almost no one coming in or out of this place, there were more and more children playing around in inverted Hanging Mountain. It was still the same scene as before. Once a child got close to the Taoist priest, he would suddenly fly away on a cloud. Some naughty children deliberately did this and did not get tired of it. After landing on the ground, they would continue to fly in that direction. The Taoist priest did not mind. Qin Pingon circled around the lone peak and headed to the back of the mountain. According to the innkeeper of the Stork Inn, the sword-hugging man who had imparted the incantation to Qin Pingon was still a criminal. However, he had moved to another location and was now in charge of the entrance. After Qin Pingon left, the little Taoist priest who was dipping his saliva and flipping through the book raised his head and looked at the back of the young man in green. There was a strange expression on his young face. Qin Pingon saw the man who was sleeping soundly on the stone pillar beside the door. It was different from the mirror at the front of the lonely peak. There was only one Taoist priest left to guard the entrance and exit of inverted Hanging Mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The man who carried the sword and dozed off was still guarding the back. He was in charge of watching everyone who returned from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. "You talk big." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "I'm also a level 7 martial artist. Senior, just take it that I'm a level 7 martial artist. The 4 levels can be counted as 11 levels." The man clicked his tongue and said, "Let's not talk about other things. Just talking about your skin compared to that shabby young man back then, you've really become much thicker. Why, have you cheated a lot of girls in your travels over the years?" Qin Pingon's face darkened. "Senior, you really can't say things like that." The man smiled and said, "You know very well whether there's such a thing or not." Qin Pingon twisted his wrist and took out a pot of immortal wine. The sword-hugging man was about to make up for it or simply snatch it, but he did not expect that the cunning young man had already put away the wine pot at lightning speed with a smile on his face. The man rubbed his chin. "Qin Pingon, this is very hurtful." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Senior to give me a straightforward answer." The man looked around and said softly, "You walk around first. I'll think about it and see if there's a way." Qin Pingon nodded and understood tacitly. He turned and left. The man was anxious. He shouted, "You brat, you want the horse to run but you don't want to give it grass to eat? At least throw me a pot of wine to satisfy my cravings." Qin Pingon turned his back to the man and waved goodbye. Qin Pingon went to Lingxi's shop. Without saying a word, he directly bought a plain white jade token that he had taken a fancy to in the past. There were no inscriptions on it. It was only because the material of the jade token itself was too rare that it was marked with a sky-high price. Qin Pingon saw that it was still not bought by anyone and his smile brightened. Lingxi's shop did not bargain. Qin Pingon took out 20 grains and carefully put it away. After leaving Lingji Shop's shop, he looked up at the sky. The sun was high in the sky, and his mood of not being able to go to the Great Wall of Sword energy for the time being improved. Qin Pingon then went to Jingjian Pavilion. Like a foreigner visiting this place for the first time, his footsteps were slow. He looked around one by one and finally stopped at the two hanging portraits for a long time. Then he looked as usual and silently walked away. When he returned to the Stork Tavern, Qin Pingon took out the Lingji Temple Jade token, and then took out an ordinary jade token that he had used to practice. Following the engraving on the latter, he took a deep breath and began to concentrate. Using the 15th flying sword as a carving knife, he gently engraved words on the plain white jade token that was worth 20 grains of rain money. In the dead of night, Qin Pingon blew on the jade token that was engraved with the words. Then he gently wiped it with his palm and slowly put it in his sleeve. Qin Pingon left the inn and went to find the man holding the sword. The sword Immortal stood beside the stone pillar, holding his sword. He asked with a smile, "I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Qin Pingon did not say anything unnecessary. He threw out the 8 bottles of osmanthus wine that he had already prepared. They landed on the stone pillar one by one and were arranged neatly. They were all given to him by Fan Air when he boarded the ship. The man looked a little embarrassed. "The good news is that I plan to send you to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The bad news is a little hard to say. I am a thin-skinned person." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "As long as it doesn't delay my journey to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Senior, just say the word." The man nodded and instantly came to Qin Pingon's side. He grabbed the latter's shoulder and threw him towards the door. Then he laughed and said, "The bad news is that you gave me so much good wine for free. Are you stupid? We are already at the inverted hanging mountain. Are you really going to be blocked by those messy rules? I was just teasing you. If you didn't come here, I would have gone to the inn and begged you to scram." Qin Pingon's body floated and faced the man outside the door. His lips moved slightly, and then his body entered the mirror and disappeared in a flash. The man reached out and grabbed a bottle of wine. He took a big gulp and smiled. "Your father is still your father." Beside a door of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, an old woman from the Saber Division opened her eyes and smiled. "You are not a sword cultivator, but you carry such a good sword. Are you the son of one of the few powerful families in the Central Plains? Your realm is not high. As expected of a young man from a big family, your foundation is not bad. Ordinary Earth Immortal cultivators in the vast world are not as stable as you. Have you been here before?" Qin Pingon did not answer any of the questions. Instead he asked, "Senior, are you Lu Boqi's teacher?" The woman nodded. "You know my crazy disciple who ran off to get married?" Then the old woman suddenly realized, "You are that guy called Qin Pingon from the Aquarius continent?" Qin Pingon was confused. "Senior knows me?" She smiled playfully. "That's unnecessary." The sword Immortal on the other side of the door snorted. "You are not even a sword cultivator. At such an old age you are still a cultivator of the lower 5 realms. I think Lu Boqi's insanity is far inferior to Ning Lass's." Qin Pingon turned a deaf ear to him and kept a smile on his face. For other matters, Qin Pingon would definitely be sincere and respect these seniors with their stories. But for a certain matter, who the f***ck do you think you are? Inside the city, on a large street, Qin Pingon came to the door of a large house and knocked lightly. He purposely did not look at the row of heads on the wall. They were all acquaintances, but they did not speak much in the past. The door slowly opened. She asked, "Who are you?" Qin Pingon hugged her and said softly, "Vast World's Qin Pingon has come to see Ning Yao." "572. Qin Pingon gently let go. He took a step back and carefully looked at her. She was still dressed in dark green robes. She was a bit taller but not by much. She was no longer as tall as him. Her face was slightly red. All the mountains and rivers in the world added together couldn't compare to her beautiful eyes. Qin Pingon could even see himself in her eyes. She arched an eyebrow. "Qin Pingon, you've grown up?" Qin Pingon didn't answer her question. He softly said, "I haven't dared to think about you in these past years." Ning Yao was about to speak. Behind her someone whistled. It was a fat man squatting on the ground. Several heads were hidden behind the fat man, like a peacock spreading its tail. All of them stared at the entrance with wide eyes. Ning Yao was about to move, but Qin Pingon grabbed her hand and held it tightly. "Since I'm here, I won't leave even if you chase me away," a woman said in a low voice. Big Sister Ning's ears are red. Ning Yao suddenly pulled Qin Pingon in front of her. Her elbow smashed into his chest and she broke free from Qin Pingon's grasp. She turned and walked towards the screen wall, leaving behind a single sentence. "I didn't agree." Qin Pingon grimaced. This was really heavy. He rubbed his chest and quickly followed. There was no need for him to close the door. An old servant with turbid eyes smiled and nodded in greeting. Then he quietly closed the door behind him. The people at the corner of the screen wall had already stood up. Qin Pingon and Ning Yao walked side by side. They smiled and greeted those people. "Yenzhua Dongzhuafu Stakzhong Qinsanqiu, how do you do?" The fat man was called Yenzhua. He was a direct descendant of the Yan family. The Yan family's status in the Great Wall of Sword Energy was equivalent to Immortal Dynasty's Ministry of Revenue. Apart from the private channels of those large families, the Yan family was in charge of nearly half of the transportation of resources. Simply put, the Yan family was rich, very rich. Dongzhuafu, this surname was enough to explain everything. He was a dark-skinned young man. His face was covered in scars and he had a wooden expression. He didn't like to speak and only liked to drink. Her sword, however, was a very rouged and powdery woman. He had an older sister. Her name was Dong Butte. But she was a rare sword embryo in the Great Wall of Sword Energy. She looked weak, but when she fought she was a madman. It was said that there was a time when she was in a frenzy of bloodlust. It was a slender, one-armed woman with a huge sword on her back. She was born in a shabby alley in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. She didn't have a surname and was just called Daizhang. When she was young, Liang met her and often asked her to help him buy wine. After a while, they became familiar with each other and gradually became friends with Ning Yao and the others. The sword in the scabbard was called Sutra. The fat man in the lead pinched his throat and imitated Ning Yao. "Who are you?" Ning Yao stopped and glanced at the fat man. She didn't say anything. Qin Pingon asked Ning Yao softly, "A golden core sword cultivator?" Ning Yao didn't say anything. Qin Sanqiu smiled and said, "Anyway, Fatty Yen is not a level 4 Qi refinement warrior, nor is he a pure martial artist." Qin Pingon smiled. "It's okay if you look down on me. But you can't look down on Ning Yao's taste." Fatty Yan's but bumped Dong Haitan behind him. "Did you hear that? You were already a level 4 martial arts grandmaster back then. You don't seem happy." Ning Yao frowned and said, "Are you done yet?" Fatty Yen raised his hands and glanced at the sleeves of the young man in green. He said, "Qin Sanqiu urged me to stand out. I don't have anything against Qin Pingon. How many pure martial artists can fight with Chao Ci 3 times in a row at such a young age? I can't even admire him enough. However, I really have to say something fair. Apart from pure martial artists, the cultivators of the Talisman School are the most despised heretical path in our world. Qin Pingon, next time when you go out, don't bring so many talisman cards with you. No one here buys these things. There's no choice. The Great Wall of Sword Qi is a poor and remote place. We haven't seen the world." Ning Yao looked a little angry. Fatty Yen immediately shrunk his neck, which was already almost invisible. They didn't have a good impression of Qin Pingon. They didn't think he would bully others. But Ning Yao was too special in their hearts. There was also a natural barrier between the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the vast world. Yenzhui Qinsanqiu and the others all knew that Qin Pingon didn't do anything wrong. But everyone of the same age at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, as well as some elders close to the Ning and Yao surnames, didn't think Ning Yao would have a future with a foreigner. Besides, the biggest story left behind by the youth who practiced martial arts on the city wall was losing to Chao Ci 3 times in a row. Moreover, the cultivators of the righteous realm had a much more stable life compared to the cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Ning Yao's growth was extremely fast. There had only ever been one type of marriage in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and that was between a man and a woman. Their cultivation levels were similar and their killing power was equivalent. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "If there's a chance, let's learn from each other." Yanzhua glanced at Ning Yao and shook his head like a rattle drum. I wouldn't dare. Ning Yao said softly, you're only at Realm 6. Don't mind them. These guys have nothing better to do. Qin Pingon held back his laughter. It's a bit difficult to pretend to be a far-wandering cultivator. What's so difficult about pretending to be a Realm 6 martial artist? In the end, Ning Yao elbowed him in the waist again. She said angrily, is it fun to lie to me? This time she was really angry. Yanzhua and the others kept quiet out of fear. Qin Pingon grabbed her hand and said softly, I'm used to suppressing my realms and traveling. If we were in the vast world of Sword Qi, I would be a Realm 5 martial artist. Normal far-wandering cultivators wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Our 10-year promise was that I would only come to see you when I reached the Golden Body realm. Do you think I can't do it? I'm very angry. Ning Yao looked at him. You're angry at Qin Pingon? Then what's with the smile on your face? You think you're in the right when you're the one in the wrong. Ning Yao stared blankly at the strange yet familiar Qin Pingon in front of her. They hadn't seen each other for nearly 10 years. He wore a jade hairpin, wore a green robe and carried a sword on his back. She had to raise her head slightly to look at him. How could she not be aware of the local conditions and customs of the vast world of Sword Qi? Back then she had traveled through most of the 9 provinces by herself. Didn't she know that a slightly better-looking man who walked a few more steps on the path of Jianghu would always meet such a soulmate? Especially such a young Golden Body realm martial artist. It was rare to see one in the vast world of Sword Qi. With Qin Pingon's stubborn temper, he might just be the favorite of some shameless women. Although Qin Pingon didn't know what Ning Yao was thinking, his intuition told him that if he didn't do something or say something, he might not be able to keep his life. But when Qin Pingon carefully looked into her eyes, he didn't say anything. He just lowered his head and touched her forehead, softly calling, Ning Yao, Ning Yao. There was nothing else in the world. There was only Lady Ning. Ning Yao turned her head and slapped Qin Pingon's head away. She glared at him and said, Qin Pingon, are you possessed by a ghost? Qin Pingon was also somewhat embarrassed. Yanzhua turned his head and said with a sullen face, this old man admits defeat. I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. Xianxia rolled his eyes and muttered, I have an ominous feeling. Feels like that dog of a alliance is back. Dong Zhuafu opened his mouth and said, if you like him then you like him. Cultivation realm doesn't mean anything. Dai Zhang nodded. I also think he's not bad. He's a good match for Big Sister Ning. But what will they do when they go out in the future? There's no war to fight now. Many people are bored and can easily cause trouble. Could it be that Big Sister Ning will take him to hide in the residence or secretly wait at the city walls? That won't do. Qin Pingon suddenly said to them, thank you for always staying by Ning Yao's side. Qin Pingon clasped his fists. His eyes were clear and his smile was as bright as the sun. I should have said this when we were at the city walls. I owe you nearly 10 years. Dai Zhang smiled and didn't say anything. Xianxia said, it's a pity that Ning Yao didn't like me since we were young. Otherwise you would be crying outside the door this time. Yanzhua raised his hands and patted his cheeks gently. He said with a smile, at least you have some conscience. Dong Zhuafu asked, can we drink? Ning Yao said, drink what? Dong Zhuafu said, if he doesn't drink I'll drink. Ning Yao took Qin Pingon to a square and saw the stone cliff of the beheading dragon platform that was as big as a house. There was a flight of stairs carved by the sword Immortal. Everyone climbed up one by one. There was a small, crude pavilion at the top. Ning Yao glanced at the one-armed girl who carried the great sword Jinyu on her back. Dai Zhang blinked. As soon as he sat down, he got up and said he had something to do. Xianxia and Yanzhua also found excuses. Only Dong Zhuafu was still sitting there stupidly saying he was fine. In the end, Xianxia grabbed his neck and dragged him away. Only the two of them were left sitting opposite each other. Qin Pingon clenched his fists and gently placed them on his knees. Without Yanzhua and the others, Ning Yao felt a little more at ease. Ning Yao asked, have there been any girls who liked you over the years? Qin Pingon nodded and said, yes. But they were never tempted. It was so in the past and in the future. Ning Yao asked again, how many? Qin Pingon was dumbfounded. Ning Yao continued, which ones? Qin Pingon was dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, Ning Yao said, I don't care. Qin Pingon was speechless. Ning Yao turned to look at the bottom of the beheading dragon platform. Grandma Bai, is this guy really a martial artist of the golden body state? In Ning Yao's sight, in addition to the old servant who closed the door, there was also a tall old woman. The two old people stood side by side. The old woman nodded with a smile. Child Qin is indeed a martial artist of the seventh realm, and his foundation is excellent beyond imagination. Qin Pingon said softly, I didn't lie to you, did I? Ning Yao ignored Qin Pingon and said to the two elders, Grandma Bai, Grandpa Nalan, you can go about your business. The old woman hesitated for a moment with a smile in her eyes, as if she was asking something. Ning Yao shook her head slightly. The old woman nodded with a smile and left with the old man who was staggering. Qin Pingon asked, Grandma Bai is a grandmaster of the peak state? Ning Yao nodded. She used to be in the peak state but later she fell because of me. Qin Pingon suddenly asked, Is there anyone here who is about the same age as you and has already become a nascent soul realm sword cultivator? Ning Yao sneered. I'm not a nascent soul realm sword cultivator for the time being. Who can? Qin Pingon nodded. This answer was very suitable for Miss Ning. Ning Yao frowned and asked, Why are you asking this? Qin Pingon smiled and said, Nothing. Ning Yao reminded him, the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi are not comparable to those of the vast world. Qin Pingon nodded and said, I know. You used to say that the North Continent was worth a visit. Before I came here I had just been there and experienced the abilities of the sword cultivators there. Ning Yao nodded and her brows relaxed slightly. In the eyes of a certain someone, perhaps it was the view of the moon above the willow tree. Qin Pingon twisted his wrist and took out a thick book that he had bound himself. He was about to get up and sit beside Ning Yao. Ning Yao said, Sit over there. Qin Pingon scratched his head and gently tossed the book to her. Back then, when I carried Boss Sword Immortal's sword to the Tongya continent, the old senior reminded me that it was best to bear with it and not to send a letter to the Great Wall of Sword Qi casually. It would distract you and I was worried that I would accidentally implicate you because of me. That's why whenever I have time I will write down what I have seen and heard over the years. You can flip through it. I have written down everything big and small. Some of the records are more detailed while some of the records are only general. Ning Yao took the book and began to read it. It was a travel book written by Qin Pingon himself. Qin Pingon sat for a while. Seeing that Ning Yao was engrossed in the book, he simply lay down and closed his eyes. In the small pavilion, there was only the sound of flipping pages. At first, Qin Pingon was still thinking about things. Later on, unknowingly, he really fell asleep. Ning Yao occasionally raised her head and glanced at the familiar guy. After she finished reading, she placed the book on the bench and used it as a pillow. She gently lay down but kept her eyes open. In the night, she quietly turned her body and stared at him. Ning Yao raised her head slightly. She clasped her hands together and gently placed them on the book. She pressed her cheek against the back of her hand and said softly, Back then after you left, I found Grandpa Qin and asked him to sever the marriage strings that were arranged between us. Grandpa Qin asked me if I really wanted to do so. What if I really didn't like him? What if I, Ning Yao, didn't like you and you, Qin Pingon, didn't like me? What should I do? I said that it wouldn't happen. If I, Ning Yao, didn't like someone, no one could control me. If I liked someone, no one could stop me. Grandpa Qin asked me again, what about Qin Pingon? If there were no marriage strings holding him back and he was tens of thousands of miles away from the Great Wall of Sword Qi, would he go further and further away and never come back? I answered for you. It's impossible. Qin Pingon will definitely come and look for me. Even if he doesn't like me anymore, he will definitely tell me personally. But I'm actually very afraid. I like you more but you don't like me anymore. Ning Yao didn't speak anymore and slowly fell asleep. Qin Pingon opened his eyes. He gently got up and sat beside Ning Yao. When he raised his head he saw the 3 moons in the sky. When he lowered his head he saw his beloved. The old woman had no intention of withdrawing her fist. Even if Qin Pingon's elbow pressed down on her fist, her fist still smashed onto Qin Pingan's body. Qin Pingan slid back several feet in the corridor. Using the peak fist stance as the foundation of his fist intent, his seemingly collapsing ape body suddenly stretched out his fist intent. His back was like a dragon. In an instant he stopped his body and stood firmly. If it wasn't for the fact that the old woman only threw out a fist of the far-wandering boundary, Qin Pingan could have gone against the flow. He could even take the punch and not retreat half a step. The old woman nodded with a smile. I'll take it as a gift from Child Qin. Then I won't disturb Child Chen's moon viewing. Qin Pingan cupped his fists and said goodbye. The old woman's punch was at the peak of the far-wandering boundary. Previously, when Qin Pingan withdrew his fist, she also withdrew some of her fist intent. She was no longer at the peak of the far-wandering boundary. She was just an ordinary golden body realm cultivator. If he took the punch of a far-wandering boundary cultivator, he probably wouldn't be able to enjoy the moon tonight. The old steward came to the old woman and said hoarsely, "Why are you nagging me?" The old woman smiled and said, "Why? Do you feel embarrassed in front of the future son-in-law? You Nalan Yeshing have no face." The old steward sighed. When Qin Pingan returned to the pavilion, Ning Yao had already sat up. Qin Pingan said, "Why don't you sleep a little longer?" Ning Yao sneered and said, "I don't dare." Qin Pingan said aggrievedly, "In all honesty, I'm not that kind of person. Who did Pei Qian learn the most from?" Qin Pingan was either blind under the light or pretending to be stupid. Ning Yao turned a deaf ear to him. She held the book with one hand and twisted open the pages with 2 fingers. She twisted open another page. The woman in the picture was on the right side of the Sui dynasty. After a few pages, it was Sun Yao Jinji from the Great Spring dynasty. Qin Pingan sat across from her and craned his neck to look at Ning Yao flipping through page after page. He was the one who wrote the book, so he had a rough idea of what kind of scenery he had written on each page. He immediately felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles. "Miss Ning, you can't read the book like this. There are so many extremely long pages of strange landscapes. I've written down each and every stroke with great care. How can you skip over them and only grab hold of some minor details to do something that destroys the meaning of the book?" Ning Yao glanced at Qin Pingan and said, "I've heard that when scholars write, they pay attention to leaving space and aftertaste. The more concise and to the point a sentence is, the more one can see the skill and the deeper the meaning." Qin Pingan said in all seriousness, "I've never heard of it, so I don't know. Anyway, I'm not the kind of scholar who goes around in circles." The Elusive Old Woman by Lian Shuang opened the door for Qin Pingan and gave him a bunch of keys. She told him the names of the houses. Obviously, these were places where Qin Pingan could open the door at will. After the old woman gave him the keys, she joked, "Young Master Qin, I really can't give young Master Qin the keys to your house." Qin Pingan felt his scalp go numb. He quickly said, "No need, no need." After entering the secluded house with 2 courtyards, Qin Pingan chose a side room. He took off the sword Immortal on his back and took out the golden wine robe, placing them on the table. Qin Pingan sat by the table and caressed the robe. If one said that the sword celestial had somehow become a celestial artifact, then Qin Pingan was the clearest about how the mage robe golden wine had returned to the celestial artifact grade. Every account was refreshing. The answer was simple. It was the result of feeding the golden wine robe. The golden wine robe was once the dragon robe worn by the evil flood dragon in the Flood Dragon Valley. In fact, it was a relic left behind by a heavenly master of the Dragon Tiger Mountain who failed in seclusion in an overseas immortal mountain. When it fell into Qin Pingan's hands, it was only a magic weapon. After that, it accompanied him for thousands of miles and ate a lot of golden wine robes and gradually became a half-immortal weapon. Before rushing to the inverted hanging mountain this time, it was still a half-immortal weapon. After that, Qin Pingan used the remaining glazed golden body fragment to secretly make a deal with Wei Pai. Lord Beiyu, who had just received 100 golden wine robes from the Dali Imperial Court, made a big bet with the Lord of Luapa Mountain based on their skills and eyesight. Qin Pingan used the glazed golden body fragment as the price in exchange for the golden wine robe to upgrade to a half-immortal weapon. The glazed golden body fragment was only expected to appear after the death of an Ascendant Realm cultivator. Wei Pai's need for this item was far greater than the golden wine robes. Wei Pai bet that he could upgrade the golden wine robes with a strange origin without needing to empty out the 100 golden wine robes. Finally, it could become a legendary half-immortal weapon. In the end, Qin Pingon did not ask how many golden wine robes Wei Pai spent, and Wei Pai did not say. As the first mountain god in the history of the Aquarius continent to ascend to the upper 5 realms, it was natural for Wei Pai to receive this congratulatory gift from the Emperor Dali. There were rumors that the Lord of Zhongyu Jinqing, who left the territory and went to the capital to meet the emperor, also received 50 golden wine robes. Then the other 3 new mountains of Dali should also receive 50 golden wine robes. It was hard to say whether Wei Pai would be able to gain anything else. After all, the mountains and rivers forbidden by the Dali iron cavalry, and the shattered golden body of the gods, were all destined to be destroyed. It was impossible to drain the pond to fish for the golden body of the 5 mountain gods, wantonly killing the various gods, as it would only attract unnecessary resentment and anger. Especially now that the situation had changed in all parts of the Aquarius continent, large and small, the remnants of the fallen countries had joined forces with their sects to destroy the cultivators on the mountains who had become wild cultivators. Although it was not a big deal for the time being, it was not enough to exhaust the Dali iron cavalry. This was destined to involve the various mountains and rivers gods of the various countries. Some of the heroic spirits did not forget the kindness of the country, and were willing to use their golden body to fight against the hooves of the Dali iron cavalry, but some of them were just fish in the moat. But the Dali iron cavalry had already sorted out the remaining gods, and would definitely prioritize to appease them. Qin Pingon's expression was dignified. There was something that he had to meet with the eldest sword celestial Chen Qingdu, and it had to be a secret discussion. Back then, at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the eldest sword celestial personally took action and killed the traitor of the upper 5 realms in the city with a single sword strike, and the situation almost deteriorated. The heroes gathered together, and the patriarchs of several major surnames showed up. At that time, Qin Pingon was watching from afar with an expression that said, "I want to see the elegance of the sword celestials and broaden my horizons." In fact, he had already noticed the undercurrent surging at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The gap between sword celestials and sword celestials was not small. But Qin Pingon had to endure and find a reasonable opportunity to meet the eldest sword celestial on the city wall. Previously, he heard a piece of news from Ning Yao which might prove Qin Pingon's idea. This group of geniuses who were about the same age as Ning Yao in the 2 extremely tragic battles, there were very few who died on the battlefield. And the young people of Ning Yao's generation were recognized as geniuses, and there were as many as 30 children who were known as sword celestials. Without exception, Ning Yao was the leader. Now all of them had joined the battlefield and they had successively ascended to the middle 5 realms. This was a great year that the Great Wall of Sword Qi had never seen in 10,000 years. Therefore, the Great Wall of Sword Qi might have noticed some clues, so they began to make preparations. Qin Pingon was both worried and relieved. All kinds of feelings welled up in his heart and his mood was complicated. It was like even if Qin Pingon traveled far and wide and walked to the inverted mountain, and saw the sword celestial who was sleeping with a sword in his arms, he would still stand quietly by the side waiting for the man to be willing to speak. When he was young, love and disgust were written on his face, and his mouth told the world what he was thinking. After he grew up, it was difficult for him to do as he pleased. Qin Pingon stood up and went to the courtyard, practicing his boxing stance to calm his mind. Now it had nothing to do with those worrying matters. Qin Pingon was always calm, steady and able to endure. It was just that he missed Miss Ning. And the girl that Qin Pingon missed was sitting by the table, resting her chin on her hands. She opened a page of a book under the light, and she was unwilling to turn the page for a long time. On the densely packed pages of the book there was a hidden sentence. She was like a shy child hiding in the corner of an alley, only daring to poke her head out to secretly look at Ning Yao, who had flipped through the book and met that child. She would never get tired of looking at it. The book said that it was Qin Pingon who said it. At that time he didn't drink, but when he saw Miss Ning's side profile, her eyelashes trembled slightly, and the Great Wall of Sword Qi that had stood tall for 10,000 years seemed to sway. 574. Qin Pingon had practiced his fist. After a moment of hesitation, he left the house and returned to the pavilion on Dragon-Slaying Cliff. He stood there and cupped his fists, deliberately exuding fist intent. The old woman staggered over and slowly climbed up the hill that the entire Great Wall of Sword Qi coveted for a long time. She smiled and asked, "Sir Qin, do you have something to ask?" Qin Pingon said guiltily, "Although this is my first time here, there are some things that I can't help but disturb Grandma Bai's rest." The old woman nodded and smiled. "We're family. Sir Qin, you're welcome. I'm happy in my heart. If you're too polite, I won't be happy." After the old woman sat down, Qin Pingon sat upright and asked softly, "After the two seniors passed away, the Ning mansion is so quiet. What about the Yao family?" The old woman was silent for a moment and slowly said, "This involves an old matter. Back then, Madame insisted on marrying into the declining Ning family. Everyone in the Yao family didn't agree. Master's realm back then wasn't high and he didn't have the momentum to become a sword immortal in one go. If that was the case, the Yao family wouldn't be so snobbish as to stop Madame from marrying a man with no future. The problem was that the Yao family asked the Daoist saint to help them calculate Master and Madame's 8 characters. The result wasn't good. So when the Ning mansion wanted to give the dragon-slaying platform to the Yao family as a betrothal gift, Madame's family didn't agree. When Madame got married, she didn't have any glory to speak of. Master didn't say anything, but in fact he always felt guilty towards Madame. He always felt that he owed her. Even when Master ascended to the upper 5 realms, the Yao family was still indifferent. There was no helping it. There was a thorn in Master's heart. What could Master do? He still felt guilty. No matter how Master persuaded, Madame didn't return to her parents' home. The number of times she went could be counted on one hand. Even when she did, it was to discuss serious matters. It was just 2 streets away. They didn't interact with each other as much as enemies. It wasn't until our Miss was born in the Ning mansion that the relationship between the 2 families improved. Unfortunately, after Master and Madame left, the Yao family, especially Mrs. Grandpa and Grandma, had complicated feelings for Mississippi. They felt sorry for her. If they didn't see her, they would be worried. If they saw her, they would be worried. Although Miss didn't look like Madame, her eyebrows and eyes were carved from the same mold. In the matter of Master and Madame's marriage, to be honest, even I, a servant from the Yao family, have some resentment. But on Mrs.'s side, we really can't blame the Yao family too much. The Yao family has done everything that can be done. It's just that the words of the elders lack the usual care and concern of the elders. Young Master Qin, these were the past events of the Ning residents and Yao family. There was too much worth talking about, but there wasn't. Actually, the members of the Yao family are all honest people. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to raise such an extraordinary woman like Madame. Qin Pingon silently remembered it in his heart. The 2 of them, who had never quarreled, even got into an argument over this. Later on, when Miss drew lots, Master thought of an idea. There were only 2 things. One was a very beautiful knife and the other was a small piece of dragon beheading platform. The former was one of Madame's dowries. Master said that as long as his daughter grabbed the knife first, her surname would be Yao. In the end, Miss looked left and right and grabbed the very heavy piece of dragon beheading platform first, which was the one that was given to young Master Qin later on. Madame smiled very happily at that time. The old woman was a bit sad. Madame didn't like to smile since she was young. She didn't smile much in her life. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. On the other hand, Master, whose family background wasn't as good as Yao family's, was sensible since he was young. He supported the fallen Ning residents alone, and he still had to guard the Dragon Cliff. His family business wasn't small, but his cultivation couldn't keep up. When Master was young, he suffered a lot in front of people. But he smiled warmly and treated everyone with respect. That's why Miss is like both Master and Madame. Both. Qin Pingon nodded and said, "I met Senior Ning and Madame Yao once at Inverted Hanging Mountain." The old woman smiled and said, "Just once." Qin Pingon was confused. The old woman didn't reveal the secret and changed the topic. After listening to this old woman talk about the past, I almost forgot that young Master Qin wanted to ask something. "Young Master Qin, please continue." Qin Pingon said slowly, "Miss Ning can take care of herself. She was like this in her hometown and she was like this when she traveled the world. That's why I'm worried that if I come here not only will I not be able to help, but I will also distract Miss Ning. That's why I can only ask Grandma Bai and Grandpa Nalan to be more careful." Qin Pingon stood up and cupped his fists in apology. He sincerely said, "If there are any more assassins that can hurt Grandma Bai, then I, Qin Pingon, am not afraid of death. I'm only afraid that even if I die, I still won't be able to protect Ning Yao." The old woman seemed a little surprised. She froze for a moment and then smiled. "Very good. You're a family that doesn't speak like two different families. Even if you lose face, you still have to think about Miss Ning. This is the magnanimity that a future son-in-law should have. In this aspect, you're just like our master, you're just too similar." The old woman with a head full of white hair lowered her head and rubbed her eyes. Qin Pingon clenched his fists and pressed them against his knees. His voice trembled as he said, "For so many years, besides thinking about all sorts of things every day, what have I really done for Ning Yao?" Suddenly, an old man outside the pavilion said in a hoarse voice, "Nonsense." It was the old steward who had guarded the gates of Ning Mansion for his entire life. Qin Pingon looked up at the old man walking up the steps. He didn't say anything. The old man sat in the pavilion. "Did you keep your promise of 10 years? For the next 100 years or even 1,000 years, as long as you live, are you willing to help my Miss Ning Yao if she encounters any injustice? If you ask yourself honestly, Qin Pingon, if you dare to say yes, then what are you feeling guilty about? Is being together every day whispering sweet nothings to each other true love? In the past, I told the master that you should stay in the Great Wall of Sword energy and polish yourself. You should at least have a life-flying sword. If you aren't a sword cultivator, how can you be a sword immortal?" Without waiting for the old man to finish speaking, the old woman punched him in the shoulder. She lowered her voice and angrily said, "What are you shouting about? Do you want to disturb Miss Ning before you stop? What, in our Great Wall of Sword energy, who has the loudest voice? Who has the most authority? Then why don't you run up to the city walls in the middle of the night and howl? When you were in your 20s, don't you know what you were capable of? Just now, I lightly punched you and you were sent flying 7 to 8 feet away. Then you rolled on the ground and cried. Old bastard, shut your mouth and scram to the side." The old man's aura and arrogance suddenly disappeared. He turned back into the old man with turbid eyes and staggered steps. Then he quietly raised his hand and rubbed his shoulder. It wasn't that he didn't think he was unreasonable, but he really knew that trying to reason with an angry woman was purely asking for a scolding. Even if the sword immortal had 100 life-flying swords, it would still be useless. Qin Pingon took a deep breath and said with a smile, "Grandma Bai, I have another question." The old woman immediately stopped scolding and said softly, "Just ask, young Master Qin. For us old things, time is the most worthless. Especially for a crippled sword cultivator like Nalan Yeshing. Whoever talks about cultivation with him, he will get angry." Apparently, the old man was used to Bai Lianshuang's sarcasm. He was used to such harsh words. He wasn't annoyed at all and didn't even bother to act angry. Qin Pingon said, "If I'm just saying the worst-case scenario, if the Great Wall of Sword Qi can't be defended, what will happen to the Ning Mansion?" The old woman and the old man looked at each other. "That's just an if." Qin Pingon said slowly, "So I'll stay here with Miss Ning first. In the next battle, I'll go down the city and fight. I'll personally experience the strength of the demons. Grandma Bai, Grandpa Nalan, please don't worry. I may be ordinary in killing enemies, but I can still protect myself. I won't do anything unnecessary. With me by Miss Ning's side, I'll take care of her." The old woman was worried. "I'm not looking down on you, young Master Qin. It's just that there are too many accidents on the battlefield south of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It's completely different from the battles in the vast world. Let's just talk about one thing. Outside of the small battles in the Jianghu and the battlefield, have you ever experienced the situation of being alone and surrounded by enemies? In our hometown, as long as you go out of the city and go to the south, you'll end up being swarmed by thousands of enemies if you're not careful." Qin Pingon stood up and smiled. "Grandma Bai held back too much and was too polite. Why don't you teach me a thing or two from the beginning? You're only at the peak of the far-wandering state." The old man sneered, "What a too polite." The old woman didn't turn her head. She threw a punch. The old man tilted his head and dodged it. The old woman stood up. "Young Master Qin, I'm going to offend that old woman. Even if Miss Ning blames me later, I'll have to treat you with more strength. Qin Pingon nodded. He leaned back slightly and his blue robes fluttered outside the pavilion. As he landed, he rolled up his sleeves and opened his fist. Grandma, by this time I will also use my full strength. The old woman was still a martial arts grandmaster. She wasn't in a hurry to leave the pavilion. She subconsciously rubbed her toes against the ground and chuckled. That will depend on whether or not young Master Chen has the chance to use his fist. The old man stood up. He looked at the young man on the practice field and nodded. On the Great Wall of Sword Chi, a native martial artist was a rare existence. This young man didn't look like a show-off. He would definitely be at least at the same level as Yan Zui and Xianxia, or even a young sword cultivator of the Gold Core realm who was better than them. Moreover, he would be under 30 years old and no more than 35 years old. That person was destined to be a certain innate sword embryo who was extremely experienced in fighting, such as the arrogant brat of the Qi family who had been arrogant since he was young. Nalin Yexing glanced at the old woman beside him. Bai Lianchuang was a person with great luck in martial arts. However, she was stubborn and had been loyal to Madame Nalin and the Yao family all her life. Otherwise, with her martial arts cultivation, she would have been the Madame Bai in any family in her early years. As a result, step by step she changed from a pretty young lady to an old girl who liked to keep a straight face all day, and then to a white-haired old woman. Nalin Yexing, who was older and more senior, actually saw it all. But he still felt sorry for her. Therefore he gave in to her in many small disputes. Otherwise, the dragon beheading platform of the Ning mansion under their feet would not be able to be defended before the master grew up. The old woman tiptoed and floated out of the pavilion on the top of the hill. At first she floated slowly, but in an instant she landed quickly. Then the ground shook and the old woman turned into a wisp of smoke. The old man narrowed his eyes and carefully observed the battle. He was used to seeing sword cultivators fight with each other. Especially by Lianchuang's punch, it was really a rare opportunity. They exchanged a punch and a kick. A green robe slid backwards, his elbows lightly pressed against the wall behind him, and he walked forward slowly. Old Madame Bai was kicked by that kid? Although it was not heavy, and Bai Lianchuang's abundant gang qi easily dispersed the remaining force, there was a world of difference between a kick and a kick that did not land. What was especially interesting was not that Qin Pingan's attack was as fast as a peak martial artist of the far travel state, but that he completely guessed Bai Lianchuang's landing and punching path. The old man laughed. Good kid, you really don't hold back against Madame Bai. Qin Pingan's steps were slow, but he did not walk straight. He slightly deviated from a straight line and smiled. Madame Bai was careless. For the first time, Bai Lianchuang had a bit of fighting spirit. Before this, she tested him in the corridor and punched just now. In the end, she only saw Qin Pingan as her future son-in-law. How could she really punch with all her heart? As expected of a martial arts junior who had taken 3 punches from a martial artist of the 10 realms. The old woman took a step forward. Her steps were extremely small and her fists formed a fist. She smiled and asked, Qin Pingan, do you dare to take the initiative to punch at close range? Qin Pingan's feet stepped on the last step of the 6-step stance walking. His fist intent poured out like a waterfall. The old woman twisted her body and slapped Qin Pingan's fist away with one hand. Then she pushed Qin Pingan's forehead with the other. She seemed to be doing it casually, but in fact her momentum was as heavy as a sledgehammer wrapped in cotton striking a bell. Even Nalin Yexing felt that this slap was really not merciful. Qin Pingan was slapped away by the palm, but the fist intent did not stop. Instead, it became more condensed and heavy, flowing through his body silently like deep water. He turned his body in the air and landed on the ground first. He slid out a few feet without any stagnation. When his feet touched the ground, he took a few small steps. His shoulders moved slightly and his green robe rippled. Unknowingly, he removed the remaining fist aura from the old woman's palm. Every martial artist of the 10th level had a foundation as stable as a mountain. Therefore, Bai Lianchuang did not have many regrets in his life. The only thing he lacked was that he could not spar with a level 10 martial artist. In fact, after Qin Pingan said those words, he regretted it very much. He immediately nodded and said, "That's enough. Grandma Bai's fist intent and fist stance have already benefited me a lot. It's a brand new picture of martial arts that I have never seen before." Nalan Yeshing nodded gently. He was a discerning person and he was also good with words. The old woman smiled from ear to ear. Qin Pingon suddenly turned sideways. The old woman turned her head and scolded angrily, "Old bastard, how can you sneak attack like this?" Nalan Yeshing just looked at Qin Pingon and said with a smile, "This is the flying sword speed that all the sword cultivators in the raw jade realm have. It's normal that you can't dodge it. But as long as you have the idea of dodging, it's quite good." Qin Pingon cupped his fists and saluted. From the beginning to the end, Qin Pingon did not see the flying sword at all. The old man waved his hand, "Young Master Qin, rest early." The old man disappeared from the pavilion. The old woman was also about to leave. Qin Pingon smiled and asked her to stay. "Can I have a chat with Grandma Bai?" The old woman's face was full of smiles as she rushed into the pavilion with Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon had already wiped the blood with the back of his hand. He asked softly, "Bai Mama, can I drink some wine?" The old woman smiled and said, "It's okay. Just drink. If Mrs. nagging, I will help you." Qin Pingon took out a pot of glutinous rice wine. After drinking a few mouthfuls, he put down the wine pot and told the old woman about the pure martial arts in the world. Of course, he also told her about the Jianghu in the lotus flower blessed land. Occasionally he would stand up, put down the wine pot and show the old woman a few moves that he secretly learned. The old woman was mostly listening to the energetic young man. She smiled and nodded gently, not saying much. The young man's temperament was calm, but he was also in high spirits. Nalan Yeshing stood in the distant night and looked at the scene in the pavilion on the top of the mountain. He smiled and said, "Mrs. Vision is as good as Madam's in the past." Ning Yao, who was standing on the side, said with a taut face, "Maybe it's even better." The parting of the Great Wall of Sword Qi was not too far away unless it was life and death. During the day yesterday, the owners of the row of heads on the wall left the Ning family and went back home. Yen's swaggered back to his splendid residence and chatted with the aged butler for a long time before he finally went to a secret chamber of the School of Moism, where he abandoned his natal flying sword and fought with 3 puppets whose combat ability was equivalent to that of a sword cultivator in the core formation stage. More accurately speaking, he was severely beaten up. Only then did he go to eat. It was all rare medicinal cuisine carefully prepared by farmers and doctors. He ate big bowls of immortal money. Fortunately, the Yen family was never short of money. After eating and drinking, Yenzhua pinched his chin and was a little worried. Alliance once said that he was good at everything. He was so rich at a young age. The key was that he had a good temper and a pleasant appearance. So if he could be a little thinner, he would be more handsome. The word handsome was simply tailor-made for Yenzhua. Yenzhua was almost moved to tears at that time. He felt that Alliance was the most conscientious and knowledgeable person in the world. At that time, Alliance was weighing the heavy wallet that he had just received with a bright smile on his face. The first time Yenzhua left the city wall with Ning Yao and the others, he went to the pile of corpses to fight. He discovered that the beasts of the wilderness, even though their realms were inferior to the mechanical puppets in his family's secret chamber, their methods were even more unimaginable. It scared him to the core. So that time the 2 sword masters that his family had placed by his side died because of him. When he returned to his home on the north side of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the restless little fatty was saddened when he heard that he didn't have to go to the city wall to kill demons in the future. He didn't even have to go to the city wall. However, when Alliance came home and talked to his elders, Yenzhua was given another chance. In the end, when Yenzhua reached the city wall, his legs went soft again and his sword heart trembled. He couldn't even control his life-bound flying sword steadily, let alone killing enemies. Before Alliance left the city wall, he specially came to the fatty's side and said to him, "When you get off the city wall, just focus on killing. You won't die. Alliance won't help you kill demons, but I can guarantee that you won't die. But if you don't even dare to use your full strength, then you can just stay at home and be a rich young master." But Alliance would never borrow money from him to buy wine again. Borrowing money from a coward to buy wine, no matter how expensive it would be tasteless no matter how expensive it was. In the end, when they left the city to kill demons, Yan's performance made people have a whole new level of respect for him. Even those old antiques in the family who didn't like him no matter how they looked at him, no longer said those strange and disgusting words. At the very least, they wouldn't say that he was a pig that the Yan family carefully raised and fattened. They didn't know which demon in the desolate wasteland was so lucky that it didn't take much effort to kill it. Just the pig's blood alone could be sold for a lot of money. That time it was also when his mother looked at her son on the sickbed. That was the time she cried the most righteously. In the past, whenever he caused trouble outside and was bullied by others, even if he was beaten black and blue, his father would not say much when he returned home. He did not even bother to look at his son. This man who had lost both his arms early in the battle outside the city would at most glance at the woman from the corner of his eyes and smile coldly. But that time when Yenzhou left the city, he didn't have his arms. This man of few words who hadn't been to the city for many years bent down as much as possible and personally carried his son back to the city. At that time when Yenzhou returned home and lay on his sickbed, Alliance leaned against the door and looked at Yenzhou with a smile. He gave a thumbs up to the boy who was crying from the pain. Today the eldest young master of the Yan family didn't have the highest cultivation level. His flying sword wasn't the fastest and he didn't kill the most enemies. But he was definitely the most difficult to deal with because this guy had the most life-saving methods. After parting with her friends, the one-armed Xianxia returned to a messy and shabby alley. With the divine money she had saved up in the past few years, she bought a small house. This was Xianxia's biggest dream in life, to have a place to stay and shelter from the rain. So now Xianxia didn't have any extravagant wishes. Xianxia originally thought that this dream would never come true until she met that sloppy man called Alliance. When she was young she liked to run errands for him to buy wine. She ran through the streets and alleys to buy all kinds of wine. Alliance said that when a person was in a different mood, they had to drink different kinds of wine. Some wine could forget worries and make unhappy people happy. Some could liven things up and make happy people happier. The best wine was the kind that made people forget about everything. Drinking wine was just drinking wine. Xianxia was too young at that time. She didn't understand these things and didn't care at all. She only cared about whether she could save some money every time she ran errands. Of course she might also owe a debt of wine. After she became familiar with Alliance said that since a girl had grown up and was so beautiful she had to be responsible. So he put some of the wine money on Xianxia's head. Who was Alliance? Would he go back on his word? In the future when she had the chance she would go to Haoran world and casually ask if they recognized that man called Alliance. Ask if Alliance owed money. The girl, Xianxia, who didn't have an arm cut off by the demon at that time, believed him when she saw Alliance patting his chest loudly. Actually, the name Xianxia was given by Alliance. He said that the scenery in Haoran world was much better than this place where birds didn't shit. Especially the mountains, which were verdant and beautiful. The green mountains were like graceful women. They were so tall that it was hard for men not to look at them. Xianxia opened the door and sat in the courtyard. Perhaps she saw Sister Ning reunite with the person she liked after a long separation. She remembered the Confucian scholar who took away the Great Spirit. He was a sage back then and came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to gain experience. When he returned he was a scholar. She didn't know if she could see him again before this house lost its owner. There were some things in her heart that she should let him know, whether it was useful or not. Dong and Qin were well-deserved surnames in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Fatty Yan's family might have relied on mountains of gold and silver, but Dong Huafu's and Qin Sanchio's families relied on generations of family sword immortals. Dong Huafu's house was very close to Qin Sanchio's. The two residences were on the same street. Many girls would naturally have a round face after they grew up. They would naturally turn into a pointy chin and small face with the spring wind and autumn moon year after year. However, Dong Huafu's sister was different. After so many years her face was still round. However, there were still many people who liked Dong Budi on the surface and secretly admired him. This was because Dong Budi's swordsmanship was very high and his killing power was outstanding. Dong Budi liked to fight with his life on the line so he could determine life and death faster. He was someone that even the proud great sword immortal respected. Dong Huafu didn't care about relationships and didn't understand them at all. However, he knew that his good friend Qin Sanchio had always liked his sister Dong Budi. The two of them were about the same age and he heard that they were childhood sweethearts. It was a pity that his sister didn't like Xianxia. They would talk about it in private. His sister said that she despised Xianxia for being too good-looking. He said that drinking wine was really useful. After drinking wine he would have no more worries. Then Alliance grabbed Xianxia's arm and said that after drinking wine to quell worries, they could drink wine to quell worries. Thinking of this, Dong Huafu sincerely admired that Qin fellow. It seemed that even if Big Sister Ning was angry, that fellow could quickly calm her down. Dong Booty blinked and anxiously asked, "I heard that person came. How is it, how is it?" For the sake of his friend, Dong Huafu could only use his trump card. "Don't you like Alliance? Why are you asking about Qin Pingon? Have you changed your mind? You can't snatch him away from Big Sister Ning." The woman stretched out 2 fingers and poked her daughter's forehead. She smiled and said, "Damn girl, work harder. You must make Alliance your mother's son-in-law." Thinking about how that blind heartless man would one day formally propose a toast to his mother-in-law, the woman was overjoyed. She stretched out her hand and clicked her tongue. "It's a bit embarrassing." Dong Booty smiled and said, "Mother, just wait. There will be such a day." Dong Huafu really admired this pair of mother and daughter. In the early years his mother liked Alliance. This was something that the entire Great Wall of Sword Qi knew. Now some of the aunties who liked to visit each other also liked to deliberately talk about this in front of his father. Fortunately his father did not know how to deal with it. In any case, among those aunties or in their families, there were plenty of people who also liked Alliance. Moreover, Dong Huafu's father was the only sword cultivator who had been able to ask Alliance 3 times in a row. Of course, the result was that he had to go home 3 times in a row. It was said that it was through this stupid method that a man could win the heart of a beauty. After that, a large number of bachelors took the initiative to ask Alliance to ask Alliance. Alliance was also righteous. He said that Q-sword was fine, but he had to pay a sum of immortal money first. Otherwise, if anyone injured Alliance he would have to buy medicine to treat the injury. In the end, Alliance earned countless immortal money in one day. Then in one night Alliance almost paid off all his wine debts. After that Alliance ran to the top of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, cupped his fists and loudly said, "I admit defeat. You guys are so arrogant. I wish you all the best in getting the beauty back. Every moment of spring is worth 1,000 gold. There's no need to thank me, Alliance. If you really want to thank me then I won't stop you. When the time comes treat me to a drink. If you all remain silent then I'll take it that you didn't agree." After Alliance finished speaking, the city fell into a deathly silence. Then someone took the lead and the entire city was in an uproar. The sword cultivators in the city cursed and took to the skies on their swords, intending to find that shameless guy to pick a fight with. Then Alliance disappeared without a trace, heading for the heart of the wildlands alone with his sword. In the end the group of men on the city walls looked at each other. Not only did they lose money but when they returned to the city, it was even worse. The women blamed them for causing Alliance to risk his life. If anything happened to him they would not let this matter rest. The most hateful thing was not this. It was when they found out afterward that the first person who took the lead to cause trouble in the city that night said, "Alliance, please don't go. The men on the Great Wall of Sword Qi are not as responsible as you." It turned out to be a little girl who was ignorant of the ways of the world. It was said that Alliance deliberately encouraged her to say those infuriating words. A group of men could not compete with an innocent little girl. They could only suffer in silence, sharpening their swords and waiting for Alliance to return from the wildlands to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It was definitely not a one-on-one battle, but a group of men working together to kill this bastard who had already lost his mind in order to cheat money for drinks. In the end Alliance came back. However, there were still a few Ascendant Realm demons hanging behind him. At that time the sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi were all dispatched to defend against the enemy. It seemed that with Alliance around the lifeless Great Wall of Sword Qi would be livelier. It was a pity that that man not only left the Great Wall of Sword Qi, but also directly left the vast world. It was said that he even exchanged punches with the second Daoist of the vast world. As for which girl liked Alliance, it was actually not a big deal. It was more of a fun thing to do. Because in fact, everyone knew that Alliance would not like anyone. Moreover, Alliance had only been at the Great Wall of Sword Qi for a few years. Almost everyone knew that the man named Alliance, who liked to sit on the Great Wall of Sword Qi and drink alone, would secretly leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi one day. Therefore, liking Alliance was simply a matter of fun for many girls to relieve boredom. Some of the bolder ones deliberately teased Alliance when they saw Alliance drinking by the roadside stalls. They said something more spicy than the meat and wine on the table. That man would also pretend to be shy, pretend to be serious, and say nonsense like how he, Alliance, was indebted to her and how his conscience was uneasy. He would trouble the girl and make his conscience even more uneasy in the future. Xianxia waited until the door of the Dong residence closed before he slowly left. Actually, Xianxia was not too sad that the girl he liked did not like him. This was because Xianxia felt that when Alliance was about to leave, he specially came to drink with him. Some of the things he said at the table were very true. If a good girl does not like you, it must be because you are not good enough. When you feel that you are good enough and the girl is married, even her children can go out to buy wine. When they see you, Xianxia, on the road, they will call you Uncle Chen. At that time, don't be sad. It's fate that is wrong, it's not that you like the wrong person. Remember, after the girl marries, don't tangle with her. Hide your feelings well and put them in your wine. Every time you drink, think about her and let her lead a good life in the future. Don't always think about her not having a good life and coming back to find you. That's how a man truly likes a girl. Therefore, Xianxia thought of these words again and did not go home. Instead, he went to a wine shop and got drunk. He scolded Alliance. It's easy for you to say. I would rather not have heard these *T principles. Then you can shamelessly and heartlessly like her. Alliance, return me the money for the wine. Take back these words. At the wine shop, no one found it strange. The young master of the Qin family went crazy again. It was okay. Anyway, he could stagger back home every time. On the way back, a young master would knock his head against a wall from time to time and shout for the door to be opened. On the street, no one found it strange. Every now and then, young Master Qin would do something like this. For example, after his good friend Little Cricket died. For example, the first retainer swordmaster died for Xianxia. For example, later on, an elder of the Qin family died in the battle south of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. For example, tonight he missed Miss Dong, who was so close to him but seemed so far away. Every time Xianxia sobered up, he would say that he was just like Alliance. He was just born to like drinking. Because some people were born to deal with wine for the rest of their lives. This was fate. Without the Great Wall of Sword Qi, as long as the young people felt that they had nothing to do, they liked to look for a fight. Setting up a fight was nothing out of the ordinary. There were one-on-one fights and there were also group fights. However, the bottom line was that the other party's cultivation was not allowed to be harmed. Apart from that, even Madame Dong, who was famous for spoiling her son in the past, would not say much about it. At most, she would stay at home and tell her son that there was nothing fun outside. She was rich enough to buy anything and bring it home. Her son, you can play with it by yourself. Early in the morning, Xianxia and the others came to the gate of the Ning mansion. Dong Huafu's face was gloomy because there were groups of 2 or 3 onlookers on the street. They seemed to be waiting for someone to come out of the Ning mansion. Xianxia kept shaking his head. He drank too much yesterday. Fortunately, he drank some wine this morning to sober up. Otherwise, he would feel even worse now. Only Daizhong did not come. This girl opened a small shop not far from her house. She sold groceries that could only make a small profit. There was one thing that was Daizhong's bottom line. After getting to know Ning Yao and the others, they were friends. They could die for each other on the battlefield, but it was their business to have money. Daizhong did not need to take advantage of others on such a trivial matter as living a life. Once, Xianxia felt very hurt and said something in anger. Didn't Alliance help you so much? That's why you have such a small family and a pitiful livelihood. Why aren't we friends? Xianxia helped you. I didn't mean to look down on you. Is it wrong for me to want my friends to live a better life? Daizhong bit her lip and did not say anything. Then Xianxia was beaten up by Ning Yao. He covered his head and ran away like a rat. For a long time, Xianxia didn't talk to Daizhong. Of course, Ning Yao didn't talk to Xianxia either. At that time, because of this, everyone was together and had nothing to talk about. Finally, Xianxia secretly squatted at the corner of the street one day and watched the one-armed girl busy in the shop. After watching for a long time, he understood the reason. Xianxia was shy, so he didn't apologize. But one day it was Xianxia who apologized to him. Yanzhou was confused and then he was beaten up by Xianxia and Dong Haitan. But after that he and Xianxia reconciled as before. The three entered the Ning mansion and happened to meet Ning Yao and Qin Pingon who were taking a walk together. Yanzhou said softly, "What do you think? Am I a prophet? When they see us they definitely won't hold hands." Xianxia said helplessly, "Oh, next time I'll treat." Dong Huafu said, "Same old rules. If other people treat I'll only drink Konghu wine and Tsong wine." Ning Yao asked, "Do you want to drink?" Dong Huafu, who was walking in the middle, pointed to the sides. "Sister Ning, I actually don't want to drink." But they insisted on treating. "I don't mean anything else. I'm just saying it as it is." Qin Pingon felt a headache coming on. Ning Yao laughed. "Alright, I'm just joking with you. If you can help Xiang's store without making her think too much, I'll be very happy. Xiang is a little money grubber. Her biggest wish now is to rely on her own ability to buy a bigger house." Qin Pingon just let out a sigh of relief. Ning Yao put her hands behind her back and looked forward. She smiled and said, "If you don't do anything wrong, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. What's there to be guilty about?" Qin Pingon looked at her side profile and suddenly stopped. Then he pounced on her like a hungry tiger. Ning Yao quickly dodged. Her cheeks were slightly red. She turned her head and said angrily, "Qin Pingon, you better behave yourself." Qin Pingon hurriedly whispered, "Lower your voice." However, Ning Yao seemed to be even more guilty than Qin Pingon. She quickly pursed her lips. When Ning Yao came back to her senses, Qin Pingon had already retreated and ran away. Ning Yao initially wanted to chase after Qin Pingon. However, she was distracted for a moment and was lost in thought. She looked at Qin Pingon, who had a warm smile on his face. Why did she suddenly feel that he was very good-looking? Every time they left the city wall, they would have a sword master retainer. Naturally, Xiang would have one as well. This is because this group of children are the most precious seeds of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In this matter, the sword cultivators of the North Continent have indeed helped a lot. Otherwise, the local sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi wouldn't have been enough. The retainer swordsmen tend to have greater killing power and are extremely decisive in their attacks. What they want is to be able to exchange their lives with the demon assassins at the very least. In addition, there is also an old servant of Ning Mansion who secretly guards Miss Yanzhou and Xianxia. Each of them also has a sword master from their family who serves as a sacrificial warrior. In the second battle, these juniors have all broken through their realms. According to the rules of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, regardless of age or identity, once a sword cultivator enters the Gold Core realm, there is no need for the swordsmen arranged by the Great Wall of Sword Qi to help protect the formation. Miss and the others are a team and each of them has a bright future ahead of them. Therefore, even if there are no ordinary swordsmen, there will still be a sword immortal who will personally teach them the sword. He is both a guardian and a teacher. However, this sword immortal doesn't need to take too much care of the juniors. He is more responsible for his own life and death. To put it bluntly, even if Miss and the others all die in the battle, the sword immortal who survives alone won't be held responsible by the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Speaking until here, Nalan Yeshing smiled and said, "There is nothing strange about it. When Miss and the others truly grow up, they will also serve as retainers and swordsmen for the juniors in the future." The Great Wall of Sword Qi had always been passed down in such a manner. Family surnames and whatnot were naturally useful here in the city. During the period of peace between the two major wars, the wealth and material resources available for cultivation gave the descendants of the major clans an absolute advantage. But when it came to the southern battlefield, it didn't matter what your surname was. As long as your cultivation base was high, you would be in greater danger. In history, our Great Wall of Sword Qi is not without cowards who only have talent and family background. In the end, their sword heart is not good enough, so they deliberately waste their time and haven't come to the city more than a few times in their lives. Nalan Yeshing looked in the direction of the beheading dragon platform and sighed. However, there is one good thing about the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The appearance of every family name is inevitably accompanied by a wonderful story. Moreover, it is only related to killing great demons. Therefore, every sword cultivator who comes from a poor family but cultivates at lightning speed understands from a young age that whether it is for themselves or for their descendants, the only thing they do is to kill more demons and survive. Only by living long enough will they have the opportunity to open their own mansion and become a new story for the later generations. His master came from the Ning residence. One of his greatest wishes in life was to continue the family line, to revitalize the family, and to help the Ning family return to the top of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. His other wish was, of course, that his daughter Ning Yao could marry into a good family that was worthy of his trust. Qin Pingon said, "Many people in the Great Wall of Sword Qi don't think so." Then Qin Pingon smiled and said, "When I was young I was such a person. When I looked at my peers in my hometown who didn't have to worry about food and clothing, I would tell myself that their parents were still alive and their families were rich. What's so good about the pastries in the dragon riding alley? If they ate too much they wouldn't taste good at all. As I secretly swallowed my saliva and thought about it, I wouldn't be so greedy anymore. If I was really greedy I would run back to my courtyard and look at the dried fish I caught from the stream and hung on the wall to dry. Looking at it a few more times could also satisfy my hunger and satisfy my cravings." Therefore Qin Pingon and Pei Qian, who hadn't become master and disciple in the early years, when they just left the lotus flower blessed land, they were like the same kind of people and two different things. Speaking of this, Qin Pingon was a little embarrassed. "Grandpa Nalan, listening to me talk about this will definitely spoil the fun." Nalan Yeshing smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. Here I've been listening to people talk about big things all my life. I rarely hear these trivial things. The last time I heard it was when Miss returned from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Unfortunately Miss doesn't like to talk, so we didn't talk much. Miss said that the customs of the Great Wall of Sword Qi and her travels in the mountains and rivers are also very tempting for people like us who have never been to the inverted hanging mountain in our lives." Nalan Yeshing said to Qin Pingon, "Although young Master Qin is not a sword cultivator for the time being, the sword on your back and those flying swords, regardless of whether they are life source items or not, can be sharpened more. Don't waste the beheading dragon platform. The Ning family protects it and doesn't sell it to anyone. They don't want to use it as a decoration. If young Master Qin can't understand this point, you will be disappointed. Master often said in the past that if a descendant of the Ning family can rely on his own ability to eat the entire beheading dragon platform, then it will be a great thing." Qin Pingon said, "Then this junior won't be polite." Nalan Yeshing waved his hand and said, "Young Master Qin, it's not good to be so polite." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "If Grandpa Nalan didn't take the initiative to say it, this junior would have run to sharpen the sword. Grandpa Nalan would have a small knot in your heart. I feel that this young man as a person is barely passable. It's just that he doesn't have any manners." Nalan Yeshing was slightly stunned, but then he laughed heartily and said, "That's true." Qin Pingon also laughed and said, "I've been waiting for Grandpa Nalan to say this for a long time." Nalan Yeshing slapped the young man's shoulder and pretended to be angry. "Little guy, you're so clever. Fortunately, you're sincere in front of Mississippi, otherwise, see if I don't teach you a lesson. I guarantee that you won't be able to stay even after you enter the door." Qin Pingon didn't dodge and his shoulder was slapped to the side. The Great Wall of Sword Qi was a natural paradise, a place of cultivation that cultivators dreamed of. Of course, the premise was that it could withstand the destruction and erosion of the invisible sword intent in this world. If one's aptitude was slightly poor, it would greatly affect the progress of all the Qi cultivators except the sword cultivators. Once the cave residence was opened, the sword aura, spiritual aura and turbid air would pour into all the key acupoints like a tide. Just the removal of the sword aura's interference would give Qi cultivators a headache and make them suffer a lot. Unfortunately, even if they could get through this hurdle, they still couldn't stay for too long. It was no longer related to the aptitude of cultivation, but the Great Wall of Sword Qi had always disliked the Qi cultivators in the world, unless they had connections and money. because it was definitely an immortal's money that would make any chi cultivator of any realm feel the pinch. The price was fair and each realm had its own price. It was the regulation given by Fatty Yan's ancestor. In history there had been 11 price changes. Without exception the price had always risen and there was no possibility of a price reduction. Previously, Qin Pingon and Nanny Bai talked a lot about the Yao family's past and Ning Yao's childhood. Today he asked the senior sword cultivator Nalan Yeshing a lot of details about the 2 recent battles on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Qin Pingon chatted with the old man for a while and then left. Before leaving he asked a question. Who was the sword immortal who protected Ning Yao, Yenzhua and the others last time? The old man said it was a coincidence. It happened to be a sword cultivator from the Aquarius continent named Wei Jin. Qin Pingon had a deep impression of Wei Jin. When he took Li Baoping and the others to the Great Sui Kingdom to study, it was Wei Jin who broke the sky with a sword in the wedding dress. The spectacular scene of the sword aura like a rainbow made the young man in straw sandals excited for many years. A sword cultivator in the pure jade realm who was less than 60 years old. He was an extremely young sword cultivator in the upper 5 realms in the history of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The old man had a good impression of Wei Jin. In fact, the whole Great Wall of Sword Qi had a good impression of Wei Jin. In addition to Wei Jin's excellent sword skills, he dared to give up the bright future of the Great Wall of Sword Qi at a young age and came here to fight desperately. The key point was that Wei Jin also mentioned that he could break through the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm so quickly thanks to Alliance's guidance. Otherwise, according to the ancestor of the Wind Snow Temple, he would need to stay in the nascent soul realm for 60 years. In fact, this sentence was both right and wrong. There were hundreds of thousands of chi trainers in the world, but sword cultivation was the most expensive and the most important. If Wei Jin's cultivation was not enough and his foundation was not good enough, even Alliance could not force Wei Jin to reach the pure jade realm. After Qin Pingon returned to the small house, Bai Lianshuang appeared beside the old man. The old woman sneered, "Great sword fairy Nalan, you are so talkative today. Do you think no one can help our future son-in-law to check the almanac so that we don't have a chance to know your embarrassing things in the past?" Nalan Yeshing said with a smile, "We only talked about some trivial things with you, mostly about the martial arts of Jianghu. But with me we talked about the important matters of the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the trivial matters of life. In that case it is obvious who is closer to the future son-in-law." The old woman sneered, "You are the most shameless." Nalan Yeshing said helplessly, "Can we talk about the facts?" The old woman asked back, "You also know shamelessness?" Nalan Yeshing sighed, put his hands behind his back and walked away. Ning Yao had always been focused on cultivation. Therefore in the next 2 days she only opened her eyes to see if Qin Pingon was near the pavilion on the dragon-slaying cliff. If he was not, she did not walk down the hill. At most she stood up and took a walk for a while. After 1 time, 2 times, when Qin Pingon finally appeared not far away, Ning Yao turned a blind eye and pretended to cultivate. Qin Pingon had to watch for a while and then left. It was not that Qin Pingon was not sensible. It was just that when he cultivated in the Ning Mansion he found that the speed of refining the 36 green bricks of the Daoist temple was 30% faster after he reached the 4th realm of Qi cultivator. When he came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi there was a surprise. Qin Pingon finally got rid of the distracting thoughts and could think more about her. He could really cultivate in peace. In the small house he was a little absent-minded because he could refine things and cultivate Qi at the same time. However, after leaving this time, Qin Pingon did not go directly to the small house. Instead he found Mammy Bai and said that he had something to discuss with the 2 seniors and needed them to go to his house. Bai Lianshuang nodded and set off with Qin Pingon. She did not mean to call Nalan Yeshing at all. When they arrived at the door of the small house she stamped her feet and shouted, "Get out of here." Then Nalan Yeshing quietly appeared near them. Qin Pingon took the 2 seniors into the wing room and poured 2 cups of tea for them. On the table there was the sword that he got from the Fu family in the old Dragon City, the golden wine robe that had a lot of history, and a jade plate that he bought from the Lingji shop in the Inverted Mountain. Qin Pingon blushed for the first time. He hesitated for a long time and did not know what to say. Nalan Yeshing broke the silence. "Child Qin, is this the betrothal gift?" The old woman laughed from ear to ear. She covered her nose with her withered hand and laughed for a long time. Then she stopped laughing and said softly, Child Qin, how can you give the betrothal gift in person? Qin Pingon waved his hand and said, Grandma by Grandpa Nalan, I will definitely find a matchmaker. I already have someone in mind. I definitely understand this little rule. However, I am not familiar with the marriage etiquette of the Sword Qi Great Wall. I have no one here to ask about it. So, I have to ask the two seniors to help me plan it. I am afraid that the gift is too light or if it will violate the taboo. I want to tell the two seniors first and try my best not to make any mistakes. I don't want the Ning mansion to be humiliated because of me. Bai Lianshuang and Nalan Yeshing looked at each other and smiled. They were not in a hurry to speak. Qin Pingon said helplessly, I can only say that I will try my best to shamelessly beg eldest brother Sword Immortal, but I have no confidence at all. So, I beg Nanny Bai and Grandpa Nalan not to have too many expectations because of this. Otherwise, I will be in a dilemma and really have no face to stay in Ning Mansion. Nalan Yeshing said with a smile, You are much better than your peers if you dare to think like that. Bai Lianshuang sneered, Old dog Nalan finally said something reasonable. Nalan Yeshing said with a smile, You flatter me. Bai Lianshuang said to Qin Pingon with a smile, Listen, is this something reasonable? So, Child Qin, you don't have to feel any burden when you come to Nalan Yeshing. An old man who has been crippled in sword practice still has some skills in stealth. Child Qin, you can do him a favor and ask Nalan Yeshing to teach you some of his skills. Nalan Yeshing said with a smile, Bai Lianshuang, you can insult a sword immortal of the Jade Realm. If I dare to refute, I will take it that Nalan Yeshing is narrow-minded. Qin Pingon felt that this was very knowledgeable and he could learn it in the future. After the two seniors left, Qin Pingon walked them to the gate of the small house. Qin Pingon didn't return to the yard. He stood at the gate and turned his head to look somewhere. After waiting for a long time, someone walked out slowly. Qin Pingon walked forward and said with a smile, What a coincidence. As soon as I went out, you finished your cultivation and walked here. Ning Yao nodded and said, Yes, it is. Qin Pingon nodded and said, Then let's help and see if the window paper of the wing room was broken by the little thief. Ning Yao blinked and said innocently, What are you talking about? How can there be a thief in the Ning mansion? Are you blind? But if he really stole something, you have to pay for it. Qin Pingon gently clenched his fist and knocked on his chest. He smiled and narrowed his eyes. What a powerful thief. He doesn't steal anything. Ning Yao glared at him and said, Qin Pingon, don't be so glib. Qin Pingon hugged her gently and whispered, Ning Yao is the whole world in Qin Pingon's heart. Ning Yao was about to struggle slightly, but she found that he had let go of her and stepped back. Ning Yao was even angrier. Qin Pingon explained softly, Your friends are here again. This time they are more serious. They deliberately sneaked in. Ning Yao calmed down a little and instantly noticed the clues. Ning Yao turned her head. Come out. A fat man squatting by the feng shui stone didn't move at all. His hands were twirling talismans, but a flower bloomed behind him. It was Dong Huatu Stack Zhang and Xianxia. When they met, Ning Yao's face was stiff while Qin Pingon's expression was calm. The group went to the beheading dragon platform and didn't climb the mountain to sit down at the pavilion. Dong Huatu and Stack Zhang had agreed to spar here. Fatty Yen smiled and told Qin Pingon, When people like us spar, blood will be spilled if we're not careful. Don't be afraid. Qin Pingon smiled and nodded. He said that even if he was afraid he would pretend not to be. Fatty Yen chuckled. Ning Yao looked at Qin Pingon, who lied but looked serious. When Qin Pingon turned to look at her, Ning Yao looked away. When Xianxia arrived, he couldn't be bothered to watch the spar between Dong Haitan and Stack Zhang. He had already tiptoed to the foot of the beheading dragon platform. With a sutra and cloud pattern in each hand, he began to quietly sharpen his sword. He couldn't come here for nothing. Why else would they carry their swords on their backs every time they visited Ning residence? Could it be that they were flaunting their prowess in front of Sword Immortal Senior Nalan? Taking a step back, even if Xianxia and Fatty Yen joined forces, one could be said to be attacking and one could be defending. back then, Liang personally praised them as a perfect couple. But wouldn't they still lose to Ning Yao? As Xianxia sharpened his sword, he complained, "Can't the two of you eat more? Why are you being so polite?" On the training ground, both parties faced each other. Ning Yao waved her hand to activate a mountain and river array. This was the place where the two-sword Immortal Dao companions practiced their swordsmanship. Therefore, even if Dong Haitan and Stack Zhang broke through the sky, not a single bit of sword qi would leak out of the training ground. Qin Pingon took a few glances at the spar between Dong Huatu and Stack Zhang. Their swords were Red Zhuang and Xinyue respectively. In terms of style and size, they were worlds apart. They each had their own intrinsic flying sword and their styles were completely different. Dong Huatu's flying sword was fast while Stack Zhang's flying sword was stable. Dong Huatu wielded Red Zhuang while the single-armed woman wielded the gigantic Xinyue. Every time the tip of their swords rubbed or hacked at the ground of the training ground, dazzling sparks would fly. On the other hand, Dong Huatu's attacks were soundless, trying to minimize the ripples. Qin Pingon asked Fatty Yen a question. Both parties had put in some effort. Fatty Yen said about 70 to 80%. Otherwise, Stack Zhang would have been bleeding by now. However, Stack Zhang was not afraid of this. He was fond of it. Often it was Dong Haitan who took advantage of her. Then Stack Zhang's Xinyue would be lightly pushed against him. Just once, Dong Haitan would be sprawled on the ground vomiting blood. After Qin Pingon had a rough idea of the situation, especially when he saw Stack Zhang's sword-wielding arm being pierced by Dong Huatu's intrinsic flying sword, Qin Pingon stopped watching them practice their swordsmanship. He came to Qin Sanchio's side and squatted down. If he were to confront the two of them, whether it was life or death, victory or defeat, he would have a way to deal with them. Then there was no point in watching any longer. He could not pretend that his face was pale, his lips were trembling, and his expression was flustered in front of Fatty Yen. He also had to pretend that he did not know that Fatty Yen had seen through him. If it were anyone else, Qin Pingon would not mind at all. But now he was in the Ning mansion. These people were Ning Yao's best friends. They had fought side by side many times. It was not an exaggeration to say that they had gone through life and death together. Then he had to talk about the atmosphere of the Luopa Mountains Ancestral Hall and treat people with sincerity. Qin Sanchio still sharpened the sutra sword and then wiped the dragon beheading platform with the cloud pattern sword. His movements were very skilled. Qin Sanchio turned his head and smiled. "Young Master Qin, don't mind." Qin Pingon covered his sleeves and squatted to the side. He carefully observed the two swords' edges and the dragon beheading platform's sharpening. He smiled. "I don't mind. If young Master Qin doesn't mind, I can even help sharpen the swords." Qin Sanchio shook his head. "That won't do. Alliance said that if the intrinsic flying sword is a sword cultivator's lifeblood, then the sword is a sword cultivator's little wife. It cannot be given to anyone else." Qin Pingon smiled and nodded. He just watched the two swords slowly gnaw away at the dragon beheading platform. It was almost negligible. Fatty Yen muttered, "Two young masters, Qin. Why do I feel nervous listening to them talk?" Ning Yao did not bat an eyelid. Fatty Yen asked, "Ning Yao, what realm is this guy at? He can't really be a cultivator of the lower 5 realms, right? Then what realm is his martial path? Is he really at the Golden Body realm? Although I don't think much of pure martial artists, the Yen family has some connections with the inverted hanging mountain. We have also interacted with martial artists of the far travel realm and the peak realm. I know that martial artists who can reach the spirit refinement realm are not simple. Moreover, Qin Pingon is still so young. I really want to fight him. Ning Yao, why don't you agree to spar with him?" This was Fatty Yan's plan. He was a sword cultivator and also a true genius. Unfortunately, he didn't need to say much about Ning Yao's side. But with Dong Huafu and the other two, he had never gained the slightest bit of advantage. Now he had finally managed to catch a pure martial artist who had yet to reach the distant roaming realm. The Ning Mansion's martial arts practice field was divided into 2 sections. The section in front of him, which was a bit further away, was famous for its vastness. It was a mustard seed world of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It didn't look big, but once you entered it, you would understand its mysteries. If Yenzhou really wanted to exchange blows with Qin Pingon, he would naturally have to go to that small world. At that time, Yenzhou would exchange blows with his sword technique and you would exchange blows with your fist technique. I would fly in the sky and you would run on the ground. Ning Yao said, if you want to spar you can ask him yourself. If he agrees I won't stop you. If he doesn't it's useless to beg me. Fatty Yen rolled his eyes. Grandma Bai is the only martial arts grandmaster on our side. If Grandma Bai didn't bully Qin Pingon and intentionally suppressed her cultivation to the golden body realm, how many punches would this Qin Pingon be able to take? 3, 5 or 10? Ning Yao's lips curled up but she quickly suppressed it. It disappeared in a flash and was hard to detect. She said, Grandma Bai taught him a fist technique and it ended very quickly. I wasn't there at the time but I heard Grandpa Nalen mention it afterwards. I didn't ask too much. In any case, Grandma Bai taught him a fist technique on the martial arts practice field. After 2 or 3 punches and kicks they stopped. Fatty Yen began to rub his hands. Good fellow, he can actually exchange 2 or 3 punches with Grandma Bai. Even if it's a golden body realm spar, Qin Pingon is still amazing. Truly amazing. I must ask him for advice. Ning Yao nodded. I still say the same thing. As long as Qin Pingon agrees you can spar however you want. Fatty Yen asked cautiously, if I'm not careful, what if my flying sword grazes young Master Chen's hands or feet? What will I do? You won't help Qin Pingon teach me a lesson, right? But I can guarantee 100, 1,000 times that I won't attack Qin Pingon's face. Otherwise it'll be my loss. Ning Yao didn't say anything else. She let Yenzhua seek his own death. When Dongzhuo made a mistake in his talisman drawing and folding seal, Ning Yao would point it out for them one by one. Both sides would remember it. After Dong Huafu and Stackzhong it was the third group. It wasn't that they were temporarily at the bottom, which wouldn't be taken seriously. In fact, even in the North Continent, these people were innate sword embryos that were fought over by the sages. However, in the Great Wall of Sword Qi the term genius wasn't worth much. Only those who had lived for a long time could be considered a genius. Yenzhua continued, if you can't even beat me then after you leave this place, you'll only be able to pass one test before stopping. Yenzhua stubbornly resisted the young man in green. I have nothing to do with you. Besides, I don't have a bad impression of you, Qin Pingon. However, I, Yenzhua, am friends with Ning Yao. I don't want the man Ning Yao picked to be beaten down in a few moves the moment he leaves the house. Once he's reduced to such a state, perhaps Ning Yao won't mind and you won't be in the wrong. However, I, Dong Haiten, Stackzhong and Xianxia will be too ashamed to go out and drink in the future. Finally, Yenzhua said, you said earlier that you owed us 10 years of thanks for fighting alongside Ning Yao for so many years. I don't know what Stackzhong and the others are thinking but I, Yenzhua, haven't agreed to accept it. As long as you can beat me to a pulp I'll accept it. Even if I'm beaten to a pulp and lose a few pounds of fat it doesn't matter. I'll be happier. If I say this won't you, Qin Pingon, feel uncomfortable? Qin Pingon shook his head and said, I don't feel uncomfortable, not at all. Yenzhua angrily said, then what are you standing there for? Come. The people outside are all waiting for you to come out. Qin Pingon still shook his head. There's no need to worry about our fight. I'll go out first. After I come back, as long as you, Yenzhua, are willing, let alone one fight, even 3 fights are fine. Yenzhua nearly cursed out loud. But as he thought about how Ning Yao was still not too far away, his neck flushed red. Why don't you listen to my advice? I've already said fight with me first and then we'll both be injured. In an instant, Yenzhua's pupils fiercely shrank. A blue-robed figure suddenly appeared beside him. His hands were still in his sleeves and his expression was indifferent. Why would I pretend to be injured? To avoid a fight. I've walked all the way to the Great Wall of Sword Qi and I've fought many times. I don't mind going out 3 times. Yenzhua said in a low voice. Qin Pingon, how did you suddenly come to my side? How can a pure martial artist move so quickly? How about we open up the distance again and compare notes again? I was angry just now so I didn't pay attention. It doesn't count. Let's start again. Qin Pingon smiled and took out a talisman from his sleeve. This is the mind talisman. Can help a pure martial artist shrink the ground. Yenzhua suddenly realized. Qin Pingon put away the talisman. Yenzhua realized this and laughed angrily. Your talisman is useless. Qin Pingon, are you trying to fool a fool? Qin Pingon hid his hands in his sleeves. He raised his arms and smiled. 2 hands. Speaking of this, Qin Pingon stopped smiling and looked at the one-armed woman in the distance. He said apologetically, I didn't mean to offend Miss Dianzhong. Dianzhong smiled and shook her head. I'm not that big-bellied but narrow-minded fatty yen. Sir Qin, in the future you don't need to care about my broken arm. It's just a small matter. Even if you joke about it, it's fine. Big Sister Ning once laughed at me. She said that in the future when I met the man I liked, if I couldn't control myself and hugged him, wouldn't that be awkward? I even thought about this problem. How should I stretch out my arm and in what position? Ning Yao pinched Dianzhang's cheeks. What nonsense are you talking about? Dong Zhuafu stood to the side. So Big Sister Ning also knew how to talk about these things. Ning Yao looked at Qin Pingon. The latter smiled and nodded. Ning Yao said, Come, let's go to Dianzhang's shop and find a place to drink. When everyone left, Ning Yao was still teaching Dianzhang a lesson. She only needed to glare at him. Dianzhang smiled and apologized along the way, but there wasn't much sincerity in him. Dong Zhuafu was used to hanging on his tail. Qin Pingon was protected by Yanzhua and Xianxia. Yanzhua whispered, Qin Pingon, with your elusive movement technique and your status as one of the few martial arts grandmasters in the world, you might be able to survive the first 2 fights if you're lucky. If you lose the 3rd fight, I'm the most righteous person and will personally carry you back here. Xianxia smiled and said, Don't believe Fatty Yan's nonsense. Once you're out of the sect, a fight between youths like this, especially one between a foreigner like you who came from afar, and a fight between swordsmen like us, will not harm the foundation of your cultivation according to the rules. Furthermore, it will only determine the winner and loser. Swordsmen know their limits when they draw their swords, so they won't necessarily leave you covered in blood. In the end, Qin Pingon said something that confused the 2 of them. If that's the case, then it'll be troublesome. After walking out of Ning Manor's entrance, although there were many young sword cultivators gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, no one spoke up. They waited until the group was about to reach Dianzhang's shop. There were almost no pedestrians on the long street. There were many taverns on both sides of the street. There were even more people who had come early to drink and watch the commotion. They were all silent and had a playful smile on their faces. A young man was already standing on the street. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he slowly walked forward with a sword by his waist. Ning Yao glanced at him and did not look anymore. She continued chatting with Dianzhang. Yanzhua whispered, It's a Dragon Gate realm sword cultivator named Ren Yi. His intrinsic flying sword is called. Qin Pingon smiled. It's enough to know his realm and name. Otherwise, it'll be an unfair victory. Xianxia sneered. This Ren Yi is indeed Qi Shou's #1 lackey. He likes to rush forward in everything he does. Ren Yi stopped 50 steps away. Qin Pingon, are you willing to spar with me? Qin Pingon took a few steps forward alone and said, If I say I'm not willing, how are you going to respond? Ren Yi pressed down on his sword hilt and said with a smile, If you're not willing, it means you don't dare. There's no need for me to respond or draw my sword. In an instant, many of the spectators saw an azure-robed figure flash forward like a rainbow. It was only at this moment that a dull tremor came from the street. The young sword cultivators of the lower 5 realms began to curse loudly. This was because the wine cups and bowls on the table had bounced, spilling a lot of wine. Most of the sword cultivators of the middle 5 realms used their sword qi to disperse the commotion. They remained focused and stared at the battlefield. As for the sword immortals of the upper 5 realms who were secretly mixed in, they did not mind the collision of the cups and bowls on the table. Ren Yi was shocked to find that the azure-robed young man standing beside him had one hand behind his back and the other hand holding his sword. He was unable to unsheath his sword. Not only that, the person laughed and said, Not having to draw your sword and not being able to draw your sword are 2 different things. Qin Pingon's figure flashed like a wisp of smoke, dodging a flying sword that was as fast as lightning. However, when Ren Yi tried to draw his sword again, his arm holding the sword was grabbed by the person behind him, and he was still unable to unsheath his sword. After a few times, Ren Yi decided to change his strategy. He rose into the air so that he could widen the distance between him and the pure martial artist on the ground and draw his sword as he wished. However, the natal flying sword that was known for its speed could not even touch the corner of that person's clothes, no matter how unpredictable its trajectory was or how tricky its angle was. When Ren Yi's feet left the ground, that person gently pressed down on his shoulder and slapped his feet back to the ground. Aren't sword cultivators more invincible in close combat when killing enemies? Ren Yi's state of mind was still as usual. He was about to divert his attention, to control the chopsticks on both sides of the tavern and temporarily use them as his flying sword. He wanted to win with quantity and see how this guy would dodge when the time came. Ren Yi began to give up his original intention of using his flying sword to injure the enemy. He only used his flying sword to circle the surroundings and began to retreat. However, Ren Yi was well aware that he was only delaying the battle for a moment so that he would not lose face. Otherwise, he would give the impression that he had no power to fight back. If the opponent really wanted to injure him, it would be easy. However, if he really thought about it, it would be even more humiliating. That azure-robed outsider probably felt the same, so he appeared beside Ren Yi and pinched the flying sword with 2 fingers. He reached out and pushed Ren Yi's head, instantly pushing him into a tavern on the street. The force was ingenious. Ren Yi did not knock over the tables near the street. After staggering, he quickly stopped. Qin Pingon gently tossed the flying sword back. Ren Yi was ashamed and resentful. He immediately left the street with his wind. At this time, a handsome white-robed young master stood up from a tavern. He did not have a sword with him. He walked onto the street. A mere martial artist dares to insult us sword cultivators. What, after winning a match, you look down on the Great Wall of Sword Qi? As he spoke, a dense number of flying swords hovered around the white-robed young master. Not only that, the entire street behind him was like soldiers on a battlefield. There was definitely only one life-bound flying sword, but it was extremely difficult to find the real one. The most troublesome part was that this person's flying sword could be changed at any time. It could even be said that this person's flying sword was a life-bound sword. Yanzhou wanted to deliberately chat with Xianxia and point out the troublesome part of this person's flying sword. However, Ning Yao had already turned his head, indicating that Yanzhou should not speak. Yanzhou could only give up. Qin Pingon stared ahead. The flying swords poured over like a flood. Qin Pingon moved horizontally into the tavern. He smiled and said that he would like to borrow the path. The other party then divided into sword formations that looked like scouts on a battlefield. Dozens of swords whistled through the air and rushed into the taverns of various sizes to block the person's path. The person lowered his head and turned his body sideways. He walked into the street and then into the tavern. Just like that, he got closer and closer to the person. There was a lot of laughter and curses. There were also some cheers that were not very timely. The cheers were sparse and particularly ear-piercing. If this was the battlefield to the south of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, it should have been like this. How many sword immortals had deliberately trapped themselves in the encirclement of the demon army before their deaths? How many sword cultivators had deliberately chosen the sturdy demons who had thick skin but could not move quickly as shields in the midst of battle? They could resist the overwhelming slashes and buy themselves some time to catch their breath. Qin Pingon suddenly walked onto the street. He was no longer strolling in the courtyard. He began to run wildly. The white-robed sword cultivator, who was a golden core sword cultivator, frowned. He did not choose to let the other party get close to him. He formed hand seals with 2 fingers and smiled. After the green-robed man punched out, he only shattered the afterimage on the spot. The sword cultivator's true body condensed in a sword formation behind the street. His figure swayed and he looked very dashing. This attracted the attention of many young girls and women who were watching the battle. Of course, they all hoped that this person could achieve a complete victory. However, the green-robed man seemed to have started to become more energetic. His figure was erratic and all the sword cultivators below the Golden Core realm could not see his face clearly. A young man dressed in linen clothes said softly, "The flying swords are still not fast enough. I lost." The guest at the same table was a bearded man who was blind in one eye. He nodded and raised his bowl to drink. A moment later, the white-robed man had already dissipated and condensed several times. However, the distance between the two parties was unknowingly closing. In the end, the green-robed man pressed his face with a palm. However, he was not pushed far away. Instead, he was pressed down directly. His entire back was against the street and a huge pit was created. Qin Pingon did not look at the young sword cultivator whose qi was stagnant. He said softly, "The amazing thing is this great wall of sword qi. It's not you or anyone else. Please remember this." Qin Pingon looked around. "You can't remember? Let's find someone else." Qin Pingon shook his sleeves and then gently rolled them up. He laughed as he walked. "You must find someone whose flying swords are fast enough. There are too many of them. It's really useless." The street was silent. Qin Pingon stopped and narrowed his eyes. "I heard that someone called Qishou has been longing for my Ningyao's dragon-slaying platform for a long time. I really hope that your flying swords are fast enough." Ningyao was about to speak. Qin Pingon seemed to have a telepathic connection. He did not turn his head. He raised a hand and waved gently. Ningyao did not speak. After this scene, the young man dressed in linen clothes could not help but laugh. "Not just Qishou, even I can't help but fight." Unexpectedly, the green-robed man on the street was already looking at him with a smile. He said, "Pangyunji, I think you can fight." The young man in the tavern said seriously, "I'm afraid I'll kill you." Qin Pingon replied, "I beg you not to die." You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.